Chapter 1 Congratulations to the host for drawing a Coke. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Tianlan Continent, Jianqing Empire, Jouyao City. As the imperial capital of the Star Empire, Jouyao City occupies an unknown amount of land, and is famous for the Jouyao Mountains connected to it. There are all kinds of monsters in the Jouyao mountain range, as well as countless eager elixir, attracting countless practitioners to gather here. According to rumors, there are even many mysterious ancient relics inside. Through the city wall more than 10 feet high, you can see the shops in the city and the pedestrians on the streets. This kind of grand occasion is rare even for the entire Star Empire. However, what is a little bit incompatible with the grand occasion in this city is that in a small alley in the east of the city, there is a quite deserted shop. Although Jouyao City is prosperous, the location of the shops is so remote, it is conceivable that the popularity is deserted. Now the young owner of this shop is sitting behind a counter with his chin on his back. Although he looks at the bustling street outside, his eyes are out of focus and he is obviously out of focus. The boss is named Luo Chuan, who was originally an ordinary university student on the earth. Suddenly died late at night and came to this world unexpectedly. Speaking of it, it has been almost a month for Luo Chuan to travel to this world, but what he owns is just this little popular shop. The strongest store owner system is successfully bound. The store security system has been mounted. Is it the first time to pick up the goods now? Suddenly, an indifferent voice, regardless of gender, rang in Luo Chuan's mind. In an instant, the environment in the store was immediately renewed, and all the original miscellaneous things disappeared. The counters, walls, etc. are all replaced with transparent glass and silver-white metal, which looks very modern science fiction. Luo Chuan was taken aback first, then tears filled his eyes. For a full month, I finally waited for the golden finger that comes standard with the crossover. But having said that, what is this strongest store owner? Although there are some doubts in his heart, Luo Chuan nodded his head with the same expression, turn on. At the sound of the sound, Luo Chuan only felt his own spirit trance, and the surrounding environment instantly changed. Luo Chuan looked around and found that he was in an inexplicable space, surrounded by boundless darkness. In front of him, there is a huge lottery roulette that can't be seen at a glance. Please turn the roulette for the host. The system's voice rang in Luo Chuan's mind, and he added, the host can be controlled by his mind. Luo Chuan understood it in his heart, and then focused on the roulette. With the thought of turning in his mind, this huge roulette actually started to spin slowly, so fast that everything displayed on it was blurred. Stop. After a few breaths, Luo Chuan issued such a command in his mind, and the rotation of the roulette slowly slowed down. I don't know what I will get. In Luo Chuan's hopeful gaze, the turntable finally stopped slowly, and the pointer on it fell on a golden yellow area. Congratulations to the host for winning the Coke purchase channel has been opened. Coke. Are you sure the system is not teasing me? In Luo Chuan's awkward expression, he only felt a flash of light before his eyes, and he returned to the shop. However, unlike before, a row of neatly arranged Coke appeared on a glass container inside. Chapter 2 Invincible Buff, Novice Mission. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Under the Coke, the price is marked, 10 ling jing. After seeing the price, Luo Chuan couldn't help but raise his brows. We must know that in the Star Empire, most ordinary people used copper coins, silver coins and gold coins, and the exchange ratio between them was 10 to 1. Spirit crystal is a currency often used by cultivators, which contains a lot of energy, and one spirit crystal can be exchanged for 10 gold coins. And 1 gold coin is enough to make an ordinary family live prosperously for a month. The concept of Ling Jing can be imagined. System, are you sure there is no wrong price? Luo Chuan thought for a while and asked seriously. The products of this system are worth the price, and there is absolutely no case of disorderly bidding. Since this is the first time the host has questioned this system, only a warning is given, the system said. Luo Chuan. After the voice of the system fell, a message about these cola directly appeared in Luo Chuan's mind. Origin brand cola, the main raw material is Hunyuanling spring water. After drinking, it can instantly recover non-fatal injuries. Looking at the introduction given by the system, Luo Chuan couldn't help but his eyes widened. Instantly recovering non-fatal injuries, this is totally one more life. It's like fighting with people, and when both sides have run out of lamps, you take out a bottle of Origin Coke, and the result is naturally predictable. And even though Luo Chuan didn't know what this Hunyuanling spring water was, it didn't sound simple. Should I try it first? After thinking about it, Luo Chuan took out a bottle of Coke from the counter at the back. Unscrew the bottle cap, accompanied by a chi sound, countless gas gushing out. There seems to be nothing special. Luo Chuan frowned and muttered to himself, I'd better taste it first. Cola taste, sweet. After taking a sip, Luo Chuan made such an evaluation. Why didn't it work? After waiting for a while, there was no change in his body, and Luo Chuan frowned in some doubt. As the host is an ordinary person and has no injuries on his body, how could he perceive the changes in his body? The system replied, listening carefully, there seemed to be a little helplessness in it. Luo Chuan. As the owner of the store, the host can use the goods in the store for free. The system sound continued. Luo Chuan knew that these should be the benefits provided by the system. The novice mission is released, and the first product is sold. Current remaining time, 6 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Reward, a chance to draw. Then, a light blue panel appeared in front of Luo Chuan. The strongest store owner system. Host, Luo Chuan. Identity, 1-star shop owner. Repair, none. The current share ratio, 10%. Novice mission in progress. Evaluation, for the weak chicken among the weak chickens, the host should not hurry up to improve their strength. Looking at the above information, Luo Chuan, who has already read many system flow novels, is naturally no stranger. But then again, what does the final evaluation mean? The system you are doing things. Luo Chuan looked at the information on the panel and asked, System, I'm just an ordinary person now, so I have to protect myself. And what if someone makes trouble in the store? The system explained, this system has installed a security system for the store, and the host is absolutely invincible within 10 kilometers of the store. Invincible? This buff is a bit powerful. Luo Chuan expressed his satisfaction. Chapter 3 First Customer. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Time passed quietly, and in a blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. At the entrance of the store, Luo Chuan, lying on a rocking chair, seemed comfortable, but he couldn't help sighing while looking at the crowds on the streets outside the alley. 5 days. For 5 full days, he didn't even sell a bottle of Coke. But there is no other way. The shop is open in this remote alley and it is not surprising that there are no customers. It was already evening. Looking at the sunset in the distant sky, Luo Chuan had a look of helplessness in his eyes. It seems that there are no more guests today. But just as he got up to close the door, a soft sound came from the alley. Tsk Tusk, open the shop in such a small alley, boss, you are really interesting. A teenager in a black brocade came to the store and commented. Looking at the young man, Luo Chuan's heart was overjoyed. It seemed that business was finally coming. As the saying goes, the fragrance of wine is not afraid of the depth of the alley. As long as the things are good enough, business will naturally not be bad. Luo Chuan glanced at the young man, his expression unchanged, and replied lightly. Hearing the words, the young man couldn't help but stunned, savoring what Luo Chuan said casually. The smell of wine is not afraid of the deep alley, good. Good. I didn't expect that, boss. You are actually a man of good temperament. You friend, I'm sure to leave the song. Bu Ligei's eyes gradually lit up, savoring Luo Chuan's words carefully, and laughing. If ordinary people hear this name, they will definitely be shocked, because Bu is the surname of Nanho in the Sky Star Empire, and there is no one with the surname Bu in the entire Jiuyao city. Because of this, the identity of this boy named Bu Ligei is naturally ready to come out, the only young master in the Jinan mansion. Of course, as Luo Chuan, who has traveled to this world for just over a month, he naturally doesn't know anything about it. If that's the case, why not come in and have a look? Luo Chuan said casually. This is natural. Bu Ligei nodded and said with a smile, boss, you are very interesting, and the things you want to sell are not bad. While talking, Bu Ligei has entered the shop. Looking at the decoration of the store, Bu Ligei's eyes suddenly showed a strong sense of surprise. As the son of Zeninhao, Bu Ligei is naturally knowledgeable, but this is the first time I have seen a local tyrant like this shop. Such pure colored glaze can enter the auction hall. In this shop, it is only used as a counter and a shelf. Is the world too crazy, or I am not awake? You must know that in terms of the productivity of the Sky Star Empire, colored glaze is quite a valuable item, a luxury that those royal nobles and even cultivators can afford. What is the origin of this, boss? Bu Ligei's eyes fell on Luo Chuan, and a deep doubt arose in his heart. The things in the store are on the shelves over there, go and see for yourself. Luo Chuan pointed to the glass shelves next to him and said. Only then did Bu Ligei come back to his senses, and walk to the shelf where the cola that Luo Chuan pointed to were. 1, 2, 3. Luo Chuan counted the time silently in his heart. A few seconds later, Bu Ligei's exclamation sounded as Luo Chuan expected. What? After seeing the introduction about Coke on the shelf, Bu Ligei's eyes widened suddenly, with a devilish expression on his face. Directly recover from non-fatal injuries, boss, are you kidding me? Bu Ligei couldn't help but exclaimed. Chapter 4: The Power of Happy Water. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site: www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Do you think I am like a joke? Luo Chuan said seriously. Bu Ligei stared at Luo Chuan carefully, then shook his head decisively. But this effect is a bit too scary, it's hard to believe. Bu Ligei still couldn't help saying. Good value for money, young people are not deceived. In order to complete the system tasks, Luo Chuan did not want to let such a potential customer go for nothing. As the young master of Jinan Ho's mansion, Bu Ligei is naturally the owner of good money and made a decision quickly. Bu Ligei took a bottle of Coke from the container, and then readily took out the Shi Ling Jing and placed it on the counter. Luo Chuan nodded, then waved his palm, and the spirit crystal disappeared out of thin air. With this hand, Li Ji's impression of Luo Chuan was improved a bit, from an interesting boss to a hermit. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice task and getting a chance to draw a lottery. The system prompt sounded in Luo Chuan's mind. By the way, to remind you, this Coke is a drink. Because of the completion of the system's task, Luo Chuan was in a good mood and reminded him. Drinks? Bu Ligei was a little surprised. With such an effect, you actually told me that it is actually a drink? In this world, there are elixirs, elixir, and all kinds of alchemy potions, but Bu Ligei has never had this kind of drink with additional horror effects. For a time, Buligay only felt that his three views were severely broken. Of course. Luo Chuan nodded, unscrew the cap to drink. As Luo Chuan said, he also gestured to Buligay with a bottle of Coke. Accompanied by the chi sound, Luo Chuan opened the Coke and poured half of the bottle. In an instant, bursts of coldness and comfort spread from the mouth and stomach to the whole body. That's right, this Coke was also iced. Is that so? Learning Luo Chuan, Buligay also unscrewed the Coke, hesitated slightly, just took a sip. After all, this so-called Coke looks like a black potion, and Buligay subconsciously thinks that the taste is definitely not good. Well. But as the Coke entered, Buligay's eyes widened in an instant. As the bubbles burst in his mouth, a cold sensation instantly swept across the body from his throat, and Li Gu couldn't stop shaking all over. This Coke, why is it so delicious? I have never drunk this kind of drink before. Buligay's face was full of disbelief, and there was a trace of loss in his eyes. What about the young master of the Jinan Hofu? If he hadn't come to this alley boringly, I'm afraid he would never encounter cola, the ultimate drink in the world, right? Luo Chuan smiled secretly in his heart. How could the power of the happy water of the fat house be able to withstand otherworldly people like you? My body? And my injuries? Buligay suddenly noticed the change in his body, and his face changed again. As the son of Jinan Ho, Buligay was assassinated a few months ago. Although he saved his life, he left a hidden wound that is extremely difficult to heal. At that time, Zeninhao was furious, and after returning to Jiuyao City, he had a full week of trouble, but in the end he could not find the murderer. However, after drinking the Coke, those dark injuries that were extremely difficult to heal disappeared in an instant. This gave way to Li Gu and wondered if there was something wrong with his perception. Cola, after drinking it, restore all non-fatal injuries. Luo Chuan casually stated the effects of Coke. Unexpectedly, this is actually true. With a sigh, Buligay couldn't hide his shock. Originally, in his opinion, the previous introduction about that Coke was an exaggeration. All non-fatal injuries are recovered instantly. I am afraid that most of the high-level pill and potion are not comparable to these terrifying effects. How can Shirlingjing be bought at the price? Chapter 5 Rules in the Shop. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Boss, I'll buy 10 more bottles of Coke. Buligay drank the remaining Coke, and after a full hiccup, he shouted at Luo Chuan with some excitement. Shirlingjing can buy drinks with this effect, which is completely cheap. Luo Chuan shook his head and said, I'm sorry, each person can only buy one item of each item per day in this store. This is the shop rule that the system just mentioned in Luo Chuan's mind. Why? Buligay asked in a puzzled manner. The rules in the store are like this. Luo Chuan said lightly. Okay. Seeing Luo Chuan's expression, Buligay knew that there was no room for maneuver in this matter, so he sighed helplessly. After taking a nostalgic glance at the Coke on the glass shelf, Buligay said goodbye to Luo Chuan and left the shop. Seeing Buligay's back, Luo Chuan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and the novice mission was finally completed. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission, and the corresponding share has been issued. Do you want to start the lottery now? The system's voice sounded. Luo Chuan nodded, and then a flower in front of him, once again came to that magical space. Fairy beasts, 10-star weapons, god-level martial arts. Looking at the huge lottery roulette spinning in front of him, Luo Chuan prayed in his heart. After a short while, the wheel stopped spinning, and the pointer on it fell into a red area. Congratulations to the host for winning the spicy bar. The channel for purchasing spicy bar has been opened. The voice of the system sounded in Luo Chuan's mind. Returning to the small shop, Luo Chuan couldn't help falling into thought as he watched the new row of spicy strips appearing on the container. Is there something wrong with this system? Why do I get these weird things? Luo Chuan couldn't help but slander. Please don't say bad things about this system, the host, otherwise the system has the power to deduct the host's reward and share. The system's voice immediately sounded in Luo Chuan's mind. When the secret in his heart was discovered, Luo Chuan couldn't help but turn a little red, and couldn't help coughing twice. System, am I the kind of person who will speak ill of the backside? Luo Chuan retorted. The system does not answer. Just don't talk. Luo Chuan muttered to himself, and then called up the system panel. The strongest store owner system. Host, Luo Chuan. Identity, 1-star shop owner. Repair, first order. The current share ratio, 10%. Evaluation, barely getting started, the road ahead is still very long, young people still need to work hard. The strength is already level 1. The system, what's going on? Luo Chuan asked with some doubts as he looked at the changes on the panel information and felt the inexplicable energy appearing in his body. In Tianlan Continent, cultivators can be said to be a rather general term. In addition to the more common professions of cultivators, there are also many unpopular training systems. But in the division of power levels, most of them are consistent. As far as Luo Chuan knows, these levels are forging body, sensation, good fortune, soul, return to yuan, Wen Dao, venerable, and saint, and each major level is divided into 9 ranks. What Luo Chuan really puzzled was how he would have energy. Is it because of the completion of the novice task? But the system did not mention energy in the reward. After the host sells the goods, the cultivation base will naturally increase accordingly, and the proportion is related to the store owner's star rating. The voice of the system sounded in Luo Chuan's mind. Chapter 6 New Product, Spicy Strip. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66. To find your way home. The strength of the host is related to the amount of spirit crystals the host has earned. The spirit crystal system obtained after the host completes the transaction will automatically be converted into the host's spiritual power cultivation base according to the division. The serious voice of the system sounded in Luo Chuan's mind. The host is currently a 1-star store owner, and the share ratio is 10%. As the star rating increases, more permissions will be unlocked and the share ratio will increase. Luo Chuan was a little surprised that Lingjing actually had this use. But thinking about it, it is clear that apart from being a currency, the spirit crystal is originally an item needed by the cultivator. This systematic approach only helped Luo Chuan save the steps of training. That's not bad. So, doesn't it mean that the more products I sell, the stronger the strength? Luo Chuan's mouth slowly opened, and his eyes also appeared slightly curved. Upgrading to Tier 2 needs to be divided into 100 Lingjing, Tier 3 is divided into 10,000 Lingjing, and Tier 4 is divided into 100,000 Lingjing. The system replied. Luo Chuan. It seems that the road to becoming stronger has a long way to go. Next, based on the systematic explanation, Luo Chuan knew that his first level was almost equal to a large level in this world. What's the matter with that star rating? The host can complete the special star-up task issued by this system to increase the star rating. The system replied, the special star-up task is issued after the system evaluates the host's turnover to reach the standard. With a sigh, Luo Chuan expressed that he was looking forward to the future. He took a bag of spicy strips from the side, and the information about its introduction appeared in Luo Chuan's mind. Spicy strips, after eating, can increase the energy of the body by a small level in a short time, stacking up to 5 times, and cannot exceed the large level. Duration, 1 minute. Price, 100 Lingjing. Luo Chuan's complexion remained unchanged, his heart was calm, he was already immune to these weird things that the system took out. Luo Chuan felt that he had to try the effect of spicy strips. Tear open the package, a familiar pungent aroma hits the face. At the entrance of Lutiao, Luo Chuan could only feel a fire in his mouth. Call. He sighed softly, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. In Luo Chuan's perception, the few energy in his body has actually become much stronger after eating spicy sticks. It's so fragrant. Luo Chuan nodded and commented, and then took all the remaining spicy strips into his mouth. After perceiving it carefully, Luo Chuan found that the energy in his body had returned to normal after a minute. Then there is no more. System, are there any side effects? Luo Chuan asked curiously. In his memory, the methods in the novel that can increase strength in a short time will have side effects that are harmful to the body. The products of this system will not have such side effects. In addition, please do not compare the products of this system with those garbage. The system replied. Luo Chuan nodded. There are no side effects, which is a bit scary. Release the task, sell 100 bottles of Coke, 100 packs of spicy bars. Reward, a chance to draw. Current progress, Coke, 0 out of 100, spicy bars 0 out of 100. At the right time, the system prompt sounded in Luo Chuan's mind. At this time, the sky was already dark, and passers-by gradually became scarce, and bright lights appeared in Joyao City, like stars. After yawning, feeling the sleepiness gradually coming up, Luo Chuan closed the store door and went to the second floor of the store. After a simple wash, he went to bed. After Buligay left the Luo Chuan shop, he went straight back to Zenenhao mansion. But at this time, Buligay is still constantly reminiscing about the deliciousness of Coke, coupled with the dark wounds on his body, and a smile on his face from time to time. Naturally, there are many servants and maids in Fuzhong, but they all take a few steps back subconsciously after encountering Buligay. Fortunately, Buligay was immersed in the aftertaste, but did not notice this. When Buligay's figure disappeared, these subordinates immediately gathered together and talked in a low voice. What happened to Master today? It feels so weird. Yes, that's right. Especially the expression on the face, it's so wretched. Hey, the handsome image of the young master in my mind has completely collapsed. Chapter 7 Gushi. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. After returning to his room, Buligay still didn't notice the strange gaze on the road when he arrived, and he was still immersed in his own pleasure. Buligay, as the young master of the Jinan Hofu, is naturally good at his strength. He is the 8th rank of the sense of spirit and is only one step away from the 9th rank. But because the hidden injuries on his body have not healed, it is naturally impossible to talk about breakthroughs. However, after drinking the Coke purchased in the Luo Chuan store, not only the dark injuries healed, but the spiritual power of the whole body also returned to its peak state, and the breakthrough was just a stone's throw away. Now I'm breaking through to the 9th grade of Senling in one fell swoop. Buligay's eyes condensed, and he quickly made a decision. I saw him sitting on the Hanyu with closed eyes, waves of turbulent aura swept away from him. Not long after, it seemed as if there was a cracking sound, Buligay's body suddenly shook, and then slowly opened his eyes. It seemed that there was a flash of light flashing away. At the same time, his breath is rising steadily, and he stretches out his palm, and a lingering spirit hovering on it. Feeling the multiple times the spiritual power in his body, Buligay was taken aback for a moment, and then slowly grinned and laughed. Wow, haha, this young master actually broke directly to the realm of good fortune. Because of the excellent condition, Buligay actually directly passed the 9th grade of Ganling this time and entered the realm of good fortune directly. Buligay, what the are you here? However, it was not long before Ligay was happy. The closed door was suddenly pushed open, and a sound like an oriole sounded, and a woman with a graceful figure entered the room. The woman was dressed in a plain white dress with bright eyes and white teeth. A long jet of black hair fell down, reflecting the aqua-blue gauze, unparalleled beauty. "Sister, you are here." After seeing the appearance of the visitor, Step Ligay said with a smile. Looking at his cheap brother, Bushi had a look of helplessness in his eyes. "Today you went to Joyao City again to wander, did you find a way to treat your injuries?" Bushi asked casually. It's okay to wander around in Joyao City to find a cure for the injury, which is already the normal state of Step Ligay. Unlike usual, Bu Ligay nodded, "Found it. I found it. Don't worry about Ligay, the injury will be healed sooner or later." Bu poetically prepared to comfort him subconsciously, but then he recovered and stared at Bu Ligay incredulously. "What? Did you find it?" "Of course." Bu Ligay laughed, and gathered his spiritual power in his hand. A light ball of spiritual power visible to the naked eye shone with a faint light. The aura that can be seen from the body is a unique feature of the realm of good fortune. Aura from the body? You actually broke through to the realm of good fortune? A thick surprise suddenly appeared on Bu's poetic pretty face. A few months ago, because of the dark wounds suffered by the assassination, Bu Ligay's cultivation base did not make any progress. For this reason, Zeninhao didn't know how many elixir he had searched for, but couldn't heal the hidden wounds, so he could only give up in the end. It is precisely because of this that Bu Poetic is so surprised. "Li Gu, you wouldn't do anything to self-destruct your foundation because your cultivation level hasn't improved?" Bu Shi's face became cold and he said in a deep voice after thinking of something. "Sister, am I such an unreliable person?" Bu Ligay said helplessly, and dispersed the spiritual power light group. Step poetically nodded lightly. "Step away from the song. Sister, you are really my sister." Bu Ligay was already a little crazy. Chapter 8 Please host efforts. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Don't be poor, hurry up and tell me what happened. Looking at Bu Ligay's appearance, Bu could not help but smile a little poetically, and said with a light smile. Because his younger brother healed from his dark injury, Bu was in a good mood. Then Bu Ligay told Bushi about buying coke in Luochuan's store. "You mean, you can heal from the dark wounds and break directly to the realm of good fortune? The biggest reason is a bottle of cola?" Bushi raised his beautiful eyebrows slightly, and said with a smile. But Bu Ligay didn't notice the change in the atmosphere, and nodded, with a look of excitement in his eyes, 10 ling jing. Only a bottle of coke sells 10 ling jing. I doubt that the boss is selling at a loss. Oh. So, why didn't you buy more bottles? If it hadn't been for the shop's rules that each person could only buy 1 bottle per day, I would have bought out that shop long ago. Bu Ligay said casually. So it's like this. While talking, Bu's poetic slender fingers grabbed Bu Ligay's ears, and then twisted slightly, sneered, "Isn't it true that I dare even your sister? Now. Can Lingjing's bottle of coke have such a great effect? Is it more effective than the elixir in the mansion?" Feeling the pain in the ears, Bu Li Song can be said to be crying without tears. "Why do I tell the truth? Why don't you believe me? Sister, why did I lie to you? What I said is the truth." Seeing that the power in Bushi's hand is getting stronger and stronger, Bu Ligay is almost crying. "Did you lie to me? It's true. The conscience of heaven and earth. Step away from the song, almost swear by heaven. In that case, I will believe you for the time being." Loosing Bu Ligay's ears, Bu said poetically. Bu Ligay rubbed his red ears, feeling depressed. "Take me to the store you mentioned tomorrow. I'm very interested in that mysterious boss." Bushi narrowed his eyes and said. The next day, early in the morning. Luo Chuan opened the store door early, lying on the rocking chair and enjoying the warmth of the sun, and by the way, he was still chatting with the system in his mind. I said the system, isn't the mission you released a bit unrealistic, selling 100 bottles of Coke and 100 packs of spicy bars within a month? Do you think the reality is accomplished with the flow of people in the store? Host, please work hard. The system can't allow you to allow time for it. Or is it to advertise our store? Host, please work hard. The system, will you say anything else? The system is silent. Luo Chuan. Boss, I'm here again. A gap in his eyes opened slightly, and Stepligay's face appeared in Luo Chuan's sight. Next to him was a woman with bright eyes and white teeth, black hair like a waterfall, like a fairy descending to the earth. Bu Shi frowned and looked at the shop behind Luo Chuan. Open the store in such a remote alley, the sign is the 4 domineering characters of Origin Mall, plus this, no matter how you look at it, reveals an unreliable boss. Bu gave Luo Chuan a poetic glance, and he was already a little doubtful whether what Bu Ligay said was true. Are you the owner of this store? Bu said poetically, his voice crisp, like a silver bell. Luo Chuan nodded calmly, yeah. Chapter 9. Would you like some spicy strips? For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site, www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Bu Shi stopped talking, and Quan walked into the store, and Bu Ligay quickly followed. As expected by Luo Chuan, after seeing the decoration in the store, Bu's poetic reaction was exactly the same as the previous Bu Ligay, and a hint of surprise flashed in his autumnal eyes. Such pure colored glaze is only used as a shelf. This small shop is not as simple as it seems. Everything is on the shelf, go get it yourself. Luo Chuan yawned on the recliner and pointed to the store. Then I thought of something, and added, by the way, our store has newly added spicy strips. You can take a look at it. Spicy? Bu Ligay was slightly startled, his eyes swept across the store, and soon he saw many red-packed bags on a container. Sister, go and see. Bu Ligay couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes, and walked over with Bu Ligay poetically. Coke has such a terrifying effect, so what about this so-called spicy bar? I felt helpless, but Bu Ligay still kept his indifferent appearance, and followed Bu Ligay to Lei Xiao's container. Spicy strips, after eating, can increase the energy of the body by a small level in a short time, stacking up to 5 times, and cannot exceed the large level. Duration, 1 minute. Price, 100 lingjing. Step poetic red lips lightly opened, and read out the introduction about spicy strips. The two looked at each other and were slightly silent, but they both saw the shock in each other's eyes. But Bu Shi quickly recovered. He picked up a bag of spicy strips and asked Luo Chuan, Boss, I don't know if the effect of this spicy strip is really as mentioned in the introduction. I wonder if there are any side effects. According to Bu's poetic speculation, the spicy bar can increase the energy level in a short period of time, and it must have great side effects. Beyond Bu's poetic expectation, Luo Chuan shook his head, and said indifferently, the effect is the same as the introduction, if there is any discrepancy, welcome to hit the shop. As for the side effects. No. You should know that, in general, this kind of method similar to stimulating one's own potential, whether it is a pill or gong method, will have more or less side effects. But right now the owner of this small shop said that this spicy strip has no side effects, and the poetry of a time step is of interest. Li Gu, how many spirit crystals did you bring? Bu Ligay turned his head back poetically, and asked Bu Ligay. Step Ligay was taken aback for a moment, and then replied, exactly 100 spirit crystals. Very good. Bu Shi nodded, a smile appeared on Xiao's face. Then with a wave of her palm, a silver-white ring appeared in her palm. Bu Ligay stared at each other for a moment, and quickly looked at his palm, a little bit eager to cry without tears, "Sister, that's my spatial ring." The space ring is a rare item in Tianlan Continent. There is space for storing items inside. The larger the space, the less common it is. Of course, its price is also expensive. As far as Luo Chuan knows, the value of a space ring with a space of about 1 cubic meter is at least a few thousand spiritual crystals. After it appears, it is often in a state of pricelessness. From this point of view, the identities of Buligay and Bupoetry are certainly not simple. However, Luo Chuan was just a little curious, and did not take the identity of the two in his heart. 100 Lingjing, take a pack of spicy strips and a bottle of Coke. After Bushi took out a packet of spicy strips and a bottle of Coke from the shelf, Quan Ko walked to Luo Chuan and said, and at the same time took out a small pile of Lingjing from the space ring. Luo Chuan nodded, and then put away the spirit crystal that Bu poetically gave. "Sister, don't you taste the taste?" Chapter 10 Good to eat. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Looking at the spicy bars and Coke in Bushi's hands, Buligay swallowed secretly. He clearly remembers the deliciousness of Coke, and since drank a bottle yesterday, he has never forgotten the cold feeling of bubbles bursting in his mouth. Bu poetically nodded and lightly clicked, "What you buy with more than 100 Lingjing really is to see if it is worth the money." Then in Buligay's eager gaze, Bu poetic slowly tore open the packaging of spicy strips. Suddenly, a strong spicy aroma rushed over, stimulating the senses of the two. There is a spicy strip in the package, and the red oil on it reflects a fascinating light. That's right, there is only one in a pack of spicy strips. When I first saw it, Luo Chuan even had some doubts whether the system deliberately deducted the weight of spicy bars. Bu Shi stretched out two slender fingers to pinch it out, hesitated slightly, and sent it into the red lips with the coveted gaze of Step Ligay. Chewing lightly, the spicy breath immediately rushed into the mouth. Afterwards, it seemed that a ball of flame appeared from the abdomen, directly sweeping through the body, and the spiritual power in the body was also rapidly running under the heat. Delicious. Bu Shi narrowed his eyes slightly and gave such an evaluation. "Sister, what does it taste like?" Buligay saw Bu's poetic expression and swallowed fiercely. Buligay already regretted a little now, why didn't he bring more spirit crystals on him? "Extremely delicious." Bu poetic replied casually. "But this effect is indeed as the boss said, now my strength is indeed the 6th rank of the soul." Feeling the strength of the spiritual power in the body, Bu poetic can't help thinking in his heart. As the daughter of Zeninhao, Bu Shi has a beautiful appearance and is one of the best in the entire Jiuyao city, so many young people regard him as the goddess in their hearts. And even though she was a woman, her strength was very impressive, she was already in the realm of the 5th rank of the soul. With this level of cultivation at such an age, even the entire Sky Star Empire is a rare existence. I heard that spicy strips and fat house happy water, cough cough, Coke is more like a match. Luo Chuan said at the right time. Bu poetically nodded, then unscrewed the Coke and took a sip. Bu Shi's eyes widened, and took another sip, then another sip. After a while, the whole bottle of Coke had been drunk poetically. Belch. A full hiccup sounded, and a blush instantly appeared on Bu's poetic face. Luo Chuan's complexion remained unchanged, and being calm in front of beautiful women is a necessary quality for a male god. "Ligay, let's go." He nodded slightly to Luo Chuan, and Bushi pulled Ligay out of the shop with a desperate step. "Thank you for your patronage and welcome to come again next time." Luo Chuan also nodded and said lightly. "Sister, how's your food?" As soon as he walked out of the shop, Step Ligay asked with an expression of impossibility. Bu poetically looked back at the shop, his autumn-like eyes were full of incomprehension. "I really didn't expect that the two things are as the introduction said." Now you know that I didn't lie to you. Bu Ligay said proudly. Bu poetically nodded and lightly said, yeah. But then again, who is this boss, and what is his purpose for opening a shop in Joyao City? Step Ligay on the side waved his hand indifferently, and said, Sister, what do you care about so much, as long as we can buy things in this store? What does the identity and strength of the boss have to do with us? Hearing Bu Ligay's rather bachelor's answer, Bu was poetic for a moment, and then, pushed, with a laugh, that's right, as long as we can buy things in this store, let's take care of other things. Chapter 11 Welcome to the shop anytime. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. After the two of Bushi left, Luo Chuan continued to bask in the sun on the recliner. But it seemed to be luck, and it didn't take long for a pleasant voice to ring in Luo Chuan's ears. Are you the owner of this store? Luo Chuan opened his eyes, and what appeared in front of him was a woman with a slender figure in a black outfit. His long black hair was tied into a ponytail and looked heroic. TSK Tusk, Origin Mall, what a big tone. Looking at the sign at the entrance of the store, the woman commented. Luo Chuan was expressionless and did not answer. Su felt a little boring, and the woman frowned. I'm asking if you are the boss, just say something. Luo Chuan finally spoke and said lightly, yes, I don't know what you want to buy. Healing pills and the like, since your store is called a mall, won't you even have these things? The woman thought for a while and said. On the edge of Joyao City, there is the Joyao Mountains. There are many elixir of monsters and animals in the mountains. Naturally, there are many cultivators who make a living by this. Wei Qingzhu is just such a person. Luo Chuan nodded, well, no. Wei Qingzhu. Just as Wei Qingzhu was about to leave, Luo Chuan's words made her stop. There is no pill, but the things I sell are not much better than those. The little boss's tone is not small. Wei Qingzhu couldn't help but laugh when he heard Luo Chuan's words, and then said with a smile, but I'm interested in what you sell in the store. While talking, he walked into the shop. As expected by Luo Chuan, Wei Qingzhu's exclamation rang a few seconds later. What? This shop is actually full of lioli. Boss, how rich are you? Luo Chuan curled his lips secretly without answering. It is in this other world that lioli will be regarded as a treasure, right? Wei Qingzhu took a deep breath, suppressed the resentment in his heart for the rich, and began to look at the goods in the store. I don't know, I was shocked at first glance. This Coke actually wants 10 spirit crystals. And that spicy bar, unexpectedly wants 100 spirit crystals. Boss, you are stealing money. Wei Qingzhu said angrily, staring at Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan was unmoved, and said lightly, the goods sold in this store are all value for money, and there is absolutely no such thing as a random price tag. After hearing Luo Chuan's explanation, Wei Qingzhu suddenly said in irritation, it's nonsense, this is the first time I have seen a boss like you in Joyao City. Luo Chuan shook his head and said, look at the introductions below those products. Introduction. Wei Qingzhu frowned suspiciously. Before, she only noticed the price of the goods, but did not see the introduction that Luo Chuan said. Wei Qingzhu thought for a while, then came to the shelf again, and began to carefully watch the introduction about spicy bars and cola. After reading it, Wei Qingzhu couldn't help taking a breath. If this introduction is true, the price can even be said to be a sale. Boss, this introduction is true, right? Wei Qingzhu couldn't believe it. Luo Chuan, children are not deceived. Okay, I bought it. After gritting his teeth, Wei Qingzhu quickly made a decision. Thanks for your patronage, a total of 100 spirit crystals. Luo Chuan finally showed an imperceptible smile on his face. Wei Qingzhu took a bottle of Coke and a pack of spicy bars, then took out 100 spirit crystals and put them on the counter. When Luo Chuan was about to accept it, Wei Qingzhu suddenly put his hand on the top of the spirit crystal. Luo Chuan looked at Wei Qingzhu a little puzzled. "Boss, if this thing is not introduced as mentioned above. After all, not everyone is as rich as Buligay, and the one spirit crystal is also a big expense for Wei Qingzhu." Luo Chuan said faintly, "Welcome to drop the shop at any time." Chapter 12 Amethyst Demon Wolf. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. After Wei Qingzhu left, Luo Chuan opened the system interface. Task progress. Coke 2 out of 100, Spicy Bar 2 out of 100. Looking at the data above, Luo Chuan couldn't help sighing. According to the current progress, it may take a lot of time to complete the task. After Wei Qingzhu left Origin Mall, he came to the Eastern Gate. Not long after, two other women walked over, both of them looked like Wei Qingzhu. The two women were named Song Qiuying and Lin Wanchuang respectively, and they could be regarded as Wei Qingzhu's friends in the Jiuyao Mountains. "Are you all ready?" Song Qiuying smiled slightly. "I have the new news. Our prey this time is an amethyst demon wolf in the realm of souls." However, Wei Qingzhu and Lin Wanchuang's complexion couldn't help but change. The amethyst demon wolf is famous for the amethyst on its body, its defense is extremely powerful, and it has the strength of the realm of spirits when it grows up. And the strength of the three of them was nothing but good luck, and Wei Qingzhu, the strongest, was nothing but 8 good luck. "Qiuying, is the amethyst devil wolf that the three of us can eat?" Wei Qingzhu frowned. Song Qiuying smiled and shook her head, and said, "Sister Qingzhu, of course I know how many caddies we are." Speaking of this, Song Qiuying looked around, and then whispered to the two of them, "However, the amethyst devil wolf seems to be injured because of the injury. The realm has fallen from the soul to the 8th rank of good fortune." Lin Wanchuang squinted her eyes slightly, nodded, and said, "Are you 8th grade good fortune?" "I think we can try it. Sister Qingzhu, you decide." Looking at the two of them, Wei Qingzhu thought for a while and nodded. "If this is the case, then we'll do it once." In the depths of the dense forest of the Jiuyao mountain range, there were suddenly bursts of rustling sounds. It is approaching, and you can see that 3 figures are cautiously advancing. For some reason, I feel that there are many more monsters on the road. How far are we from the amethyst demon wolf now? Wei Qingzhu asked in a low voice. "It's not far, it's nearby." Song Qiuying replied in a low voice. Sniffing her nose, Lin Wanchuang's eyes suddenly lit up. "There is blood in the air." Sure enough, in a dense forest in front of them, a monster beast crouching on the ground appeared. The monster beast was several feet in size, and its back was covered with crystals emitting purple light. The most eye-catching thing is the eye-catching wound on the monster's abdomen, even the squirming internal organs can be seen. It seems that this amethyst devil wolf is not hurt. Wei Qingzhu whispered, "When we fight for a while, it will be the same as before. Qiuying and I will attack. Wanchuang will find a chance to get involved." Song Qiuying and Lin Wanchuang nodded. On. Following Wei Qingzhu's order, the 3 of them finally stopped concealing their breath, like a sharp sword attacking the amethyst demon wolf. Roar! Perceiving the crisis, the amethyst demon wolf who was lying on the ground instantly opened his eyes and let out a deafening roar. "Success!" Wei Qingzhu shouted. Her weapon is a dark green long sword with dazzling brilliance lingering on it. Su's speed was limited because of his injury, and Wei Qingzhu's attack was directly hit. Ding! With a crisp sound, the long sword hit the amethyst on its back, and it was actually bounced away. What a strong defense! Wei Qingzhu was a little frightened, and retreated to avoid the bite of the amethyst demon wolf. "Naughty animal, look here." At this moment, an angry voice rang from the side. Song Qiuying's palm was lingering with golden light, and then she punched the wound in the amethyst demon wolf's abdomen. Chapter 13. This thing is called coke. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the webpage to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Roar. In an instant, the amethyst demon wolf roared violently, and the amethyst on his back flickered violently. Qiuying. Be careful. Seeing this, Wei Qingzhu and the two immediately exclaimed. Lin Wenshuang's weapon was a long whip, which restrained the limbs of the amethyst demon wolf at a critical moment. Song Qiuying secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and wanted to retreat, when a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded behind her. Ha! The sound of flesh and blood being pierced sounded. An amethyst tail had pierced Song Qiuying's shoulders, and she let out a cry of pain. In an instant, the blood stained her clothes red. Autumn shadow. Wei Qingzhu and Lin Wenshuang flushed their eyes. Lin Wenshuang waved the long whip in her hand to temporarily control the amethyst demon wolf, taking this opportunity to rescue Song Qiuying. Wei Qingzhu took a deep breath, took out the package of spicy strips, tore open the package and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Spicy bar. Boss, if you lie to me, you can't spare you. In the next instant, Wei Qingzhu's face turned red, and a wave of violent energy lingered around her, and she had reached the level of the ninth good fortune. It's actually true. Wei Qingzhu felt the strength of his body's spiritual power, and his heart was full of surprise. Die to me. The figure seemed to have turned into an afterimage. Wei Qingzhu appeared next to the amethyst demon wolf in an instant, and then cut it down with a sword. In an instant, the body of the amethyst demon wolf froze in place, and there was a deep unbelievable look in its eyes. It does not understand why this human being's strength has become so much stronger in an instant. A bloodline casually appeared on the neck of the amethyst demon wolf, its huge head fell directly, and its body fell to the ground. Qiuying, come and drink this. Wei Qingzhu sent coke to Song Qiuying's mouth in a panic. After several breaths, looking at the healed wound on Song Qiuying's shoulder, the three women's eyes were full of shock. Such injuries, even with the help of elixir, would take months to recover. Now, after a few breaths in front of the eyes of the three of them, they recovered as before. What is the black potion? Sister Qingzhu, what are you giving me a drink? Song Qiuying said in disbelief, and the thing you ate just now, the spiritual power has skyrocketed. Looking back, Wei Qingzhu recounted what she was doing in the Luochuan store. This thing is called coke. 3 days later. As in the past, Luochuan is still basking in the sun on the lounge chair at the entrance of the store. Yo, boss, bask in the sun. A familiar voice sounded, and you don't need to guess that it was the guy Buligay who came again. In the past few days, Buligay has come to Luochuan's store every day to buy a bottle of coke and a pack of spicy sticks. Luochuan is naturally happy to see such people who are not bad money. But the only thing that made him a little dissatisfied was that the guy Buligay had been here so many times, and he didn't get any customers. And Buligay's sister Bu Poetic hasn't come once these days. Luochuan swears that he doesn't want to see beautiful women, but wants to sell more coke and spicy bars. But from Buligay's point of view, the store in Luochuan naturally knows as few people as possible. What if there are too many people and everything is sold out? He can't eat spicy strips and coke. Everything is on the shelf, go get it yourself, remember to put the spirit crystal on the counter. Luochuan said without opening his eyes. Okay. Buligay responded and took a pack of spicy strips and a bottle of coke, and put Lingjing on the counter. Sure enough, a bottle of Fat House Happy Water every day is like a fairy. After drinking a large bottle of coke, Buligay couldn't help but sigh. The name, Fei Zhai Happy Water, was casually spoken by Luochuan some time ago, and he remembered it after hearing the song of Buli. Chapter 14 I bought your shop. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. I said the boss, since the store's name is Shangcheng, don't you think there are two things a little bit less? After eating the cola and spicy bars, Buligay couldn't help but say. Spicy bars and cola are delicious and powerful, but the only and fatal weakness of Step Ligay feels that there is only one, that is too little portion. The owner of the shop has no idea how to deal with the problem of fewer products. Don't I want new products? Luo Chuan couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard Buligay's words. Although I thought so in my heart, the words changed. New products will be available in the future. Chi, boss, you have said it 3 times. Buligay pouted and said. Luo Chuan did not answer. After talking nonsense with Luo Chuan for a while, Buligay left the shop. At this time, a luxuriously decorated carriage slowly drove into Jiuyao City from the east gate. The carriage is driven by the Tianlan horse, and the horror is exuding. The Tianlan horse has a bloodline of dragon in the legend, and it has the strength of the realm of good fortune in adulthood. The cultivators and civilians along the way evaded one after another, looking in awe. On the front end of the carriage, there is also a rather eye-catching logo, which is a silver moon. The people who sign Jiuyao City are no strangers, because this is the sign of Silver Moon Palace. Silver Moon Palace, one of the major factions near the Star Empire, is more powerful than the Star Empire. TSK Tusk, I really didn't expect this young master to come to the place of Jiuyao City. Palace Master has something to say. We are just going to find a good place to stay, but the strength of the Star Emperor is also good that day. I hope young master will act as low-key as possible. I know. There was a conversation in the carriage. Watching the carriage entering the city, an officer guarding the city gates solemnly ordered, report to your majesty quickly, the people of Silver Moon Palace will enter Jiuyao City. Yes. Looking at the bustling crowd outside through the window of the carriage, the eyes of the young man in the carriage had undisguised disgust. The carriage was moving and passing an alley. When the young man saw the scene in the alley, his eyes suddenly brightened. Stop. The carriage stopped immediately. Young palace master, what's the matter? The old man driving the carriage opened the curtain somewhat puzzled. TSK Tusk, it's really interesting to open the shop in this kind of place. Fu Bo, go, let me see. The young man got out of the carriage and walked into the alley, and Fu Bo quickly followed. Soon, the youth came to the shop. Origin Mall. After seeing the name on the plaque, the young man was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled disdainfully. Heh, what a big breath. Then he set his gaze on Luo Chuan on the reclining chair at the door, slightly perceiving him, and he didn't notice the slightest fluctuation in spiritual power, and he shook his head in disappointment. It's just a mortal. But for a mortal to spend his life in such a mediocre way, it can be considered a smart choice. But when the young man cast his gaze into the shop, his pupils suddenly shrank. Lu Li. It's all the best colored glaze. The youth's expression couldn't help but be overjoyed. It's just that I feel like I'm here, but I didn't expect to have such luck. Although colored glaze is only a mortal thing, it has an exquisite appearance and is a favorite of most wealthy businessmen and practitioners. Pure enough colored glaze, a palm-sized piece is worth hundreds of spiritual crystals. If you can get all the colored glaze in this store, then you won't have to worry about your pocket money in the future. Wake up, I bought your store. The young man called to Luo Chuan. Chapter 15 I bought them all. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Hearing the sound coming from his ears, Luo Chuan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the young man. A black brocade suit, plus a folding fan with a show bag. The strength of the old man on the side is not bad, and he asked about the strength of the fifth rank. Is it the son of a big power? Luo Chuan guessed in his heart. Not for sale. Luo Chuan shook his head and said lightly. 100 spirit crystal. In the eyes of the young man, for the mortal in front of him, Bai Lingjing was already a huge sum of money that was rare in a lifetime. Luo Chuan was silent, but judging from his slightly frowned eyebrows, he was obviously already a bit impatient. 1,000 spirit crystals. The young man spoke again and doubled the price tenfold. Luo Chuan simply ignored the guy who didn't know where he came from, and continued to close his eyes on the recliner to bask in the sun. Seeing this, the young man seemed to think of something, and a sneer appeared on his face. Boss, aren't you a store? Why don't you see any products? The young man looked into the store and said. Everything is inside, go see it by yourself. Luo Chuan said without opening his eyes on the recliner, oh, yes, remember to put the spirit crystal on the counter after taking the goods. Each person can only buy each one once. Because of Luo Chuan's attitude, the young man already had a little anger in his heart. He looked at Luo Chuan coldly, as if looking at a dead person. Fu Bo, come in and have a look. The young man beckoned to the old man behind him, and walked into the store. Fu Bo looked around, and didn't notice anything wrong in the shop. Coke. Spicy bars. Is this what the store sells? Looking at the things on the glass shelves, the young man walked over with some curiosity. After seeing the introduction below, I suddenly smiled with disdain. Boss, you made up this effect, right? You can directly restore all injuries, raise a small level, and stack up to 5 times. As far as I know, even high-level pills can't do it. It's true or false, you can tell it a try. Luo Chuan's faint voice sounded. The young man squinted his eyes, took out a pack of spicy strips from the shelf and gave it to the old man behind him. Fu Bo, see if it's true. This old man named Fu Bo had long been asking about the 5-stage realm, and he was not afraid of the so-called poisons in the world. Fu Bo nodded and took the spicy strip. Tear open the packaging box, a pungent sound suddenly dispersed in the air. This smell. Not only the youth, but even Fu Bo couldn't help his eyes widening slightly. Because the smell is so alluring. Taking out the spicy strips, Fu Bo did not hesitate to eat it. The entrance of the spicy strip seemed to have a flame in his mouth, which made Fu Bo couldn't help but want to enjoy it more. However, he naturally remembered what the young man said, and then ate all the spicy strips. Okay. A few seconds later, a terrifying spiritual power wave swept across his body. Forber's eyes widened suddenly, and they were full of shock that could not be concealed. It turned out that the young boss lying on the rocking chair had already arrived in his shop at some point and looked at him. How is it? The young man took a deep breath and asked Faber. Faber nodded. The young man's heart couldn't help beating wildly. It really has such an effect. If all so many spicy strips are brought back to Inua Mansion, then the combat effectiveness of the entire sect will be increased several times. Boss, I bought all the spicy bars in your store. I also want all the coke. The youth pressed the excitement in his heart and shouted at Luo Chuan. Although the effect of cola has not been tested, young people feel that the introduction is true. Chapter 16. Please leave gracefully. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Such a fetish actually only sells 100 spirit crystals, which is really cheap. To the young man's expectation, Luo Chuan shook his head and said lightly, our shop rules, each person can only buy each item once a day. The young man frowned, how about I double the price? 200 lingjing and a pack of spicy strips are also extremely cost-effective in the eyes of young people. Luo Chuan shook his head, raised his head 45 degrees and looked up at the sky, and said a famous saying that could circulate in the world, "Actually, I am not interested in spirit crystals." When the young man heard the words, he was taken aback for a moment, and then he was very angry and laughed. "Ha, good. Very good." There was a suffocation in the young man's eyes. "Now this son tells you, not only spicy bars and coke, but also this store, I want it. Remember. It is to be. Not to buy. If it weren't for the city of Joyao, your life would not belong to you. Now while my son is in a good mood, get out." The young man looked at Luo Chuan coldly, with a grinning smile on his face. In his opinion, Luo Chuan mostly found these things in a cave left by a cultivator. In Tianlan Continent, such things are not uncommon. But obviously this boss is a guy who doesn't know the goods and sells it at such a cheap price. As for Uncle Fu, he still stood quietly behind the young man, without any movement. However, it can be seen that if Luo Chuan has the slightest change, Fu Bo will definitely make a move immediately. "The door is behind, please leave gracefully." Luo Chuan pointed at the store door and said blankly. "Mellow, leave." After hearing Luo Chuan's words, the young man couldn't help but stunned. Obviously he didn't understand the meaning. But after a few breaths, the youth finally wanted to understand. This boss is actually telling himself to go. The young man took a deep breath and said coldly, "Today, even if the heavenly star comes here, your life will not be saved. You can only blame you for offending people who shouldn't be offended. Let me die." At the sound of falling, the silver light wrapped the young man's fist and hit Luo Chuan's head straight. The wave of spiritual power swept through, and the youth's strength had at least reached the peak of good fortune. And judging from the appearance of the young man, it was obvious that he was killed. Luo Chuan frowned. This guy dared to do it to himself. It just happens that there is a systematic bonus, and he hasn't tested what his strength is. Now this young man is an excellent experimental subject. Seeing that Luo Chuan didn't move at all, there was a bad feeling in the youth for some reason. Boom! When the young man's fist was about to hit Luo Chuan, there was a muffled noise. The young man only felt like he had hit an invisible wall and couldn't make any progress at all. Vaguely, there was still a crisp sound coming from the young man's arm. The boss in front of him didn't even move. "Do you know the cost of making trouble in this shop?" Luo Chuan said lightly, looking at the youth. The young man only felt that his body was restrained by invisible power, unable to move. There was dense cold sweat on the young man's forehead, half of it painful and half scared. "Fu Bo." The young man didn't hesitate much, and directly asked the old man behind him for help. If he can directly restrain him, then the boss in front of him is at least asking the Tao realm, and he can't resist at all. Chapter 17 Our Shop Rules. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Bold. Stop hurting the young master. At the moment when the youth made his voice, the terrifying spiritual power radiated from Fu Bo's body, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. When it appeared again, it was already beside the youth. It has to be said that as the guard of the youth, Fu Bo was very calm and made a choice immediately. For him, the life of youth is naturally the first. Fu Bo reached out and caught the youth's shoulder. Fu Bo is ready to transfer the youth out. Fu Bo's expression changed because he found an important problem. That is, he can't move a young man. But I asked why the 5th grade strength couldn't shake this young boss. Could it be that his strength is far superior to himself? For a moment, a nasty feeling rarely appeared in Fu Bo's heart, but he was immediately left behind. His task is to protect the youth. If there is anything wrong with the youth, he will definitely not have any good results. Silver palm. Fu Bo promptly changed the target and patted Luo Chuan with a palm. Compared with the youth before him, I don't know how terrifying it is. There were even slight black cracks on the edge of the palm that shone in silver light. Too slow. Unexpectedly, Luo Chuan's faint voice rang beside him. Fu Bo stiffened. The Luo Chuan ahead slowly dissipated, which was an afterimage. And Luo Chuan's palm lightly fell on Fu Bo's shoulder, and the terrifying spiritual power burst out instantly. An imperceptible voice sounded, and the expression on Fu Bo's face instantly solidified. In the next moment, a breeze blew from outside. Fu Bo's body seemed to have been weathered for countless years, and directly turned into smoke and disappeared. You actually killed Fu Bo. The young man watched this scene with a shocked expression on his face. But with a light pat, Uncle Fu, who asked the realm, died immediately. How strong should this boss be? Ask the pinnacle. Lord? Or the legendary saint? The young man didn't dare to think about it anymore, he already regretted why he came to this alley so idly. However, when people perceive a life crisis, they often make some unexpected actions. This is the case with the youth in front of them. When he saw Luo Chuan set his gaze on him, the young man took a deep breath, keeping as calm as possible. Senior, it was the junior's fault, I can compensate you. The young man said. Luo Chuan remained unmoved, and his indifferent voice sounded, people always pay for what they do. Our shop rules, and the troublemakers in the shop die. In a word, the fate of the youth has been laid. Hearing this, the youth could no longer remain calm, and a look of horror appeared on his face. No. You can't kill me. Do you know who I am? I am the young palace master of Silver Moon Palace. If you kill me, my father will not let you go. No. Please, kill me. Luo Chuan ignored it at all, and fell on the young man with a fluttering palm. Okay. Luo Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Unlike before, a jade pendant on the youth's waist suddenly radiated brilliance, blocking Luo Chuan's palm. At the same time, a breath of terror was brewing. Ha ha ha. Seeing that the whole body was protected by Manhwa, the young man burst into laughter, his eyes full of spite when he looked at Luo Chuan. There is a spirit of my father in this jade pendant. You can't kill me. My father is a strong man at the pinnacle, please accept it to death. At the same time, the brilliance emanating from Yupei brought the youth to the outside of the store. There is a spirit in the jade pendant, which is enough to see how much the palace lord of Inua Mansion attaches to the youth. The youth also forgot the horror of Luo Chuan at this time, and his heart was full of joy. Out of self-confidence in his father's strength, the young man was afraid of Luo Chuan before half a minute. The typical healed scar and forgot to hurt. Chapter 18. What does it feel like to be invincible? For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Interesting. Seeing this scene, Luo Chuan's eyes showed a hint of interest. He could perceive that Yupei was not trying to take the young man to escape, but to take him to a safe place. At the same time, a divine mind has been locked in Luo Chuan. Who dares to hurt my son? An angry shout rang out, and in the jade pendant on the waist of the youth, a silver-white brilliance shot straight into the sky, turning into a 1,000-meter-sized figure. The world has changed color. The intense coercion enveloped the entire Joyao city almost instantly, and countless ordinary people and practitioners looked at the figure in the sky, their complexion greatly changed. This kind of terrifying aura, could it be that a certain senior came to Joyao city? I am in the realm of souls, and I can't even raise the slightest heart of resistance under this breath. Who caused this kind of existence to appear? You don't have to worry, Joyao City is an imperial capital, but it has a defense formation. Even if you ask a master, it can't be destroyed. At the same time, Joyao City, the Imperial Palace. A sword eyebrow star lingering in the emperor's breath, the man in a yellow dragon robe suddenly opened his eyes. This person is the Emperor of the Star Empire, the Great Emperor, Ji Wuhui. The cultivation of one body is already the 9th level of the question. Ji Wuhui looked at the phantom in the sky from a distance, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Chu Yongping. Why did that guy's soul projection come here? His Majesty, the city guards used to report that the young palace master Chu Yunfei of Silver Moon Palace came to the city. Behind Ji Wuhui, an old man with white robe and gray hair replied. The old man looks ordinary, no different from ordinary people. But if you look closely, his eyes are like black holes, which can directly devour people's minds. Chu Yunfei. It seems that Chu Yongping also misses things in the Joyao Mountains. A faint smile appeared on Ji Wuhui's face. Fine, it seems that Chu Yunfei provokes a strong man who is attracted by something in the Joyao Mountains. If he is killed in this way, I will not be able to handle it. Old Bai, can I trouble you for a while? Mr. Bai nodded, his figure disappeared in place. One by one, thinking about getting a piece of the pie, but before that, you have to weigh your own strength. In the Imperial City, Ji Wuhui's faint voice sounded. Is this the soul projection? There is one thing to say, it's really bluffing. Luo Chuan couldn't help but sigh when looking at the figure of Qianzhong above. You know that Luo Chuan is the closest to the soul projection, and the pressure it is under is simply unimaginable. But now Luo Chuan has a calm expression, showing no signs of pressure. This has to mention the invincible buff blessed by the system. Luo Chuan believed that as long as it was within 10 kilometers of the shop, even the legendary saint couldn't take his punch at all. Invincible, sometimes just so lonely. Father, he not only killed Fu Bo, but also wanted me to die. Not far away, Chu Yunfei pointed at Luo Chuan and yelled, without mentioning that it was the incident that caused him to see the money. Looking down on Chu Yangping's huge projection, Luo Chuan in the store looked like an ant. Dead. An indifferent voice sounded, announcing the fate of Luo Chuan. The sky dimmed suddenly at some point, and a bright moon appeared. The bright moon echoed with the sun in the distance, and a breath of ruining the sky swept away. Chapter 19 Silver Moon. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. The silver moon flashed, and a beam of light that seemed to be substantive directly struck Luo Chuan. Where the light beam passed, the space was turbulent, and the spiritual energy burst. Silver Moon Lintian. Why is Chu Yongping crazy? The old man who came from the palace was shocked when he saw this scene, and quickly took out a jade seal from his arms. Yushi is the key to the great defense of Joyao City. With the vast spiritual power of Bai Lao poured into it, the entire Joyao City changed instantly. The surrounding walls shone with a faint golden light, and there seemed to be a dragon roar in the Imperial City. A golden light mask was condensed and enveloped the entire Joyao City. However, the speed of the photomask's condensation was obviously slower, and it did not completely cover the place where Luo Chuan was. At this time, the beam had already arrived in front of Luo Chuan. Not far away, Chu Yunfei had a cheerful expression in his eyes, and he wanted to laugh. Just because your little boss wants to kill me? What a delusion. In the end, it didn't take his own life. But after seeing the next scene, the expression on Chu Yunfei's face instantly solidified, and his laughter was stuck in his throat. Looking along his line of sight, Luo Chuan just stretched out a finger and stood in front of him. The beam of light stopped in mid-air for an instant, as if there was an invisible sky mode in front of it, and there was no way to store it. You must know that Chu Yongping has the strength of the pinnacle of the question, and the highest educated Silver Moon Lintian in the Silver Moon Palace, even a cultivator of the same realm would not dare to insist. Even if it is just a projection of the soul, the silver moon facing the sky also has the power of the victory period. But now, the young boss actually blocked it without much effort. Suddenly, a bad feeling appeared in Chu Yunfei's heart. Ding! Luo Chuan flicked his fingers, and a crisp sound resounded across the sky. What followed was bursts of crisp cracking sound. The beam of light was instantly densely covered with cracks, and then directly burst into light spots in the sky, extremely dreamy. In midair, Chu Yangping frowned slightly as he looked at Luo Chuan, who was downplaying the solution to the offensive. The moment Luo Chuan took the shot, Chu Yangping didn't notice the slightest aura of spiritual power at all, which made him very puzzled. Immediately, Chu Yangping set his gaze on the shop where Luo Chuan was located, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be said that there is still a blessing formation in this small shop? And being able to bless a person to take his attack so easily, the rank of this formation does not seem to be low. Rarely, a greedy look appeared in Chu Yangping's eyes. Exit! An indifferent shout sounded, and the silver moon in the sky suddenly shone. Hundreds of light beams condensed, and they attacked the city of Jiuyao below with a pressure that would destroy the sky and the earth. Palace Master Chu, be merciful. Seeing this, Mr. Bai was shocked. At this time, the defensive formation has not been fully activated. If such an attack falls into the city, I am afraid that most of the Jiuyao city will directly turn into fly ash. Looking at the vision of the sky, the residents of Jiuyao city were also shaking. Oh my God! How can this kind of attack be blocked? We wait for the death of heaven. I'm not reconciled. Why is it spreading to ordinary people like us who have no power to bind chickens? Ha! Is this the law among cultivators? The life of the weak is like grass, nothing more than. However, Chu Yangping ignored the old man. The eyes of divine soul projection were full of indifference. In his opinion, what is the difference between the lives of these people and the ants in the entire Jiuyao city? Chapter 20. Who gives you the confidence? For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site: www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Silver Moon Palace. What a mighty power! Luo Chuan's face of Gu Jing Wubwa finally showed some fluctuations, and a touch of coldness appeared in his eyes. He couldn't tell that Chu Yangping simply wanted to put him to death, and had never worried about the safety of Jiuyao city. According to the rules of Origin Mall, whoever shoots this shop, die. The sound was not loud, but it resounded throughout Jiuyao city. Countless people have heard this voice. The expression on their faces is either puzzled or curious. They couldn't imagine that under the coercion of the sky's spirit projection, some people would dare to say anything like this. But think about it in another way. It is not difficult to guess that the voice of this sound is the enemy of the projection. Jinan Ho Mansion. Under Chu Yangping's spirit projection, the entire Jiuyao city was shrouded in its coercion, and this place was naturally no exception. Everyone in the Jinan Ho Mansion looked at the divine soul projection in the distant sky with solemn expressions, and did not dare to make any changes. This voice? It's the boss. But when this voice sounded, Bu Ligay couldn't help showing a shocked expression on his face. Indeed. Bu Poetic nodded lightly, and a thick sense of surprise flashed in his eyes. She couldn't imagine how that mysterious boss could provoke such a terrifying master of asking the realm. Judging from the aura emitted by this projection, I am afraid that Heavenly Star Emperor Ji Wuhui is inferior. I hope the boss is okay, or where do I buy spicy bars and cola? Bu Ligay prayed. Poetic steps. In an inn in the east of the city. After returning from the Jiuyao Mountains, Wei Qingzhu and the three of them cultivated here. The materials on the amethyst demon wolf are expensive, so they get a lot of spirit crystals. How does this voice sound like a shop owner? Wei Qingzhu and the others were naturally affected by the power, and their expressions changed when they heard the sound coming from their ears. The shop owner? Is that where Sister Qingzhu did you buy spicy bars and coke? Song Qiuying asked curiously. After drinking coke, her injuries healed in just a few breaths, so she was very interested in Luochuan who sold coke. Wei Qingzhu nodded. The boss who can sell this kind of things is definitely not an ordinary person. Is it a hidden world expert? Lin Wanchuang thoughtfully, if you have time, Sister Qingzhu will take us to the store you mentioned. No problem. Without thinking about it, Wei Qingzhu responded. Out of trust in the formation of Jiuyao City, they didn't worry too much. According to rumors, a half-step venerable monster appeared from the Jiuyao Mountains hundreds of years ago, and Jiuyao City naturally bears the brunt. However, facing the defensive formation of Jiuyao City, the half-step venerable monsters couldn't break it. Although the power of this divine soul projection is terrifying, it can't compare with the half-step venerable. On the other side, when he heard Luo Chuan's words, Chu Yangping sneered, bullish. Under this kind of offensive, he believed that even the powerhouses who asked about the 7th and 8th ranks would definitely turn into fly ash. And the young boss in front of him seems to be only double 10, and how strong he can be. I really don't know who gave you the confidence. A faint sigh sounded. For some reason, Chu Yangping suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. But this little episode was immediately forgotten by him. Out of trust in his own moves, he didn't think this little boss could have any way to stand up. At this time, hundreds of light beams have already reached the sky above the shop. Chapter 21. This trick is called Tianlan. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Condensation. A faint voice sounded, as if with infinite magic power, time and space were directly imprisoned. Luo Chuan raised his hand and pointed out in the void. Ding ding ding. There was a crisp sound, like the most beautiful music, hitting everyone's heart. But every time the music sounds, a beam of light bursts into the sky. How is this possible? Not far away, Chu Yunfei was full of horror. Chu Yangping's soul projection also sent waves of fluctuations. Obviously he did not expect that his offensive would be disintegrated so easily. Come and not be indecent. However, after a few breaths, all the light beams shattered, and Luo Chuan cast his gaze on Chu Yangping's spirit projection in the sky. Chu Yangping's heart trembled. Luo Chuan grabbed it casually, and the silver moon, which was originally only a phantom in the sky, trembled. Chu Yangping's expression suddenly changed, because he found that he had lost control of the summoned silver moon. The silver moon, the highest educated silver moon in Silver Moon Mansion, is facing the sky. Now that Yinhua is lost, Chu Yangping's biggest attack method has failed. And more than that, in his horrified gaze, the silver moon, which was just a phantom, actually slowly solidified. This trick is called Tianlan. At the same time a faint voice sounded. Luo Chuan directly misappropriated the name of a certain popular character in his previous life. The silver moon, which had long been solidified in the sky, gradually became larger in the eyes of everyone. To be precise, it is because the silver moon is approaching. The pressure of horror was crushing towards the Jiuyao city below, and Chu Yangping's soul projection, which was in mid-air, was the first to bear the brunt. It can be clearly seen that the soul projection is like a TV screen with poor signal, flickering bright and dark. At this time, the defensive formation of Jiuyao city was fully opened, and a translucent light shield completely covered it. Fortunately, divine soul projection was not protected by the formation. However, despite the existence of the city defense formation, the residents of Jiuyao city couldn't help but trembled as they watched the falling silver moon. How can humans stop this power of heaven and earth? Such a terrifying move. Could it be that there is a noble-level hidden power in Joyao City? I'm afraid that Joyao City's defense formation can't stop this attack. It's over. It's dead this time. This is a fight between gods, mortals suffer. Countless people showed bitterness on their faces. Imperial City. Heavenly Star Great Emperor Ji Wuhui stood up suddenly, staring at the silver moon in the distant sky. His majestic face was not calm. This breath. I'm afraid it has already surpassed the realm of inquiry Dao. I didn't expect that there would be such a strong person in Joyao City. I think I was attracted by the things in the Joyao mountain range. I only hope that this senior can control the power of his moves. After all, my Joyao City cannot withstand much toss. At the end of the talk, there is already a bit of bitterness in it. Although the Sky Star Empire is an unrivaled behemoth in the eyes of ordinary people, Ji Wuhui knows in his heart that placed on this vast Tianlan continent, the Sky Star Empire is like a humble one among the stars. Chu Yangping looked at the silver moon falling rapidly in the sky, and the alarm bell in his heart. Danger. Extremely dangerous. On the silver moon, he felt the crisis of death. Chapter 22 Inua Mansion's Decision. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. However, Chu Yangping couldn't escape at all, because he was completely locked in by Inua's breath. Inua was extremely fast, but in the blink of an eye, she dragged a 100-meter-long tail flame to the top of Chu Yangping. The terrifying coercion poured down, and the defensive formation of Joyao City had already appeared hollow visible to the naked eye. As the Palace Lord of Silver Moon Palace, he asked the powerhouse of the Pinnacle Realm, even though he couldn't escape, Chu Yangping would not just stand still. Chu Yangping's 1,000-meter-sized divine soul projection finally took action. The huge arms were raised, and it looked like they wanted to lift up the fallen silver moon. The size of the silver moon is full of feet, and the soul projection is more like a worm shaking tree. Boom! A dull roar sounded, and countless people in Joyao City felt deaf for a moment. A dazzling silver light emerged from the silver moon, and the waves of destruction escaped to the surroundings. Almost instantaneously, the arms of the divine soul projection exploded, and the space in which it was located was even intertwined under this extreme pressure, directly annihilated. Yes, it is annihilation. The space was directly shattered and turned into nothingness. A completely dark area appeared where the silver moon collided with his arms. Of course, this is not the end, just the beginning. The silver moon trend continues unabated, falling downwards. But Chu Yangping's spirit projection could not resist the slightest amount of shock, his face still shattered. Of course, this little episode was not regarded by the residents of Joyao City at all. Because now, all their attention is on the silver moon that is constantly approaching. Let's go away. A faint voice suddenly sounded. The sound was not loud, but it resounded throughout Joyao City. There seemed to be magic in the words, and Inua directly froze in the air. In just a few breaths, it turned into the most basic energy to escape and disappear. Inua Mansion, the meeting hall. Today, all the elders of Silver Moon Palace and a group of core members gathered here, and the head of the person was a little familiar, and it was Chu Yangping who was projected in Joyao City Divine Soul. Gathering here is precisely for the Joyao mountain range. During the conversation, Chu Yangping's expression suddenly changed, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His complexion instantly turned pale, and the aura on his body wilted. Palace Lord! Palace Lord! What's going on? For a while, there were bursts of exclamation from the surrounding crowd. Chu Yangping's face was full of coldness. The spirit in the jade pendant I gave to Yunfei was destroyed. As soon as this statement was made, everyone's expressions changed. If Chu Yangping's spiritual thoughts can be erased from asking about the peak strength, then it must be quite good. At this time, a woman suddenly broke into the discussion hall, her face full of panic. "It's not good, Yunfei's natal lamp has gone out." The woman was Chu Yangping's wife, and her eyes were full of helplessness. "What?" Chu Yangping was shocked when he heard the words, his eyes turned black and almost fell to the ground. Although Chu Yunfei said that his temperament was extremely stubborn, but no matter what, it was his blood, so he was very spoiled on weekdays. When his spiritual consciousness was destroyed, Chu Yangping had already guessed what powerful enemy Chu Yunfei was afraid of encountering. But he didn't expect that in this short period of time, the only bloodline was killed in Jouyao City. Chu Yangping's face was cold, and the evil spirits lingered all over his body. Everyone around him dared not speak out for fear of touching his mold. Although he didn't know what happened, Chu Yangping could perceive that the place where his divine consciousness was destroyed was in Jouyao City. "Send my order, the elders of the Fuzhong will immediately go to Jouyao City with me. I want to see what Ji Wuhui tells me." Chu Yangping gave the order directly. "Palace Lord, the Jouyao mountain range is of great importance. Let's march directly into Jouyao City, I'm afraid there is something." An old man gritted his teeth, and finally spoke out. "It's okay, I will bear all the consequences." At this time, Chu Yangping had already been dazzled by anger, so how could he care so much? Moreover, their Silver Moon Palace is just a striker, something in the Jouyao mountain range will inevitably cause a small half of the Tianlan Continent to shake. Chapter 23 Shirayoi Shinten. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Thank you seniors for showing mercy. Seeing Inua disappear in midair, Old Bai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and solemnly arched his hand in the direction of Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan nodded faintly at him. Although he didn't even go out of the shop in the previous battle, he still sensed that the old man had opened up the great defense formation. From this point of view, the identity of this old man is definitely not low in Jouyao City, and it is most likely related to the royal family. And his own shop opened in Jouyao City, it should be softer to the royal family. Then Luo Chuan stopped paying attention to Mr. Bai, and lay on the couch at the door again. Oh, by the way, the previous Chu Yunfei had already turned into a fan when the previous silver moon fell. After all, those terrifying energy fluctuations were not something he could resist at a small divine soul realm. Luo Chuan's attitude caused Bai Lao to fall into entanglement. After thinking again and again, Mr. Bai gritted his teeth and came to Luo Chuan's store. Seeing these powerful men opened a shop in the sparsely traveled alley of Jouyao City, apart from being flattered, Mr. Bai had a deep sense of fear in his heart. With this kind of existence as a boss, if the dudes of those officials in the city come here to make trouble, dare not think about it anymore. But having said that, this strong man opened the shop in Jouyao City, but the royal family didn't get any news, which is really strange. Origin Mall, Origin, it's so bold. Seeing the plaque at the entrance of the store, Bai Lao looked at Luo Chuan in his eyes full of admiration. This is the benefit of strength. If an ordinary person opened a shop and called this name, that would only be a big tone. Senior. Mr. Bai said respectfully towards Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan on the rocking chair waved his hand and said faintly, I am not a senior. My name is Luo Chuan. Just call me the boss. Yes, yes. Mr. Bai quickly responded. He also knows that most of these hidden powerhouses have weird temperaments, and bosses like Luo Chuan are just rare. I am a royal consecration and my name is Bai Hong. I wonder what the boss needs to do. Old Bai considered it for a moment, and said cautiously. Worship. Luo Chuan looked at Bai Lao with some curiosity. Well, when asked about the 8th rank realm, the strength is still pretty good. Now the masters of the realm of asking Dao can only be regarded as passable in Luo Chuan's eyes. I don't know how it would feel to be known by the old man. No. Luo Chuan waved his hand and said casually. After all, Luo Chuan ignored this person, but was confronting the system in his mind. Luo Chuan, system, what if I ask this person to help me advertise in Jiuyao City? System, no. Host, you have to believe in yourself, and you will be able to complete the task with your own strength. Luo Chuan. Seeing that Luo Chuan didn't care about him anymore, Mr. Bai cast his eyes to the store. Mr. Bai was very curious about the shops opened by such strong men. After seeing the all-colored glaze in the store, Bai Lao's eyes suddenly felt shocked. But after thinking of Luo Chuan's strength, he was relieved. For this kind of existence, some colored glaze is nothing more than nothing. After thinking about it, Mr. Bai cautiously asked Luo Chuan, "Boss, can I come in and have a look?" Luo Chuan, who was talking to the system in his mind, recovered at this moment and nodded, "The visitor is a guest." And Luo Chuan also wanted to understand at this time. Although he cannot take the initiative to let Mr. Bai advertise his shop, he will naturally advertise to them after he knows the effect of the products in the shop. Chapter 24. Check out our shop rules. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Entering the store, looking at the introduction of cola and spicy bars on the glass shelf, Mr. Bai couldn't help taking a breath. Things with this effect are actually sold, and the price is only 100 spirit crystals. What is the difference between this and free delivery? After looking at Luo Chuan at the door, Mr. Bai suppressed the doubt in his heart. These existences have quirks, and it's not surprising to be able to do such a thing. As for the true and false effects of spicy bars and cola, Mr. Bai never doubted it. The strong have their own arrogance, and Mr. Bai does not believe that Luo Chuan will be boring to the point of deceiving him. "Boss, can I eat a pack of this spicy stick?" Bai Lao asked Luo Chuan, taking a packet of spicy stick from the glass shelf. "Yes." Luo Chuan's voice came. After taking a pack of spicy strips, Mr. Bai took out the 10 lingjing from the space ring and placed it on the counter. Slowly tore open the spicy strips, and a pungent breath came. There was a hint of surprise in Bai Lao's eyes. He had seen a lot of elixir that could increase his strength in a short time, but it was unheard of that just smelling like spicy sticks would make people appetite. Bai Lao swallowed, then took out the spicy strips covered with red oil from the package, and put it in his mouth without much hesitation. This smell. Lao Bai's eyes widened at the entrance of Laoshio. As if a flame was blooming in the mouth, the spiritual power of the whole body was circling rapidly. The realm has also increased at a speed that is visible to the naked eye, but in just a few breaths, it has reached the 9th stage of soul. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the changes in his body's spiritual power. After he returned, Bai Lao opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. 1 minute. The spiritual strength of the 9th grade of the spirits lasted for a full minute. And after the spicy strip effect ended, Bai Lao didn't notice the slightest abnormality in his body. As an offering to the Star Empire, Mr. Bai naturally thought of the army at this time. If these hot strips are used in the army, the price of each pack of spicy 10 spirit crystals is not a big deal to Mr. Bai, but compared to the whole army, it would be a bit scary. However, if only the powerful generals in the army are used, then the overall strength of the army will definitely increase by more than a few. After all, in Tianlan Continent, strength is respected. A strong cultivation base has 1 enemy and 100, and it is not groundless to take the first level of the enemy general in the army. Although I haven't tried coke, Bai Lao believes that the above information will not be false. "Boss, can the spicy bars and cola in the store be supplied to the Star Empire in large quantities?" Elder Bai was very excited. Since he entered the realm of questioning, there have been very few things that could make him so gloomy. However, Luo Chuan's words disappointed Mr. Bai. "Our shop rules, each person can only buy each item once per day. This is the second time Luochuan has said this today. Well. That's a shame. Mr. Bai sighed helplessly, his heart full of regret. But it's relieved to think about it, after all these things Luochuan won't come to much. If they are all supplied to the Star Empire, can this shop be opened? The answer is obvious. In the eyes of Mr. Bai, the weird rules in the Luochuan store could not be more common. Moreover, the owner's shop opened in Joyao City, and the benefits to the Star Empire were of course self-evident. Chapter 25 Talent. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. However, when Luochuan said this sentence, he felt heartache. Although his complexion was indifferent as usual, when he looked closely, Luochuan's eyes seemed to be so uncomfortable. If you cooperate with the Star Empire, how much sales can you get every day? I am afraid that at least tens of thousands of Ling Jing will start. According to the 10% share ratio of a one-star shopkeeper, then there are thousands of spiritual crystals he is divided into every day. Heartache. Uncomfortable. As a man destined to become the world's strongest shopkeeper, the host must stick to your principles and not be swayed by money. At the right time, the system showed up and gave Luochuan a wave of chicken soup. Luochuan, haha. Next, because he had already eaten a pack of spicy strips, Mr. Bai bought another bottle of Coke. However, when paying for the Ling Jing, Bai Lao keenly sensed that Luochuan's mood didn't seem to be very good, so he hurriedly left here with interest. Imperial City. Ji Wuhui looked at the returning old man with curiosity on his face. It is no exaggeration to say that in the previous short period of time, Joyao City has experienced several critical survivals. Old Bai, what happened? Tell me. Old Bai smiled bitterly, and then gave Ji Wuhui all the things that had happened before. After hearing that there was such a hidden power in his imperial capital who had opened a shop in an alley, Ji Wuhui couldn't help crying and laughing. This senior, really? After thinking about it, Ji Wuhui nodded, and then said, well, personality. Your Majesty is right. The predecessor does not have the slightest arrogance of a strong person. However, according to my guess, he has crossed the threshold of asking questions and reached the legendary state of the Venerable. Old White replied. Venerable. Ji Wuhui sighed quietly, with a helpless expression on his face. Although the Sky Star Empire is huge, the strongest person on the bright side is still him, the Heavenly Star Emperor who asks the 9th rank. Of course, the Star Empire has existed for tens of thousands of years, so the background is aside. But since the senior opened the shop in such inaccessible alleys, and there are such complicated rules in the shop, I am afraid I don't want too many people to disturb him. Ji Wuhui frowned and guessed. Lao Bai, the information about that senior opening a shop in Joyao City must be strictly blocked. Mr. Bai nodded and agreed. If Luochuan knew of the decision made by the two, I'm afraid he would have to spout a mouthful of old blood. I spent such a large zhou to let the people in Joyao City know the existence of the shop. It's good for you. In a few words, I decided to block the information about the shop. They are really two talents. That's right. Old Bai suddenly thought of something, and took out a bottle of dark stuff from the space ring. What is this? Ji Wuhui asked curiously. The item sold in the predecessor's shop is called Coke. Mr. Bai explained, according to the introduction, after drinking, you can instantly recover from non-fatal injuries. By the way, the price of Coke is much cheaper, only 10 spirit crystals. What? Ji Wuhui's eyes suddenly felt shocked. The Star Empire is powerful, and Joyao City is adjacent to the Joyao Mountains, so there are naturally countless elixir. But like spicy bars and cola, there are few that can perfectly satisfy a certain curative effect. Didn't Zenenhao's son been assassinated a few days ago? I heard that his hidden wounds have not healed yet. Send this Coke over. Ji Wuhui quickly thought of the best way to use this bottle of Coke. Chapter 26 System Reward. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. It only consumes 10 spirit crystals, and can also draw a wave of Zenenhao in an instant. I have to say that Ji Wuhui's emperor's art is indeed very powerful. But he would never have thought that the first customer in the Luochuan store was Buligay. Mr. Bai nodded and agreed. But looking at Ji Wuhui's eyes hesitated, some hesitant to speak. Old Bai, is there anything else? Ji Wuhui asked with a smile. Lao Bai glanced at Ji Wuhui and said, I tell you, Your Majesty, don't be angry. Ha ha ha. Ji Wuhui suddenly laughed, Old Bai, but it's okay to say that as an emperor, I still have the aura that I should have. Elder Bai, that senior killed young palace master Chu Yunfei of Silver Moon Mansion in Jouyao City. Ji Wuhui. Hiss. After returning to his senses, Ji Wuhui couldn't help taking a breath, feeling a headache. He now also understands why Mr. Bai said that he would be angry when he said it. Isn't that obvious? The young palace lord of Silver Moon Palace died in Jouyao City. Even if it wasn't the hands of the people of their Sky Star Empire, they still couldn't get rid of it. But the person who did it was the terrifying senior, and Ji Wuhui couldn't settle the account with him either. After thinking about it, Ji Wuhui feels that this pot himself is betrayed. Forget it. Ji Wuhui sighed. The young palace master of Yinhua Mansion died in Jouyao City. That old fellow Chu Yongping will certainly not give up, but my Sky Star Empire is not a place to let them go. If they dare to do something here, I don't mind opening up another great defense formation. Your Majesty Xingming. The battle was over, the moat was dispersed, and the sky was clear again. The residents of Jouyao City breathed a sigh of relief, and it seemed that the crisis had passed. Although almost everyone saw the previous majestic battle scene, they did not know that Luo Chuan, one of the protagonists, was in the alley in the east of the city. It's uncomfortable. I had known that I had used a divine soul projection too, how domineering that seemed. On the rocking chair, Luo Chuan felt a little regretful in his heart, thinking about the scene of abuse, coughing, and fighting just now. Luo Chuan was sure that he was not trying to advertise the store. System. Luo Chuan called out in his heart when he was a little boring. Yes, what is the host? The system's response sounded. I repelled the enemies of the shop, don't you give me a lottery or something to reward the system? Luo Chuan asked seriously. The system was silent slightly, and then replied, the reward has been issued, please check the host. Originally, Luo Chuan was ready to be ruthlessly rejected by the system, and almost didn't react after hearing this answer. Sure enough, you still understand me in the system. Luo Chuan couldn't help sighing. The system does not answer and dive again. But Luo Chuan didn't mind either. People, contentment is the most important thing. Yo. Boss, still basking here. Familiar voice. Familiar mantra. Luo Chuan knew who was here without opening his eyes. Opening his glasses, Buligay's figure appeared in Luo Chuan's eyes. Taking a faint look at Buligay, Luo Chuan ignored his meaning. But Buligay didn't care, he hesitated and asked, Boss, did you make the previous movement? A guy who didn't have eyesight wanted to hit my shop, so he killed it. Luo Chuan's faint voice sounded. Chapter 27 Special Draw. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. It's okay to kill it. Buligay only felt speechless for a while, unable to complain. Judging from the intensity of the divine soul projection alone, the opponent is at least a powerhouse who asks the pinnacle. But what is the result? Facing the boss, he was pinched to death like an ant. Bu Ligay looked deeply at Luo Chuan, who was like a salted fish on the rocking chair, and understood the truth that nothing should be confused by appearance. The boss obviously looks very kind, but he doesn't show mercy when he starts. Wandering around in the store, when I came out again, there was already a pack of spicy strips and a bottle of Coke among the singers. Of course, the spirit crystals in the space ring are also less than 100. If it were an ordinary cultivator, the spirit crystal flower technique like Bu Ligay would have gone bankrupt. But Hu Concession Ligay is the son of Zeninhao. People, sometimes they are born to determine whether the future road is full of thorns or smooth sailing. I said, "Boss, when will new products come in the store?" It has always been these two things, and I am a little tired of it. Having said that, Luo Chuan felt speechless for a while, seeing the expression of enjoyment on his face. Are you tired of eating? Why is it so delicious? Thinking of the lottery opportunities mentioned by the system before, Luo Chuan said, "New products will come later." Really? Bu Ligay's eyes widened suddenly and his face was full of surprise. I just asked casually, I didn't expect the boss to actually sell new products. Don't know what the new product will be. How does it taste? In addition, the steps are light when I go. In a blink of an eye, it was night. After entering the store, Luo Chuan took a deep breath and opened the system panel. A light blue light curtain appeared in front of him. Unlike before, a new message appeared under the light curtain, one chance for a special draw. Special draw? Is it different from the previous two draws? I am a little curious, the ordinary lottery is in a special space on the carousel, what will the special lottery be? Luo Chuan opened the mouth and said, "System, start a special lottery draw." Damn it! A voice suddenly rang around, and Luo Chuan was taken aback. When he saw something making a sound, he couldn't help but show a somewhat dumbfounded expression on his face. The transparent glass cover has a round ball inside, plus a red button on the front. Isn't this a gas-hapon machine? System, does this thing work like a gas-hapon machine? Luo Chuan asked blankly. Well, it is really powerless to complain. System, the host is right. Luo Chuan. After secretly despising the aesthetics of the system, Luo Chuan pressed the button. Suddenly, the gas-hapon machine began to jingle-bang operation. After a few breaths, with a click, a water blue ball fell out of the exit. Congratulations to the host for the special product, Jelly Dew. Jelly Dew, brewed from the fountain of life. Function, rejuvenate. Will not die, chase the soul. Price, 100,000 spirit crystals/bottle. Note, the jelly lotion is refreshed every 7 days. After the draw, the gas-hapon machine disappeared. Luo Chuan looked at an exquisite cold jade bottle in his hand and couldn't help but smashed his mouth. This cold jade bottle feels very warm and moist, and there is a strong spiritual energy radiating out, it is no longer ordinary. And what about the jelly lotion inside? Unlike Coke's recovery from injuries, this Qianjielu can actually be restored to life. Vitality, as the name suggests, is the basis for the survival of living things. Chapter 28 Rainy Night. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. The reason why human beings suffer from birth, old age, sickness and death is because the vitality in the body is constantly disappearing. If you can add enough vitality, wanting to live forever will not make an empty talk. In Luo Chuan's view, the following, must die or not, chase the soul, it will not be an empty talk. From this point of view, it is no exaggeration for this Qianjielu to call it life and death. This is the price. Well, thinking about it is enough to make 99% of cultivators stay away. 100,000 spirit crystals are enough to be comparable to most of the wealth of the Guiyuan realm. Brood? Could it be said that this jelly is wine? Looking at the introduction given by the system, Luo Chuan was a little curious. After hesitating slightly, Luo Chuan had a decision in his heart. Good things, our owner is naturally going to be the first to taste it. Besides, there are also benefits for the owner of the system, so you don't have to pay for it, and you don't have to eat for nothing. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chuan slowly opened the cold jade bottle. I don't know when, a cold fragrance has already filled the shop. Smelling the refreshing taste, Luo Chuan seemed to be in the vast jungle for a while. After the fragrance, there is a strong fruity fragrance. Hundreds of kinds of fruit ginseng are mixed together without the slightest feeling of confusion, but they are distinct. In the end, the mellow aroma of wine came over, and just sniffing Luo Chuan felt that the whole person was a little confused. The wine in the bottle is clear and transparent, reflecting a dreamlike light under the light. Although Luo Chuan is not a person who knows wine, he also understands the beauty of this jelly. Pour the wine in the bottle into the cold jade glass that has been prepared a long time ago, and the richer aroma of the wine comes over. Luo Chuan raised his wine glass a little impatiently and took a sip. At the entrance of the liquor, a strong fruity fragrance swept through the body first, and then bursts of cooling sensation. For a while, Luo Chuan only felt that the pores all over his body were opened, and his whole body was extremely brisk. Good wine. Luo Chuan couldn't help sighing when a cup of jelly was exposed. However, it suffered the residents of Jiuyao City. In the entire Jiuyao City, almost everyone could smell the wine coming from the air, but could not find the source. What wine is so fragrant? If you can take a sip, you won't regret it in this life. Almost everyone who loves wine has such thoughts in their hearts. But obviously, they are destined not to have this opportunity in their lives. 100,000 spiritual crystals, I am afraid that only certain wealthy cultivators can get them out. Click. A thunderous sound suddenly appeared. Then came the sound of rain. It's raining. After putting the Qianjialu away, Luo Chuan simply moved a small bench and sat in front of the store to watch the rain outside. The rain poured down, bringing bursts of coolness. Looking at the rain curtain outside the window, the rain fell one after another, splashing bursts of water. For a moment, he actually felt a little unreal. Suddenly a whirled away. Someone has said that a rainy day can most arouse the memory of people's hearts. With Luo Chuan's open-mindedness, Rao couldn't help but feel a little melancholy in his heart at this time. I have been in this world for more than a month. I wonder what Blue Star will look like now. Will any friends feel sad because of their sudden departure? I'm just an orphan, will there be a tombstone? People die like a lamp, and maybe it won't be long before the traces you leave on the Blue Star will be wiped away. Chapter 29 Demon Purple Smoke. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Skyrim. The dark clouds are closed, and the razors cross. Under the majesty of the world, the countless monsters in the Jiuyao Mountains almost all hid in their nests, afraid to make any changes. In the dark clouds of the sky, a black figure flashed away. Wherever he went, the space even cracked. At the same time, in the rear, several figures followed like shadows. Monster Xian, the siege of 5 Wendao can still make you escape, that old man's nearly 100 years of life is in vain. Monster Xian, now the monster clan can't take care of themselves, don't you still expect them to come and support you? Monster Xian, just grab it, and I can leave a whole body for you. The clamor came from behind. The name Yao Xian has a great reputation in the Star Empire and the surrounding area. Legend has it that Shenlong is the first person on the list of shadow kills who never see the end, and even has the title of King of Killers. But she has another identity. People of the Beast Royal family in the Jiuyao Mountains. Most monsters who enter the practice will have inner alchemy in their bodies. For humans, the inner alchemy of the monster beast has many uses. The violent spiritual power in the inner alchemy is not something that humans can refining, and it will only be used to explode and die. Therefore, humans obtain the inner pill of monsters and beasts, which are mostly used to temper their bodies and forge spiritual weapons. The higher the level of the monster beast, the greater the effect of the monster pill in the body. Yao Zian bit her red lips, her pretty face was full of coldness. In an assassination mission a few months ago, she inadvertently exposed the identity of the monster race, which attracted the prying eyes of human experts. Asking the realm of the monster beast has been able to transform, and its inner alchemy is a peerless treasure that can be encountered and cannot be found. A few days ago, Yao Zian finally broke through the threshold of asking Dao Peak and ushered in the thunder robbery of advanced venerable realm. You know, the monster crossing the robbery is more dangerous than human beings. But just as the demon purple smoke crossing the catastrophe was completed, just as it was a moment of weakness, these experts in the questioning realm teamed up to attack him to serious injuries. Regarding the choice of the place to cross the calamity, Yao Zian never told the humans. In other words, there are traitors in the monster race. At this point, the demon Zian's purple eyes were full of anger. Ha! Suddenly, a golden light on the side flashed away. Yao Zian couldn't dodge and was hit directly. His body was hit hard, and a mouthful of purple blood spurted out. The golden light has gone and returned. If you look closely, it turns out to be a golden bowl. Amitba. A monk with a strange-looking appearance swept through the air and took the golden bowl into his arms. His dark red robes were flying in the wind, like solidified blood. I didn't expect that the famous demon monk Wuxiang would also make a move. Yao Zian wiped a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth, and a mocking smile appeared on her beautiful face. The demon pill in the realm of the venerable is rare. An evil smile appeared on Wuxiang's face, and he licked his scarlet lips. The phaseless demon monk has a great reputation on the Tianlan Continent, and his strength is already the second rank of venerable. Facing this venerable person, surrounded by 5 people in the realm of inquiring Tao, Yao Zian took a deep breath, and a decisive expression flashed in his eyes. No. Go back. Feeling the energy fluctuations escaping from Yao Zian's body, Wuxiang's expression changed drastically. Only people in the realm of venerable like him know that when the life of the monster royal family is at stake, at the cost of most of its own vitality, it is enough to explode and attack far beyond the current realm. A demon pill that looked like a purple jade appeared from Yao Zian's mouth, blooming with a dreamy color of destruction. Boom! The space is shattered and the void is turbulent. In an instant, the 5 chasers in the realm of the questioning realm died and disappeared, and their bodies were directly assimilated by the terrifying spiritual power. The phaseless robes shattered, and quickly hid into the golden bowl, into the turbulent flow of the void. At this time, Yao Dan had completely dimmed. After Yao Zian swallowed it, her pretty face instantly turned white, the aura on her body suddenly subsided, and then she went straight down. Yao Zian's long hair was flying in the air, and his heart was full of miserable meaning. Is everything going to end? Chapter 30 Individuals fall from the sky. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Luo Chuan at the entrance of the store looked at the dark clouds above, with a puzzled look in his eyes. In the previous moment, he actually saw a very bright purple brilliance appeared in the dark clouds, which was very beautiful. Luo Chuan did not know what happened in the sky before. Because his range of strength is only 10 kilometers around the small shop. Huh? What is that? Luo Chuan said softly. Because he found that a small black spot was falling rapidly from the sky. The drop point seems to be exactly where he is. As the black spot approached, Luo Chuan was surprised to find out. This seems to be a woman. The woman was dressed in a black robe, her eyes closed, her whole body was covered with wounds. Of course, the most striking thing is the long purple hair. But having said that, why did this woman fall from the sky? What does the purple brilliance in the dark clouds have to do with her? Although there are many doubts in his mind, Luo Chuan naturally will not die. Luo Chuan stepped out and disappeared in front of the store in an instant. Appeared again, already in midair. The rain poured down all around, but Luo Chuan didn't have any water dripping all over him. At this time, the woman fell right in front of Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan reached out and hugged him directly. Immediately, Luo Chuan's complexion changed slightly. From his hand, there was a faint click sound. Although he was not injured, Luo Chuan couldn't help but twitch. Sure enough, even with the invincible buff blessed by the system, it can't be big at any time. Previously, he just stretched out his arms at will, using the strength of the divine soul realm. However, she greatly underestimated the impact of the woman's fall and almost dislocated her arms. The woman's breath was sluggish and her face was extremely pale. Luo Chuan took her into the store without much thought. Putting the woman on the bed carefully, Luo Chuan began to probe the woman's body. I don't know, I was shocked at first glance. The degree of the woman's internal condition is far beyond Luo Chuan's expectations. The 5 internal organs are displaced and internal injuries are fatal. The meridians are blocked, and the spiritual power riots. He lost too much blood, and his bones were broken in at least a dozen places. Even if a cultivator at the realm of Wendao suffers this injury, I am afraid it would have been cold. However, there is a kind of purple energy in the woman's body, constantly repairing and suppressing these injuries. Of course, these injuries are not the most important. Luo Chuan was surprised to discover that the most fundamental reason for a woman's unconsciousness was the lack of vitality in her body. The woman was just wearing an ordinary black dress, and the white skin underneath was exposed because of the damage of the clothes. Slim and beautiful. Lying on the bed, looked pitiful. Even in the Blue Star in the previous life, Huaxia and Bangzi, where makeup and cosmetic surgery are among the 4 great sorceries, such looks are rare in the world. Do not. It is impossible to appear in Blue Star. Like an immortal in the sky, leaving behind the world. This little girl seems to be younger than me. Luo Chuan looked at it. The little girl looks good too. I feel sorry for me, it's a pity. And many more. At this time, Luo Chuan suddenly noticed something wrong. A vision appeared in the dark clouds, and the girl fell from the sky. Could it be that she made the previous movement? Luo Chuan suddenly had a bold guess in his mind. Is it possible that this beautiful girl looks weak, but in fact she is a hidden master? Luo Chuanyue thought the more possible. After thinking about it for a while, Luo Chuan couldn't help but laugh a little. How strong is the girl, can she be better than herself in this shop? Chapter 31 Save a Life. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials +66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. For the rest of the people, the girl's injury is simply powerless. However, as the owner of Origin Mall, these things are naturally easy for Luo Chuan to solve. Taking a bottle of Coke from the glass shelf downstairs, Luo Chuan drank it directly to the girl. It has to be said that the Coke effect provided by the system is nothing to say. Visible to the naked eye, the wounds on the girl's body recovered in just a few breaths, without even leaving the slightest scar. Broken bones were automatically repaired under the traction of muscles, and even made a crisp sound. The girl's frowning brows were already stretched out, thinking it was because the pain on her body had disappeared. But the girl hasn't woke up yet, this is because of her lack of vitality. If it had been a few days ago, Luo Chuan would have been blinded by this situation. But just before, Luo Chuan got the Qiangjianglu. What is the effect of ginger jelly? Isn't it just to replenish life? Luo Chuan couldn't help but wonder if the system had long expected that he would save such a vital young girl tonight, so that he could get the jelly lotion. A cup of fruit juice was exposed, and a storm of vitality appeared on the girl's body. His cheeks also turned red, looking absolutely beautiful. Just as Luo Chuan was about to let the girl drink the second cup of jelly lotion, her eyebrows trembled slightly, and then slowly opened her eyes. A pair of purple eyes appeared in front of Luo Chuan. Purple hair and purple eyes, no matter how you look at it, something is wrong. But who is Luo Chuan? He was a real blue star in his previous life. Luo Chuan used to be a college student and knew something about man Zhan and fan opera. The girl in front of him seemed to be a bit special. Luo Chuan and the girl looked at each other. For a time, each other was speechless. Luo Chuan felt a little tangled in his heart. What should I say? I'm actually a boss. When I was bored watching the rain, I found that you fell from the sky and saved you. No matter how you look at it, it reveals a strong sense of violation, right? Little did she know that at this time, Yao Zian also had stormy waves in her heart. The previous attack she used with the demon pill was with the mind of burning jade and stone, and the vitality of her body was almost exhausted. But now, not only is the injury healed, but even the lost vitality is also made up. Moreover, Yao Zian's eyes fell on the Qianjielu in Luo Chuan's hands, and there was a sense of shock that could not be concealed in his eyes. Such a strong vitality, I am afraid that the fountain of life in their monster beast royal family can't match it. Obviously, he was cured by the mysterious man in front of him. Compared with human beings, the vast majority of monsters are honest, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are happy in enmity. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Yao Zian took a deep breath and said solemnly. After speaking, Yao Zian felt a little confused. Naturally, she wanted to repay Luo Chuan's kindness, but now although her injuries have healed and her vitality is restored, her cultivation is still in a damaged state. I don't know how long it will take to recover to the state of the Venerable, and I don't know. After all, the demon monk Wuxiang will come after him again. And now the Yaozu is overwhelmed by the fact that the ruins were born, and now she can be regarded as helpless. But Luo Chuan didn't care about these. He nodded, it's okay. In fact, you just fell from the sky here, and I will save you. After thinking about it, Luo Chuan went on to say, introduce yourself, I am the owner of this store, Luo Chuan. Just call me Boss Luo. After a little hesitation, Yao Zian said, my name is Yao Zian. It seems that the two of them are not good talkers, and the atmosphere has fallen into an awkward state for a while. Chapter 32 Systematic Stubbornness. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Soon, this silence was broken. Gulyalu. An abnormal noise sounded. Yao Zian's pretty face instantly turned red. Only now did she remember that several days have passed since she was attacked and fleeing after crossing the catastrophe. And during this time, she did not get in. Although cultivators can rely on the spiritual power of heaven and earth to sustain their lives, this is not a long-term solution. And even though Yao Zian said that his injuries had healed now, his mental exhaustion was not so easy to recover. You are hungry? Luo Chuan looked at the shy girl in front of him and asked directly. Yao Zian could only nodded with a blushing face. If he said anything he was not hungry at this time, he would be a little bit hypocritical. With a sigh, Luo Chuan already had a decision in his heart. Wait, I'll make you something to eat. After all, Luo Chuan went to the kitchen of a small shop. In the past, Luo Chuan's eating problems are usually solved by nearby restaurants. Anyway, now there is Buligay to contribute to the turnover every day. Luo Chuan is naturally not a bad person. Of the 10% of the shop owner's share, Luo Chuan asked the system to withdraw 1/10 of it separately as his deposit. Looking at the modern kitchen, Luo Chuan felt helpless for a while. On weekdays, he never cooks by himself, and he does it in restaurants on the street. I didn't expect that now he actually needs to cook too. Luo Chuan even had some doubts whether the system had anticipated such a day, and thoughtfully equipped the room with a kitchen. Forget it, fry a tomato and egg, then cook a bowl of noodles. With a sigh, Luo Chuan made a decision. However, in Tianlan Continent, there is no such plant as tomato. System, change 2 tomatoes, and 2 eggs. Luo Chuan called in his mind. Please note that this system is the strongest shopkeeper system, not a vegetable sales system. The system's righteous voice sounded. I see. Luo Chuan nodded solemnly, hurry up and change the tomatoes and eggs. System. Finally, the system got Luo Chuan the tomatoes and eggs. Of course, I haven't forgotten a piece of dried noodles. After a while, bursts of fragrance appeared in the kitchen. Let's eat. Luo Chuan brought the noodles and tomato scrambled eggs to Yao Ziyan. The food made in Luo Chuan is indeed inferior to those chefs, but in Yao Ziyan's eyes, it is no less than the supreme gourmet. If a person is extremely hungry, even a steamed bun is extremely sweet. This is the eternal truth. Thank you. Yao Ziyan whispered. Gu Jingwu's mood has always caused ripples. It's the easiest way to reach out to a person when she is most helpless. This is the situation in front of her. However, it is clear that Luo Chuan, who was single for 2 generations, did not realize this. Originally, Yao Ziyan still couldn't let go of it, but he couldn't take care of so much of the food, so he quickly ate the tomatoes, eggs and a bowl of noodles. Seeing Yao Ziyan finished eating the food, Luo Chuan stood up and cleaned it all up. The washroom is on the side. Let's rest here tonight. I'm leaving now. After that, he left the room. After all, Luo Chuan rescued Yao Ziyan just recklessly, not for anything. Looking at Luo Chuan's back, Yao Ziyan moaned his lips, but said nothing. Luo Chuan's approach has changed Yao Ziyan's heart full of hatred towards humans a lot. In Yao Ziyan's eyes, Luo Chuan's identity was a peerless master hidden in the city. She is now somewhat clear, there are naturally frantic human cultivators, and humans who are friendly to monsters and beasts also exist. That's right. From Yao Ziyan's perspective, Luo Chuan knew her identity as a monster beast long ago. After all, the feature of purple hair and purple pupil is really easy to recognize. It is precisely because of this that when Yao Ziyan was a killer, he covered his body with black robe. Chapter 33 New items in the store. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. The night is dark. The chaotic rain continued to sound, but there was no sound in the shop. I have to say that after the system has transformed the store, the sound insulation effect is indeed worthy of praise. After returning to his room, Luo Chuan lay down on the bed with a quilt, and fell asleep in a short time. While Yao Ziyan was lying on the bed, thinking about something in her mind constantly. After a long time, I finally fell asleep. The next day, Luo Chuan got up from the bed and yawned. After opening the window, fresh air rushed in after the rain, suddenly refreshed. It's another beautiful day. After a simple wash, Luo Chuan went downstairs and opened the store door. Unlike usual, after seeing the scene outside the door, Luo Chuan couldn't help but stunned. Because outside the store, there are actually 3 women waiting quietly. One of them, Luo Chuan, still had some impressions. It was Wei Qingzhu who had bought goods in his store not long ago. Good morning, boss. Wei Qingzhu said with a smile, these are my friends, Song Qiuying and Lin Wanshuang. Song Qiuying and Lin Wanshuang also said hello to Luo Chuan, and at the same time they secretly looked at him. According to their guess, this mysterious boss is most likely the mysterious powerhouse in Joyao City who caused the terrifying vision yesterday. But now, after seeing Luo Chuan, the two of them almost doubted their eyes. If you are so powerful, why do you look so young? Why does it seem that we are much younger? But doubts go to doubts, these words will not be said. Thank you for the coke the boss sold. Song Chiuying solemnly thanked. If there is no coke, I am afraid that my injury cannot be recovered now. Luo Chuan shook his head and said lightly, don't thank me, I'm just an ordinary boss. Ordinary, boss. Boss, do you believe this? For a moment, the three of Wei Qingzhu glanced at each other, and they all looked at each other's faces with dumbfounding. Boss, when I came last time, there were only 2 things in the store. Is there anything new now? Wei Qingzhu asked curiously. Since the name of the mall, there are only 2 kinds of things for sale, how can it be a little unreasonable? Luo Chuan nodded and turned his body sideways. Of course, there are new products in the store. Come in. The 3 enter the shop. Sure enough, when Song Chiuying and Lin Wanshuang saw the scene in the store, they were unavoidably shocked. What an extravagant Wei Lioli is used as a shelf. But after thinking of the owner of this shop, all this seems to be taken for granted. If there is nothing special about a store opened by such a strong man, it would be strange, right? Come here, this is the spicy bar and coke I bought earlier. Wei Qingzhu took the 2 to a glass shelf in the store, pointed and said. Spicy bar, coke, if the effect of this introduction hadn't been seen with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Lin Wanshuang couldn't help but sigh. If you carry spicy bars and cola with you, it won't be an exaggeration to say one more life. Song Chiuying nodded. She has personally experienced the terrifying effect of coke on injuries, and has a deep understanding. Is this the new product the boss said? At this time, Wei Qingzhu's gaze was attracted by the only white cold jade bottle on the side shelf. Unlike cola and spicy bars, there is only one white cold jade bottle, which looks very special. The 3 women naturally came to the front of the white cold jade bottle and began to browse the introduction below. Chapter 34 Met the Boss. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. I don't know, I was shocked at first glance. 100,000 spirit crystals. Wei Qingzhu's mouth twitched. At this price, I am afraid that even if you sell her, you can't afford it. She just wanted to say, excuse me. Hee, boss, do you think we are like people who can afford it? Song Chiuying looked at Luo Chuan not far away, and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Kinjialu. Fountain of Life. 2 unfamiliar names. Lin Wanshuang was thoughtful, but things that add vitality are unheard of. At this moment, Lin Wanshuang suddenly seemed to have thought of something, her eyes widened suddenly, and she took a breath. Wanshuang, what's the matter? Wei Qingzhu and the 2 asked, seeing Lin Wanshuang's appearance, somewhat puzzled. Lin Wanshuang couldn't help but smile. She already knew that she was limited by her own vision. Think about it, what will happen to those masters who return to Yuan and ask Dao Realm if they are too old to break through? Lin Wanshuang asked. What else? Of course it's the exhaustion of vitality and the death of longevity. Wei Qingzhu rolled his eyes and said casually. Song Chiuying nodded in agreement. Every cultivator knows this question, right? And many more. Exhausted? Replenish life? In that case, doesn't ginger jelly have the effect of prolonging life? At this moment, Wei Qingzhu and the others changed their eyes when they looked at Qiang Jianglu. Where is this jelly due? It is clearly a bright and blind spirit crystal. If those hidden world masters who are coming to life in the near future have heard that this small shop has something that can replenish life, wouldn't they have to come over to break their scalp? Is the price of 100,000 lingjing expensive? It is really expensive. But for those people, no matter how expensive they are, they can take out the spirit crystals. No matter how important the spirit crystals are, is it important to have their lives? For a time, they seem to have seen the turbulence of Joyao City in the future. Boss, your pen is too big. Wei Qingzhu said with a wry smile. Luo Chuan was expressionless. Is this a big deal? Luo Chuan believes that there will be something better than Qianjielu that he will draw in the future. I just don't know what Tianlan Continent will look like at that time. GT, think about it, it's exciting. Duh. There was a sudden sound of footsteps. Wei Qingzhu and the others looked in the direction where the sound came from, and they couldn't help but stunned. I saw a woman walking down the stairs. The woman is not too old, dressed in black, but she can't hide her exquisite figure. The face is beautiful, just like a fairy. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the woman's purple hair and purple eyes. Wei Qingzhu and the others often hunted monsters in the Jiuyao Mountains, and were very familiar with its characteristics. Moreover, the three of them also knew some secrets that ordinary cultivators did not know. Purple hair and purple eyes, isn't it the characteristic of people in the monster royal family? The fighting consciousness cultivated for a long time almost made the three choose to do it. But when I thought that the owner of this store was such a mysterious powerhouse, there seemed to be such a monster royal family in the store, it didn't seem to be something to make a fuss about. But this woman walked down from the second floor, and the second floor seems to be where the boss rests. From this point of view, does this woman still have to think about her identity? Meet the boss. Wei Qingzhu and the three of them looked at each other, then said in unison. Old, madam. Originally Yao Zian was walking down the stairs, but he staggered and almost fell down when he heard this. Luo Chuan's expression remained unchanged, and there seemed to be a little joy in his heart. These three people are really beautiful. But Yao Zian was different, after all, she was a woman. A touch of red clouds appeared on her face instantly, and her earlobes became extremely red. Chapter 35. Today's shop is very deserted. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. However, Yao Zian had traveled so long in Tianlan Continent, and soon calmed down. You misunderstood, I'm just a friend of the boss, and I just spent the night here. Yao Zian said with a smile. Understand, we all understand. Wei Qingzhu said with a smile, and at the same time winked at Luo Chuan. Demon purple smoke. How was your rest last night? Luo Chuan knew that it was time for him to play. Thinking of the scene last night, Yao Zian saw an imperceptible wave in her eyes. Very good, thank you boss for taking in. Yao Zian solemnly thanked him. Luo Chuan nodded lightly. The shop is a bit deserted. Luo Chuan then said to himself. Luo Chuan felt that if he continued to be so salty, let alone a month, he would not be able to complete the systematic task even for 3 months. But having said that, after the old man returned to the imperial palace yesterday, he should have told his time to the heavenly star emperor who saw the dragon and missed the end, right? It's been a day, why didn't anyone from the royal family come over? Wei Qingzhu, Song Qiuying, Lin Wanshuang. Even Yao Zian looked at Luo Chuan suspiciously, not understanding why he suddenly said these words. Boss, what are you talking about? Yao Zian asked with some doubts. The shop is a bit deserted. Luo Chuan said again without expression. At this time, Wei Qingzhu finally felt a little surprised. Only then did she think that if she was boring to wander around that day, she might not find this shop hidden in the alley at all. And these days, the popularity of Origin Mall seems to be as usual, that is, no popularity. Boss, don't worry. We will definitely advertise you after we go out. Wei Qingzhu said, patting his chest. Yes, that's right, the boss, we will definitely bring you more people. Song Qiuying and Lin Wanshuang said with a smile. Luo Chuan nodded without change. System, I didn't tell her to advertise for me, she said it herself. Fortunately, the system did not say anything, it seemed to have acquiesced to Luo Chuan's approach. Boss. Wei Qingzhu raised an eyebrow at Luo Chuan suddenly. Luo Chuan. I know I am handsome, but you don't have to. Seeing that Luo Chuan didn't respond, Wei Qingzhu suddenly became anxious. Cough cough. Wei Qingzhu coughed lightly. Boss, you see that we are all ready to advertise for you. Can this Lingjing offer a slight discount? Luo Chuan looked at Wei Qingzhu blankly, his eyes filled with the meaning of, you are thinking of fart. In the end, Wei Qingzhu still failed to get Luo Chuan discount. But when the three of them left, they all bought a bottle of Coke and a pack of spicy bars, which contributed to Luo Chuan's turnover of 330 Lingjing. As for Qianjielu, they can only look at it. But Yao Ziyan had been standing aside quietly since just now, without saying a word. Since waking up from a coma last night, Yao Ziyan has been speculating about Luo Chuan's identity. Some peerless strong man hidden in Jiuyao City? Or a mysterious master attracted by the ruins? Moreover, Yao Ziyan couldn't perceive the slightest aura of spiritual power from Luo Chuan's body, which she couldn't imagine. If you know that Yao Ziyan is already the first-grade realm of the nobleman, and can make her completely unable to perceive it, then does Luo Chuan's strength mean that it at least surpasses the nobleman? Could it be said that it has reached the legendary saint state? At this point, Yao Ziyan's gaze at Luo Chuan changed. Chapter 36 I still lack a clerk in my store. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. What are your plans? Luo Chuan asked, looking at Yao Ziyan. Planning? Hearing Luo Chuan's words, Yao Ziyan couldn't help thinking. Now that his identity has been exposed, he must not be able to go to the shadow kill list. But there are betrayers in the Yaozu, which is not a good place. And now that the ruins are about to open, the calm of the Jiuyao mountain range will not last long. For a while, Yao Ziyan couldn't think of a place to take him in. Looking at the appearance of Yao Ziyan, Luo Chuan had roughly guessed what she was thinking. Release mission, the man who wants to be the strongest store owner, how can he be a polished commander? Ask the host to recruit a store clerk for Origin Mall. Reward, a chance to draw a lottery. At the right time, the system that had been diving for a long time finally came out and bubbled. Recruiting shop assistants. Looking at the demon Ziyan on the side, Luo Chuan felt a little clear. It seems that the system has already selected a good candidate. Yao Ziyan recovered at this time, shook his head, and sighed softly, I don't know. Luo Chuan pondered slightly, and then said, I still lack a clerk in my store. Would you like to take it? Dip, the test is over. Name, Yao Ziyan. Status, a member of the Monster Royal family, first in the movie kill list. Cultivation, first grade of Venerable. As Luo Chuan set his sights on Yao Ziyan, an information panel that only he could see appeared beside Yao Ziyan. It looks a bit similar to the introduction of characters in domestic online games. People in the Monster Royal family. Luo Chuan seemed to understand something at this time. Doesn't this mean that Yao Ziyan is actually a monster in the form of a monster? However, Luo Chuan was only a little surprised. As a good young Chinese in his previous life, he had never seen any big storms. And there are many historical predecessors as role models, like Su Xian, Ning Kaichen. Kiki, I want to be crooked. Having said that, although I don't know what organization the movie kills list is, it doesn't sound simple. Moreover, this girl's cultivation is quite powerful, and she actually has the strength of a venerable. Luo Chuan glanced at Yao Ziyan with some surprise. System prompt: this person's identity meets the recruitment requirements, and it is recommended that the host be accepted as the boss's wife. Luo Chuan. The system: you have changed. You are not the pure system you used to be. System: haha. Luo Chuan ignored the system, flipped his palm, and a blank sheet of paper appeared out of thin air. It seemed that an invisible pen was writing, and rows of black writing appeared on the white paper. Yao Ziyan's pupils suddenly shrank, and a hint of horror appeared. It was just a piece of white paper, she actually felt the power of rules from above. Luo Chuan handed the white paper to Yao Ziyan, and said, "These are some requirements for becoming a clerk. If you agree, just drop a drop of your blood on it." Yao Ziyan didn't even think about rejecting it, but after receiving the blank paper, he scanned it carefully. Although she didn't know the words Yao Ziyan on the white paper, she could understand the meaning at a glance, which surprised her. The content of the text is not complicated, it is only about the rights and requirements of the store staff of Origin Mall. Yao Ziyan hesitated slightly, then slightly scratched his fingertips. Purple blood flowed from the fingertips. Look carefully, there is even a little bit of star flashes in it. This kind of blood vision can only be possessed by the people with the purest blood in the monster royal family. Luo Chuan watched this scene quietly, his expression indifferent. Chapter 37: The Shock of Yao Ziyan. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site: www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. The blood fell on the white paper, leaving a purple mark. Then the white paper trembled, and the brilliance lingered on it. In the next instant, it turned into a ray of light and plunged into Yao Ziyan's body. Yao Ziyan was taken aback for a moment. She didn't notice anything unusual in her body. The only difference is the feeling of this store. This is a rather strange feeling. Here, Yao Ziyan seems to have a sense of peace of mind. It's like being in childhood, just like being by the elders. The contract was successfully signed. Congratulations to the host for successfully winning the first clerk. The reward has been issued, please check it. Detected that the current person does not match the recommendation. Name: Yao Ziyan. Current position: Clerk of Origin Mall. Recommended position: Mrs. Boss. Do you want to make changes? A series of system prompts sounded in Luo Chuan's mind. System: are you happy now? No. Luo Chuan replied in his mind. The recommended position does not match the current position, please reconfirm the host. Confirm. Luo Chuan rolled his eyes in his heart. Confirmation is successful. Warm reminder: Yao Ziyan's position can be modified at any time. Luo Chuan. Seeing Luo Chuan's complexion constantly changing, Yao Ziyan asked cautiously, "Boss, what's the matter?" Luo Chuan shook his head, "Nothing. Congratulations on becoming a full-time employee of Origin Mall." Yao Ziyan smiled and nodded. She has not known how long she has not felt such joy from the heart. Perhaps, becoming a member of this store is indeed a good thing. Yao Ziyan couldn't help but have such a thought in her heart. That's right. Luo Chuan suddenly thought of something at this moment. Don't you have a wound on your hand? Go get a bottle of Coke and drink it. Coke. Yao Ziyan was a little confused, because she didn't know what Coke was. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce it to you. Luo Chuan pointed to the glass shelf inside and said, "At present, there are 3 kinds of products in the store, namely Coke, Spicy Bar, and Ginger Jelly. You should have seen Qianjielu just now, what you drank last night." Last night, the jelly lotion I drank. Yao Ziyan suddenly remembered that when she woke up last night, she had indeed seen Luo Chuan drank himself a cold jade bottle. Hiss, did he drink 100,000 lingjing yesterday? Rao is the demon, Ziyan is in the realm of the venerable, and can't help feeling distressed. But you don't have to worry. As an employee of the store, those are due benefits and won't let you pay. Luo Chuan continued. The previously signed contract clearly states that when our employees are in danger of life, they can use the products in the store unconditionally. Shop staff can use non-consumable goods in the store for free on weekdays. As for what non-consumable goods are, Luo Chuan doesn't know. After all, there are only 3 products in the store now. This is similar to the benefits of shopkeepers in Luo Chuan, but with some restrictions. Luo Chuan continued, as for spicy bars and cola, you have seen them before, they were bought by Wei Qingzhu and the others. There is no inventory limit for these 2 types. About their introduction, they are available under the shelves. You will see them later. Just look. As for your salary. Luo Chuan thought for a while and said, for the time being, let's have a pack of spicy sticks and Coke every day. Of course, board and lodging are free. Yao Ziyan nodded. In this way, a generation of monster beast royal family successfully became a small clerk in Luo Chuan's store. Later, Yao Ziyan came to the shelf and began to learn more about the product. After a while, she was already dumbfounded looking at the introduction. The price is only 10 spirit crystals, but it can instantly restore all non-fatal injuries to Coke. The price is 100 lingjing, a spicy strip that can increase the strength in a short time and the effect can be superimposed. The most terrifying Qianjielu has been seen before, so let's leave it alone. Yao Ziyan believes that he has been away from Tianlan Continent for countless years, and is well informed. But at this time, she only felt like a bun who had never seen anything. Chapter 38 Jiang Xingjun. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. At this price, look at the effect again. In Yao Ziyan's view, this is completely for nothing. But when she thought that Luo Chuan's identity was actually a peerless master that she could not even see, she was relieved. Master, a little special interest is natural. At this time, Yao Ziyan subconsciously ignored the fact that she was also a super expert. In the shop, with Yao Ziyan as a clerk, Luo Chuan was lying in the sun on the recliner at the door. Life should be so comfortable. Sister, let me tell you, the boss told me yesterday that there will be new products in the store today. On the way, Bu Poetic and Bu Ligu walked side by side, the latter had an excited expression. Bu Shi was really speechless about his younger brother. Are you really fascinated by the things in that shop? But having said that, delicious is really delicious. Looking back on it now, every step of the poetic touch feels engorged. Of course, as a woman, she naturally wouldn't come out of the mansion to stroll around like Bu Ligay, so she didn't come to the store a few days ago. Li Gu, what do you think the boss's new product will be? Bu asked poetically. How do I know? Bu Ligay waved his hand, and said indifferently, I don't feel surprised that a strong man like the boss uses artifacts to make goods. The step was poetic for a moment. It seems, this is indeed the truth. Because of their appearance, Bu Poetry and Bu Ligay walking on the street naturally attracted many people to watch. After all, beauties always attract people's attention no matter when they are. Hey, Poetic, why did you get out of the house today? At this moment, a chuckle suddenly sounded. Following the reputation, a man dressed in a white shirt and holding a folding fan was walking along with a smile. Jiang Xingjun, the son of Zhuo Xiang. Although his status is distinguished, Jiang Xingjun is not like those dudes. Not only is he handsome, but he is also good at his cultivation level. Therefore, most of the girls who are pregnant with spring have an admiration for Jiang Xingjun. Of course, Bu's poetry is not among them. And almost everyone in Jouyao City knew that Jiang Xingjun had always pursued Bu's poetry. But there is no choice but to fall in love, and the water is unintentional. There is a gap in strength, coupled with Bu's poetic identity, Jiang Xingjun can't force it. Casting a glance at Jiang Xingjun, Bu Shi ignored him. For this guy who has been chasing himself and stalking him, Bu Shi is very impatient. I said, Jiang Xingjun, just give up, how can you be worthy of my sister? Go home and wash your face and look in the mirror. Bu Ligay patted Jiang Xingjun on the shoulder with a playful look on his face. Some time ago, because of the hidden injury, Bu Ligay's cultivation base has not broken through. Now he has stepped directly into the realm of good fortune, and Jiang Xingjun has long been unpleasant to his eyes, so what about it? As the two walked away, Jiang Xingjun came back to his senses. He really couldn't believe it, but Step Ligay dared to say such things to her. Could it be that this guy's injury has healed? Jiang Xingjun frowned and thought. After thinking about it, Jiang Xingjun didn't think of a reason. Bu Poetic seldom usually goes out, what happened today? Looking at the back of the two, Jiang Xingjun quickly made a decision. That is, follow up and see what exactly the two of them are going to do. Boss, as you said, there are new products today. The cry of Bu Ligay resounded in his ears, and Luo Chuan opened his eyes. At the entrance, there are two figures of Bu Ligay and Bu Poetry. For Luo Chuan, a mysterious powerhouse, Bu Poetic feels that his attitude cannot be as cold as others. I saw Bu Shi smiled slightly at Luo Chuan, the instant Manhwa, as if the world had lost its color. Chapter 39. You are the monster royal family. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. At this time, Jiang Xingjun, who followed the two of them, also walked into the alley and happened to see this scene. Seeing Bu's poetic smile, Jiang Xingjun was stunned for a moment. Immediately, there was a strong sense of crisis in my heart. Who is that man? The poetic step that has always been polite to others actually smiles at him. Am I dazzled or not awake? A series of doubts appeared in Jiang Xingjun's heart, and his gaze at Luo Chuan became worse. This person is an extremely dangerous opponent. Luo Chuan still had some doubts as to why the man who had just arrived here stared at him with an unkind expression. Jiang Xingjun, what are you doing with us? Bu poetically looked at Jiang Xingjun, frowned, and a sweet voice sounded. That's right. Jiang Xingjun, why do you guys go where we go? Bu Ligay also exclaimed dissatisfied. I have to say that Jiang Xingjun's self-cultivation is indeed good. A bright smile appeared on the handsome face in an instant, and he shook his folding fan and smiled, poetically, where are you? I'm just a little curious, what is it that attracts you in this alley? Now you have seen it too, you can leave. Bu Shi said blankly. The expression on Jiang Xingjun's face suddenly stiffened, but he didn't leave him a bit of poem. But the difference in strength lies here, and it looks like he can't beat it. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xingjun suppressed the anger in his heart, with the same smile on his face. Luo Chuan was a little surprised. Could this be the so-called infatuated person? Jiang Xingjun decisively changed the subject. Tisk tusk, I really didn't expect that there is still a shop in this remote alley, you are really interested. Luo Chuan ignored Jiang Xingjun. Jiang Xingjun only felt a toothache, and he had excellent maintenance. He only felt that he wanted to get angry more than in the previous month. New products have just arrived in the store. Luo Chuan said to the two poets. Sure enough. Boss, you didn't lie to me. A smile appeared on Bu Ligay's face. Having said that, he couldn't help but pulled a step poetically thinking about walking in the store. Sister. I have enough spirit crystals today. I will treat you soon. This is what you said. Of course. The big man said a word, it's hard to follow the horse. Jiang Xingjun looked at Luo Chuan who was lying on the rocking chair again, then looked at the shop not far away. A breeze passed by, and for a while, I felt a little embarrassed. After thinking about it, he also walked over to the shop. Luo Chuan naturally did not stop him, as the boss, the visitors were the guests. Of course, the premise is that you must follow the rules in the store. At this time, Jiang Xingjun still had some doubts. The conversation between Bu Poetic and Bu Ligay was quite loud just now. Why did they disappear as soon as they entered this store? Only until he also entered the shop. Welcome. A pleasant voice sounded. The sound seemed to have some magic power, straight into the heart. In the eyes, there is a woman with purple hair and purple eyes. If it is said that Bu is poetic, then the woman in front of him is a fairy wandering through the earth. Beautiful and luxurious, revealing a sense of innocence. No. Jiang Xingjun suddenly recovered and his expression changed drastically. Purple hair and purple eyes, you are a member of the monster royal family of the Jiuyao mountain range. As the son of the Zhuoxiang, Jiang Xingjun is naturally an extensive book, and his understanding of the Jiuyao mountains is better than that of ordinary cultivators. So, know some extremely rare information. In addition, Yao Ziyan can tell the difference from ordinary people at a glance, so Jiang Xingjun can directly guess her identity. Chapter 40. Why are you not surprised at all? For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Monster Beast Royal Family. Hearing Jiang Xingjun's words, Bu Ligay looked at Yao Ziyan with surprise. Before, the two people just felt that Yao Ziyan's appearance was a bit strange, but now they have reacted after Jiang Xingjun's reminder. The two of them didn't know the news about the monster royal family. But when I heard this name, I connected it with the monster beast. I think it should be a monster that can transform into shape. But when I think of Luo Chuan's identity, isn't it the monster royal family? Is there something strange? Is it normal? Seeing the indifferent expressions of the two people beside him, it was Jiang Xingjun's turn not to calm down. Monster Beast Royal Family. Are you not surprised to appear in Jiuyao City? For a while, Jiang Xingjun was a little doubtful about life. You should know that for ordinary cultivators, encountering monsters is often similar to encountering danger. On both sides, often it can only be life and death scenes. Monster Beast Royal Family, and it has been able to transform. The result can be imagined. After all, the vast majority of cultivators in Jiuyao City live by hunting down monsters in the Jiuyao mountain range. Between the two parties, there has long been an endless relationship. But now, Jiang Xingjun feels that what he once understood seems to deviate from reality. It seems that not all monsters and beasts are as fierce as described in books. Are you a clerk in this store? Bu Shi asked curiously. Yao Ziyan nodded and said with a smile, yes, today is my first day at work. Girl, I want to ask you something. After your monsters are transformed, are you as beautiful as you? Bu Ligay asked in a low voice. Poetic steps. Now Bu Shi has a new understanding of how unreliable her cheap brother is. Even Yao Ziyan was taken aback for a while, thought about it seriously, and then shook his head. The new products are on the shelves there. Then Yao Ziyan pointed to it and said. Listening to the conversation among several people, Jiang Xingjun felt more and more wrong. At this time, his eyes fell on the decoration of the shop. Hiss. Suddenly, Jiang Xingjun took a deep breath. With so many and pure-colored glazes, even if there is no such luxury in the palace, right? Who is this boss? Is it a hidden power? At this moment, Jiang Xingjun suddenly thought of something, and his expression couldn't help but change. Yesterday, the soul projection appeared in Jiuyao City, as if the attack location was nearby. Is it really such a coincidence? Seeing Luo Chuan basking in the sun at the door, Jiang Xingjun swallowed secretly. With a somewhat stiff step, Jiang Xingjun dared not make the slightest movement, and cautiously came to Bu Ligay's side. After seeing Jiang Xingjuan's appearance, Bu Ligay suddenly became confused. I said, young Master Jiang, aren't you usually arrogant? How come you have become this way now? Bu Ligay asked with a sense of amusement. If it were normal, if Bu Ligay dared to say that to him, Jiang Xingjun would have been confused long ago. However, the special circumstances are different now. Bu Ligay, the owner of this shop, is that the mysterious supermaster from yesterday? Taking a peek at Luo Chuan, Jiang Xingjun lowered his voice for fear of being heard by Luo Chuan. As everyone knows, in this shop, besides staying away from the song, his strength is the lowest. This low voice is no different from speaking directly in Luo Chuan's ear. After a great battle yesterday, almost the entire Jouyao city has been circulated about the mysterious powerhouse. Moreover, after the royal family enshrined Mr. Bai after returning, they kept silent about the whole matter, and there was no news from the imperial city. People are curious. It is precisely because of this that things about mysterious masters have spread widely. If you dare to make trouble in the shop, then you are dead. Your Majesty dare not say a word. Bu Ligay said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingjun suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. I was thinking about telling my father the news that there was someone from the monster race in this store. Now it seems that this is a complete death. Fortunately, I just thought about it and didn't make any actual actions. For a while, Jiang Xingjun was satisfied with his habit of acting cautiously. Chapter 41 Understand. I understand. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. The boss once said that he just wants to be an ordinary boss. So, do you understand? Step Ligay made another sentence at the right time. Luo Chuan, who closed his eyes and slumbered at the door, felt a little satisfied after hearing this. It seems that this kid Bu Ligay is very savvy. Just want to be an ordinary boss. Bu Ligay frowned and thought slightly, then his eyes lit up suddenly and he nodded repeatedly. Understood. I understand everything. The demon Xian behind the counter rolled his eyes, secretly listening to the muttering conversation of the two. The human world is really complicated. What's in the store? Jiang Xingjun asked. This is spicy bar, next to it is Coke, and there are introductions about them below. Said Yao Xian on the side. Jiang Xingjun nodded, and then looked at the introduction carefully. Both Bu Ligay looked at Jiang Xingjun with a narrow smile on their faces. As they expected, after watching, Jiang Xingjun's handsome face was full of shock. Sigh, recovering all non-fatal injuries directly and enhancing one's own strength, I am afraid that high-level pills have no such effect, right? Jiang Xingjun said in disbelief. That's natural. Bu Ligay nodded. Don't compare the merchandise in the boss's shop with those garbage pills, they are not worthy. Jiang Xingjun nodded in agreement. That's right. Moreover, the goods in the owner's shop are not only effective, but also tasteless. Even the food in Fengxianla can't match it. Bu Ligay said in a low voice. Really? Jiang Xingjun's eyes lit up. Really? Ignoring the two of them, Bu Shi came to a new shelf, his eyes attracted by the only cold jade bottle on it. Golden jelly dew, brewed from the fountain of life. Rejuvenated. Immortal, chasing the soul. Bu's poetic eyes were full of surprise. He must die, he will chase the soul. If this kind of words appeared in other stores, Bu Poetic would definitely not believe it. But this is the owner's shop, so it is true in all likelihood. Bu poetically looked down and saw the price of Qiangjianglu. Ahem, 100,000 lingjing. Rao is the daughter of Bu Xianai town's Nanhou mansion, and she couldn't help taking a breath when she looked at the price. Can't afford it, excuse me. Sister, is this the new product the boss said? Bu Ligay approached and asked curiously. Jiang Xingjun followed him. Let me see. After reading it, the expressions of the two are not much different from the poetic step. Sister, let's discuss it. I will invalidate the previous treat. Buligay smiled bitterly. 10,000 spirit crystals, even the masters of the divine soul realm can't get them out, right? After Buligay said, he also glanced at Luo Chuan at the door, with deep resentment in his eyes. Jiang Xingjun gave a light cough and said, Ahem, I feel that spicy strips and cola are quite suitable for me, and Qianjielu is not needed. By the way, the shop rules, each person can only buy each item once a day. Yao Xian's nice promotion sounded. There was no change in Bu's poetry and Bu Li's expression, they had already known this. Are the rules in the shop? Jiang Xingjun was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, I see. Then the three of them each took a pack of spicy strips and a bottle of Coke, and paid Ling Jing. After learning to step away from the song, Jiang Xingjun unscrewed the Coke and poured a small bottle of it suddenly. In an instant, a sensation of coldness rushed to the heart. Countless bubbles burst in his mouth, causing Jiang Xingjun's eyes to widen. Chapter 42 The Hidden Effect of Spicy Strips. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Cool. After Buligay drank half a bottle of Coke, he couldn't help but sigh. As for step poetry, it is much reserved. Then the three of them tore open the packaging of spicy strips and enjoyed the delicious food. Looking at their expressions, Yao Xian was a little curious. Are these things really so delicious? The portion of cola and spicy bar is not too much, and it is finished in a short time. Feeling the surge of power in the body slowly calmed down, the three moods were different. I feel that if you eat more spicy strips, you might be able to directly enter the 6th rank of soul and soul. Bu Shi looked at his palm and said in surprise. When Luo Chuan heard this, he couldn't help raising his eyebrows slightly. System, does this spicy article have the function of helping others to break through? Luo Chuan asked in his heart. La Tiao can only make people break through their own realm for a short time. However, after experiencing the strength of a higher realm, it will be relatively easier to break through. The lower the realm, the more obvious the effect. The system returned. The spicy bar is indeed helpful for breakthroughs. Luo Chuan's voice rang in the ears of the three of them, it is a hidden effect. I've decided. I will buy it every day from now on. Jiang Xingjun said with firm eyes. Buligay curled his lips, I've done this a long time ago. By the way, boss, this morning, your majesty actually sent me a bottle of Coke, did you buy it from you? Buligay suddenly thought of something and asked. Coke bought from me? Luo Chuan thought slightly, and then thought of yesterday's old man. Didn't he say that he is the worship of the royal family? Luo Chuan nodded, yes, it was bought by a person named Bai Hong. He also felt a little funny. The emperor that the Star Empire had never met, it was indeed good to borrow flowers to offer Buddha. Seeing what Buligay wanted to ask, Luo Chuan said faintly, no one can break the rules in my shop. The identity of the three of them is here, naturally they are extremely intelligent. From this sentence of Luo Chuan, I guessed that he wanted to come to the royal family to win him, but he was ruthlessly rejected. If it is an ordinary cultivator, the royal family may be flattered, but the existence of the boss may not be appreciated at all. Is this what a big guy does? For a time, a strong desire for strength rose in their hearts. After greeting Luo Chuan, the three left the shop. Yao Xian looked at Luo Chuan, somewhat hesitant to speak. Luo Chuan had already guessed Yao Xian's thoughts, your daily salary now is a pack of spicy sticks and a bottle of Coke. Yao Xian smiled with joy, boss, I see. After that, he took the things from the shelf. From the time the three of them were talking, Yao Zian was already curious about what the smell of these things was that made them so obsessed. Yao Zian didn't know that Luo Chuan had already let her drink a bottle of Coke last night. Unscrew the bottle cap, a icy breath rushed over his face. Yao Zian didn't hesitate much, and drank a big mouthful of Coke. Well. The sensory stimulation she had never experienced before made her eyes widen slightly. Yao Zian almost understood now why the three of them had that expression. It's really because this Coke is so delicious. After drinking the Coke, Yao Zian cast his eyes on the spicy bar at hand. As a monster beast, although it has been transformed, Yao Zian doesn't like spicy taste. But this is a product in the store, so it must be treated specially. Tear open the package, a spicy breath came, and the saliva in the mouth began to secrete frantically. Yao Zian swallowed and took a bite of the spicy strip. The eyes lit up slightly, then another bite, another bite. Huh. It's gone. Looking at the empty packaging bag in his hand, Yao Zian couldn't believe it. I just tasted the taste, why is it gone? Is this too small? How is it? Seeing Yao Zian's dumbfounded look, Luo Chuan's face showed a smile that could not be seen without looking carefully. It's delicious. The effect is also great. Yao Zian said solemnly. At the same time, Luo Chuan's image in her mind became more and more unfathomable. Chapter 43 Instant Noodles that can increase the speed of training. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Time flies quickly, and in a blink of an eye, one day has passed. After the three of Buligay left, no guests came to the store. As for the question of eating, because of Yao Zian's appearance, and because she has no interest in the human world, Luo Chuan brought it back from the hotel outside. The night was getting dark, and the two returned to their respective rooms. System, do I still have a lottery to be useless? Luo Chuan called the system in his mind. The host has completed the clerk recruitment task and won a chance to draw a lottery. The system replied, do you want to start the lottery? Start. For a flash in front of him, Luo Chuan was once again in a strange space. He looked at the invisible lottery roulette in front of him, and gave the instruction to turn in his mind. The lottery roulette spins faster and faster, and everything on it turns into a blurred image. Stop. After a few breaths, Luo Chuan's voice sounded. I don't know what good things will be drawn, won't it be similar to spicy cola again? Seeing the roulette spinning slower and slower, Luo Chuan couldn't help but have such a thought in his mind. Although the effects of the cola and spicy bars produced by the system are nothing to say, Luo Chuan always feels a little weird. Finally, the lottery roulette stopped and the pointer fell on a golden area. Congratulations to the host for pumping instant noodles, the channel for purchasing instant noodles has been opened. With a flash in front of him, Luo Chuan returned to the room. I said the system, do you want to do something? Luo Chuan asked seriously. System, why does the host say this? Luo Chuan took a deep breath and said blankly, Coke, spicy strips, instant noodles, how come I feel a bit like the previous Huaxia canteen? Do you mean, system? The system was silent for a while, and then replied, the lottery roulette is rotated and stopped by the host himself. There is no shady theory. Luo Chuan wanted to say something more, when a flood of information suddenly appeared in his mind. This is the probability of various commodities in the system lottery, please check with the host. Check a woolen thread. Luo Chuan now has a black line on his face. Just by browsing, Luo Chuan knew that there are hundreds of millions of types of goods in the information torrent. And the probability of each product is no longer known how many zeros after the decimal point. As for why these three things were drawn. Is it, really my face is black? Luo Chuan took a deep breath and calmed his mood. Calm. Calm. As the man who will eventually become the strongest shopkeeper, isn't he just selling some cola, spicy noodles, and instant noodles? How difficult is this? Su was aware of the change in Luochuan's mood, and the system sent Luochuan a message in a timely manner. Instant noodles, after eating, increase the training speed 10 times. Duration, 1 hour. Price, 10 lingjing. Since instant noodles are self-service food, the store is now being remodeled. The renovation is complete, and a new hot water machine is added to the store with vital spring water. The cost per use, 100 lingjing. Note, instant noodles are only effective after being soaked in a hot water machine. Luochuan. System, what you think is really comprehensive. Thank the host for the compliment. In the end, Luochuan couldn't stop talking about the system. The next day, early morning. The biological clock awakened Luochuan on time. After he washed, he ran into the monster purple smoke coming out of the room. Good morning, boss. Yao Zian said hello. Luochuan nodded, morning. After thinking about it, Luochuan felt that he should remind him so that the little girl could be mentally prepared. There are new product instant noodles in the store, and some changes have been made. The machine charges 100 lingjing each time. Chapter 44 Zhou Hu. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. After all, Luochuan went out to buy breakfast. Yao Zian looked confused. Has the store changed? Got a new product? Didn't the boss rest in the room all night? When did these things finish? After thinking about it, Yao Zian didn't think of the whole story, and simply stopped thinking about it. She came downstairs and saw the scene as Luochuan said. In a corner of the shop, there was something that had long been made by the weird silver-white metal. Its name is engraved on the metal nameplate above, water heater. Water heater. Yao Zian is a little curious, is it a machine that can automatically boil water? The boss is really amazing, and he can get these weird things. Of course, Yao Zian did not forget the instant noodles Luochuan said. Is this thing? Yao Zian looked at the rows of bowls on the shelves, a little curious. Is the price of 10 lingjing? It's not expensive. Forget it, let's talk about it when the boss comes back. Not long after, Luochuan bought breakfast and ate with Yao Zian. Of course, the two of them came to a pack of spicy food right now. After eating and drinking, Luochuan began his comfortable life again. But something beyond his expectations, today's calm did not last long. Is it here? Didn't you see any shops around? It should be correct. The store Wei Qingzhu said is in an alley, which should be nearby. I found it. Come and see, there is a salted fish boss basking at the door, right here. Seeing 5 cultivators wearing different soft armors bustling towards him, Luochuan had a black line on his face. Salted fish boss. Is this Wei Qingzhu's name for himself? I didn't expect that such a beautiful girl would have such a bad taste. But it seems that Wei Qingzhu didn't lie to him. She should have brought these people over. I have to say one thing here, Wei Qingzhu, Song Qiuying, and Lin Wanshuang have very good looks, so the team formed is quite famous among the cultivators who wander through the Jiuyao Mountains. Of course, these cultivators have another name among the residents of Jiuyao City, mercenary. In addition to hunting monsters to find elixir, they can also complete tasks issued by certain forces. I'm the owner of this shop. Luochuan stood up from the recliner and said lightly. Unlike Buligay's elder brother, these 5 people have a fierce aura, and they have obviously experienced a lot of life and death. Moreover, after Luochuan's previous observation for a short period of time, the headed person should be the bald man in front of him. The bald man was named Zhou Hu, and he had a cultivation base with 9 good luck ranks, and he was considered a master among these mercenaries. Zhou Hu looked at Luo Chuan, but he didn't dare to despise him because he looked young. The reason is because of what Wei Qingzhu said. Don't make any ideas about the things in the store, otherwise even the heavenly star will not be able to keep you. Many mercenaries even dismissed it after hearing this. Who is the Emperor Qianqing? That is the superpower of Q9, how can a small shop owner be able to compare? However, Zhou Hu remembered it in his heart. He knew well that he could only live to the end by acting carefully. Zhou Hu asked, "Boss, I wonder if there are the spicy noodles and cola that Wei Qingzhu said." Luo Chuan replied, "Yes." After that, he closed his eyes again and basked in the sun comfortably. Chapter 45. Buy it all. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Zhou Hu nodded, then greeted the four people behind to enter the shop. I'm not mistaken, this shop is actually all Yoli. I believe what Wei Qingzhu and the others say now. There are so many pure colored glazes, even if there are none in the palace. When they entered the store, they were almost blinded by the contents of the store. Everyone, what do you want to buy? A sweet voice sounded. Zhou Hu and the others looked in the direction of the sound, and they were taken aback. A girl with purple hair and purple eyes stood behind the counter, looking at them with a smile. The young girl does not seem to be too old, and should be about the same as the young boss. Could it be, the boss? Among this group of people, the most powerful was only Zhou Hu of the 9th grade of good fortune. And because of the limitation of vision, it is natural that Yao Xian's identity is not seen at all. Are you the wife of the shop? Zhou Hu asked curiously. The expression on Yao Xian's face was slightly stiff. Although it is the second time that someone has been called the proprietress, Yao Xian has not been too gaff. She shook her head and smiled, "I'm just a clerk." Upon hearing this, the five people all turned their eyes to Luo Chuan at the door. Such a beautiful girl as a clerk, I really don't know what the boss thinks. Zhou Hu still reacted quickly, coughing lightly, and turned the topic around. We are here to buy spicy bars and cola. The two names Leixiao and cola were heard from Wei Qingzhu and the others. Yao Xian nodded, pointed inside and said, "All the things you want are there." "Oh, yes, there are new products of instant noodles in the store. You can also take a look." Instant noodles. When they heard a strange word again, Zhou Hu and the others were at a loss. I didn't know what cola and spicy bar are, but now there is one more. Could it be, what is the name of the special pill? With doubts, the five people came to the shelf and carefully checked the introduction of the following things. After reading it, the five of them all took a breath. The shocked expressions on their faces were even worse than when they saw the colored glaze when they first entered the store. I now know why Wei Qingzhu and the others were able to slaughter that amethyst demon wolf. Zhou Hu muttered in a daze. "Captain, shall we buy it? Spicy 100 ling jing, Coke 10 ling jing, instant noodles are also 10 ling jing, the price is a bit expensive." Fart. This effect, the price is still expensive? How about giving you for nothing? Don't be angry, I mean. The four said with a smile, and finally turned their eyes to Zhou Hu. Because it was Zhou Hu that made the final decision. Zhou Hu looked at the four of them and laughed, "Brothers, do you need to ask? Buy it. The boss is mighty. Huh, the captain is still generous." Hearing the cheers, Zhou Hu couldn't help but a smile appeared on his face. It is precisely because they are not stingy with their brothers that their team can have such cohesion. One person takes 5 bottles of Coke, one person 5 barrels of instant noodles, and one person a pack of spicy noodles. After the 5 people talked in a low voice for a while, Zhou Hu made a decision. As for Qianjielu, they subconsciously ignored it. The price of 100,000 ling jing, even if you sell all 5 of them, you can't afford it. Sorry, our shop rules, each person can only buy each item once a day. The sweet voice of Yao Zian sounded at the right time. Ah! Is there such a rule? Zhou Hu couldn't help being stunned when he heard Yao Zian's words. The expressions of the other four were not much different. Wherever there is a store like this, there is no sound of delivery. Chapter 46 Boss, this is a bundle sale. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Yao Zian nodded, the rules are like this. Okay. Zhou Hu shrugged a little helplessly, then each one has one, it just saves a lot of spirit crystals. Then the 5 people took one each of Coke, spicy strips and instant noodles, came to Yao Zian, and paid for Ling Jing. Huh? What is it now? Zhou Hu suddenly noticed a silver-white machine visiting in the corner, and asked curiously. This thing is called a hot water machine. Yao Zian explained. Having said that, Yao Zian turned to Luochuan for help. She knew a name, and the rest of Luochuan hadn't told it yet. The hot water machine, as the name suggests, is a place where hot water can be stored. Outside the store, Luochuan's faint voice sounded. The combination of hot water and instant noodles can exert the effect of increasing the speed of cultivation. Suspicious expressions appeared on Zhou Hu's 5 faces. Match? How does it match? Luochuan sighed helplessly. Hey, this is the only bad thing about another world. People here don't even know this kind of common sense. Taking a bucket of instant noodles from the shelf, Luochuan skillfully tore open the package, sprinkled the seasoning, and took out the disposable fork. Then took the instant noodles under the hot water machine, and received half a bucket of boiling water with steaming steam. Okay, just wait for 5 minutes. Luochuan said, closing the lid of the instant noodle bucket with a disposable fork. At this time, he felt something wrong. What's wrong with you? Why do you have this expression? Not only Zhou Hu, but also Yao Zian looked incredible. Boss, the water from the hot water machine before. After swallowing, Yao Zian's voice trembled. Oh, that's ordinary vitality spring water. Luochuan replied faintly. Ordinary, vitality spring water. Yao Zian felt like he was about to vomit blood. The Fountain of Vitality is the name of the fountain of the most precious creatures of the monster royal family before it evolved, but the rich aura contained in it is not known how much stronger than most elixir. It rarely appears among cultivators, and every time it appears, it is in major auction houses. Often one bite can sell hundreds of spirit crystals. Do you want hot water? Luochuan looked at the 5 Zhou Hu. I want it. The 5 answered almost without hesitation. Yao Zian looked at Luochuan's eyes and was a bit weak to complain, but he was helpless. No way, who is the boss and the clerk himself? The instant noodles in the hot water machine charge 100 lingjing each time. Luochuan's faint voice continued. Boss, you are a bundle sale. Zhou Hu looked at Luochuan with a serious expression, feeling a little bit dumbfounded. But it seems that the vitality spring water used in this instant noodles is probably more than a bite. A few minutes later, 5 people lined up and squatted at the door of the store, one of them carrying a bowl of instant noodles. Luochuan watched this scene, not knowing why, but always felt a little sense of sight. The 5 Zhou Hu opened the instant noodle cover, and suddenly, water mist rushed over their faces. Not only is there a strong spiritual energy contained in it, but the special fragrance also makes their index fingers move. The 5 people looked at each other and began to enjoy the food from another world. Suddenly, the sound of sucking in the alley was endless. As for Yao Zian, the instant noodles made by Luochuan had been placed in front of her, and they were being sipped to taste. Luochuan did not know how many meals he had solved with instant noodles in his previous life, so for the time being, he didn't want to recall his memories. Chapter 47 I am the first customer in the owner's shop. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. What's this smell? Step Ligay twitched his nose, with a curious expression on his face. By his side, he was still following Jiang Xingjun. Obviously they were still very uncomfortable before, and today the two of them came to Luochuan together like very good friends. Could it be that the boss has bought new products again? Jiang Xingjun's eyes lit up, and he guessed with excitement. It must be. Bu Ligay nodded with certainty. The two of them came to the alley with a little excitement, and they were caught by 5 big men squatting in front of the store. Of course, there is also Luochuan lying on the rocking chair. Brother Bu, look at the things in their hands. Jiang Xingjun pointed to the instant noodle bucket in the hands of Zhou Hu and the others, swallowed and said. At this time, there is a special fragrance in the air, which is very attractive. The boss is true, there are new things that he didn't tell us. Bu Ligay pouted and slandered to himself. Boss, is this a new product? The two came to Luochuan, and Step Ligay asked curiously. Luochuan nodded, that's right. Sister Xian, we buy a bucket of instant noodles alone, and we also want spicy strips and Coke. After the two entered the store, they saw the monster purple smoke eating instant noodles behind the counter and said in unison. Go get it yourself, remember to give me the spirit crystal. Yao Xian said after looking at the two of them. Afterwards, the two came to the shelf with instant noodles. Hiss. Increase the training speed 10 times for 1 hour. The things in the owner's shop have never disappointed me. After seeing the introduction about the instant noodles, Bu Ligay couldn't help taking a breath. If you have this instant noodles every day as an auxiliary training, as long as there is no problem with the talent, it is safe to enter the divine soul realm. Brother Bu, I saw them eating instant noodles before, and it seems they still need hot water. Jiang Xingjun thought of the scene he had seen before and frowned. Hot water. Bu Ligay was also a little confused. Hearing the conversation between the two, Yao Xian pointed to the hot water machine in the corner. The hot water is there, and the cost per use is 100 lingjing. Step away from the song. Jiang Xingjun. It's dark. This is the true thoughts of the two. A few minutes later, Jiang Xingjun and Bu Ligay also squatted in front of the store with instant noodles. Now the resentment in their hearts about hot water has long since disappeared without a trace. A joke, the Vitality Spring water is used as hot water and only sells 100 spirit crystals. What is the difference between this and free delivery? You also found this store after hearing Wei Qingzhu's words. Zhou Hu asked curiously, looking at the two. Of course, this is just a casual question. The luxurious atmosphere of these two young men is not something that mercenaries like them can have, and the clothes on their bodies look quite expensive. Wei Qingzhu. I think it should be a customer in the owner's shop. Bu Ligay thought in his heart. No. I found this store by myself. Bu Ligay shook his head and said, by the way, I am the first customer of this store. Speaking of this, Bu Ligay still has a trace of pride in his heart. So that's it. Zhou Hu nodded somewhat clearly. Brother Bu, how did you find this store? Jiang Xingjun was a little curious. It was an afternoon when the setting sun was like blood. Bu Ligay looked ahead with his eyes, and added enthusiasm to what happened that day. Everyone listened carefully to Bu Li's narration, because they were very curious about Origin Mall. Chapter 48 News from Ancient Ruins. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. After a few minutes, the topic somehow turned to Jiuyao Mountain and Jiuyao City. Hey, the days of mercenaries are getting more and more difficult now. Zhou Hu sighed. The monster beasts in the Jiuyao Mountains don't know why, they are more maddening than before. I don't know how much they used to be only deep in the mountains. The monster beast that appeared can be seen even outside the mountain range. Why? Bulige asked with a frown. How do I know? Zhou Hu smiled bitterly and said helplessly. Jiang Xingjun on the side was thoughtful. I wonder if you have discovered it. Recently, there have been more and more strange cultivators in Jiuyao City, and there were mysterious masters fighting yesterday. Jiang Xingjun suddenly thought that the mysterious master he was talking about was nearby. Jiang Xingjun glanced at Luo Chuan cautiously, and he was relieved to see that the latter did not show anything unusual. Could it be that there is no treasure in the Jiuyao Mountains that was born? Someone said uncertainly. As soon as this remark came out, everyone fell silent. After a few breaths, Zhou Hu broke the silence. Does the birth of any treasure have anything to do with us? When the sky falls, there will be a tall one, don't think so much. Hearing Zhou Hu's nervous words, everyone smiled bitterly. But I have to say that this is really reasonable. After talking for a while, Zhou Hu 5 people, Jiang Xingjun and Bulige greeted Luo Chuan and left. Instant noodles have a 10-fold increase in cultivation speed in 1 hour, but they can't just be wasted. Now, the shop is calm again. Xian, do you know what happened in the Jiuyao Mountains? After a while, Luo Chuan asked the monster Xian, who closed his eyes and practiced behind the counter. Yao Xian slowly opened his eyes, and a purple light flashed away. She nodded. An ancient ruin was born. Ancient ruins? Hearing this strange word, Luo Chuan looked at Yao Xian in confusion. Yao Xian explained, the Jiuyao mountain range is vast and boundless, almost traversing the entire Tianlan Continent. Jiuyao City is just a city slightly closer to the Jiuyao mountain range. In the Jiuyao Mountains, there are countless monsters, as well as endless opportunities and crises. This is the case with the ancient ruins. It is rumored that the ancient relics are the relics or tests left by those sects whose strengths do not know the geometry. Luo Chuan nodded, feeling clear. By the way, are you not the monster royal family? The opening of the ancient ruins should be very important to you, right? Luo Chuan asked. Hearing this, Yao Xian's pretty face suddenly showed a touch of anger. But after seeing Luo Chuan's gaze, his anger dissipated and turned into calm. Yao Xian shook his head and sighed faintly. Under the benefit, monsters and humans are the same. If it weren't for the opening of ancient ruins and the betrayal of those guys, would expose my identity. Luo Chuan was silent slightly, knowing that he seemed to have asked Yao Xian the last thing in his heart. Do you need my help? Luo Chuan thought for a while and asked seriously. This is my own clerk. As the owner of the shop when encountering difficulties, of course I need to help. Well, yes, that's it. Luo Chuan thought in his heart. After hearing what Luo Chuan said, Yao Xian looked at the latter's serious face. She was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Luo Chuan couldn't help being stunned for the Manhwa in an instant. I feel that life is pretty good now. Let her pass those things. Chapter 49 The future direction of the store. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Looking at Yao Xian with a smile on his face, Luo Chuan felt as if he accidentally helped her open her heart knot. Being idle is also idle, Luo Chuan thought for a while and made a decision. I saw him return upstairs, and when he came down, he was holding a small white board in his hand. Boss, what are you going to do? Yao Xian asked curiously. Write down the rules in the store, so you can't say it every time a new customer comes. Luo Chuan replied. It makes sense. Yao Zian nodded, and then turned to the whiteboard from Luo Chuan's hands. "Boss, let me come." Luo Chuan was not welcome, and directly handed it over to Yao Zian. After thinking about it, Luo Chuan said, "Just write 3 rules on it. The items in the store can only be bought once per person per day. No trouble is allowed in the store, and those who make trouble are at their own risk. There are no discounts on items in the store." "Boss, finished." Yao Zian also stopped writing at this moment, and 3 lines of neat black words were written impressively on the small white board. "Hang it up." Luo Chuan nodded. Time passed day by day, and life did not have too many waves due to the changes in Jouyao City. In a blink of an eye, a week has passed. During this period of time, apart from the 2 regular guests, Zhou Hu and Wei Qingzhu, 2 fixed guests, Zhou Hu and Wei Qingzhu, came to visit Luochuan's shop from time to time. Yes, Bu Shi has also become a frequent visitor to the small shop, all of which are due to the effect of instant noodles. 10 times the training speed of instant noodles, although it only lasts an hour, it can be compared to the results of a day of hard work on a normal day. And just today, Luochuan finally completed the task released by the system. The strongest store owner system. Host, Luochuan. Identity, 1-star shop owner. Repair, second order. The current share ratio, 10%. Task completion progress. Coke 100/100, Spicy Bar 100 out of 100. Reward, a chance to draw. Tier 2, but in just 1 week, Luochuan's strength has been upgraded from Tier 1 to Tier 2. If it was known to the repairers on Tianlan Continent, it would cause a great shock. In less than 2 weeks, from an ordinary person to the second-order realm, it can be described as unprecedented. But Luochuan didn't care about this, isn't it the second order? Basic exercise, no 6. System, let's start the lottery. Luo Chuan said in his mind. With a flash in front of him, Luo Chuan once again came to the lottery space. But what is different from the past is that this time the system actually made noise. Because the current host lottery has reached 4 times, please choose the development direction of Origin Mall. Development direction? Luo Chuan was a little curious. Explain it systematically. System, since it is called a mall, it is naturally based on selling goods, which can be subdivided into countless categories, such as training, leisure, dining, entertainment. The choice of the host will directly affect the future development direction of Origin Mall. Luo Chuan nodded. In addition to being clear, he was also a little surprised. It seems that the so-called shopkeeper himself has quite a high gold content. If you listen to the system, in the future, I will develop Origin Mall into a large-scale mall with countless categories. After a little thought, Luo Chuan decided on his choice. System, I choose the direction of training. In Tianlan Continent, everything is respected by the cultivator, and it is understandable to choose the direction of training. The selection is successful. Please start the draw for the host. At the sound of the sound, Luo Chuan found that the lottery roulette had been reduced by a full circle, and the rewards on it naturally did not know how much. Chapter 50 Learn about immersive holographic games. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com. bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Luo Chuan looked at the lottery roulette and gave instructions to rotate. The roulette began to spin quickly. After a few breaths, Luo Chuan gave the order to stop. The lottery roulette stopped slowly, and the pointer fell in a blue area. Congratulations to the host for winning the immersive holographic game, Tower of Trial. In the shop renovation, estimated time, 6 hours. Game. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Luo Chuan almost suspected that he had heard it wrong. Playing games equals training. System, I read few books, don't lie to me. Fortunately, with the previous draws, Luo Chuan was mentally prepared, so he was not too surprised. It seemed that he had guessed Luo Chuan's inner thoughts, and the system promptly said, players play in the Tower of Trial, and the experience they have gained can be fed back to the body. Luo Chuan. The system is awesome. You can become stronger by playing games. Luo Chuan even wants to say that the system is 6 or 6. And now Luo Chuan is full of curiosity about this game called the Tower of Trials. It is late at night, and there are still 6 hours to rebuild, so Luo Chuan can only wait to see it tomorrow. The night time is fleeting. In a blink of an eye, it was the early morning of the next day. After a simple wash, Luo Chuan went downstairs a little excited. At this moment, Yao Zian had just walked out of the room. She looked at Luo Chuan's back downstairs, and there was a look of doubt on Xiao's face. I always feel the boss, I seem to be very excited today. You must know that Luo Chuan's image is an unsmiling male god. Today, it is a little different from the past. After thinking about it unsuccessfully, Yao Zian stopped thinking so much, entered the bathroom on the side and began to wash. On the other side, after Luo Chuan came to the shop on the first floor, he was also slightly shocked by the sight in front of him. In the shop, many empty shelves have disappeared. On the wall of the shop facing the door, there is an extra LCD screen. Earth-shaking changes have taken place on the right side of the shop. To be precise, there are 10 more seats. On the seat, there is also a silver-white helmet. In front of the seat, there is also an LCD screen, which I think is to display the game screen. No matter how you look at it, a small shop can't hold so many things. This is the case with Origin Mall. Not only does it have 10 more seats, it doesn't look crowded at all. If you are seen by those long-standing sects, you will definitely be surprised. Because of this phenomenon, it is the control of the power of space. Perhaps it is more appropriate to call it a space array. Boss, what are these things? Yao Zian walked down from the second floor at this time, saw the changes in the shop at a glance, and asked curiously. Immersive holographic game. Luo Chuan replied. The demon Zian was taken aback. She did not understand. I'll show you it. After Luo Chuan said, he sat on a seat and took the helmet up. As soon as he put the helmet on, Luo Chuan only felt that his consciousness had escaped the shackles of his body and came to an unfamiliar dark space. At the same time, Luo Chuan's body was also solidified. The difference is that there is no spiritual power in the body at all, just an ordinary human body. It is detected that the player has logged in for the first time. Do you want to create an account? A mechanical business sounded like a system business. At the same time, messages also appeared in the dark space that were also displayed in glowing text. There are 2 options below. Yes and no. Chapter 51 Normal Charging Method. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. In Yao Zian's eyes, she saw Luo Chuan's figure appearing on the display screen in front of her. Is this a special spiritual weapon? But why the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy? Yao Zian frowned slightly, thinking. Obviously, no matter how much Yao Zian thought about it, he would never figure out what something came from another world. In the dark space, Luo Chuan chose yes. With a flash of brilliance in front of him, Luo Chuan was already on an endless prairie. A breeze blows across the face, and the air is full of the fragrance of earth and grass. Tower of Trial has been opened, current level, 1. Mode, simple. Repair, none. At the same time, a small translucent panel appeared in the upper right corner of Luo Chuan's site. It looks so similar to the information panel of the system. There are also the character's name, level, and a small experience bar. In the corner of the panel, there is also a small mall icon. Do you start to challenge? Yes. Oh. A howling of a wolf suddenly sounded, causing Luo Chuan's muscles to tighten. In his sight, a huge grey wolf with a body size of more than 3 meters rushed from far and near. Then he jumped out of the grass and rushed towards Luo Chuan. And Luo Chuan started to flee far away when he saw the giant wolf. A joke, now he is just an ordinary person's body, it's strange to be able to beat this wolf. But there is a saying that 2 legs can't run on 4 legs. After a few breaths, the giant wolf threw down Luo Chuan, and he could even smell the stench from the giant wolf's mouth. Luo Chuan died. In the next instant, the entire world resets, the giant wolf disappears, and the corpse disappears. Luo Chuan appeared again in the same place. Very real. Luo Chuan touched his chin and gave such an evaluation. Just now, he really felt the breath of death. Hone your body skills here as an ordinary person, and you don't have to worry about encountering a life or death crisis. Hiss. It feels a little scary to think about it. After all, what is most important to a cultivator? Of course it is his own life. If you can hone your body and willpower in an absolutely safe environment, where are such good places? Of course it is Origin Mall. The mode I challenged just now is just simple, so it seems that there are other modes that fail. System, is there any other mode? Luo Chuan asked. System, yes. The Tower of Trial Challenge mode is divided into 7 types, namely simple, ordinary, difficult, nightmare, hell, and purgatory. Luo Chuan. Your simple mode is stunned as soon as you play, so how terrifying is the mode behind? After thinking about it, Luo Chuan decided not to think about this sad question again. The corner of Luo Chuan's eyes fell onto the mall icon in the corner of the panel, and then clicked. Suddenly, a larger panel appeared before his eyes. Looking at the content on the panel, Luo Chuan's mouth could not help but twitched slightly. There are 2 panels on the panel. They are weapons and cultivation bases. The most important thing is that these are unlocked only by charging money. It's really your style. Luo Chuan couldn't help speaking out the thoughts in his heart. Unexpectedly, the system started to explain. When the player enters the Tower of Trial, he can use many weapons and even experience the power of a higher realm. It is not too much to collect spirit crystals. In the cultivation base, only when the player's improved strength exceeds their current strength, will they receive the spirit crystal. Luo Chuan nodded. After listening to the system's words, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong, but rather agreed. It is true. Where can there be a free lunch in the world, and where is it black to charge the spirit crystal? It's normal. Chapter 52 New Things in the Shop. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. On the other side, Yao Zian watched Luo Chuan on the monitor being killed by a giant wolf and worried. However, seeing Luo Chuan resurrected again in the next instant, he was relieved. Could it be that this thing allows people to experience the scene of fighting with monsters? Yao Zian couldn't help but guess. It can be said that Yao Zian has already guessed it. In the Tower of Trials, Luo Chuan chose to withdraw. A sense of weightlessness came, and he felt his body again. Call. Taking off the helmet, Luo Chuan exhaled deeply. In his eyes, there is still a little confusion. Previously, he was still in the endless grassland, and when he came to the store in the next instant, Luo Chuan felt a little unreal for no reason. Boss, did you see the image that appeared in this thing earlier when you put on this silver-white thing? Yao Zian pointed at the monitor and helmet, and asked curiously. Luo Chuan nodded and explained, this is an immersive holographic helmet, and that is an LCD screen. Yao Zian nodded somewhat clearly, then this is the new product in our store. After thinking about it, Luo Chuan replied, you can say so. After wearing the helmet, you will be in a game called the Tower of Trials, where you can fight, and the experience gained can be fed back to your real body. Yao Zian was taken aback for a moment, then Qiao's face was full of unbelievable expressions. Although he didn't fully understand what Luo Chuan said, Yao Zian Bingxue was smart and naturally extracted the most important information from it. Play games and become stronger. Yao Zian feels a bit ridiculous. When will training become so easy? You can try it. Luo Chuan said slightly, it's free. Free? Yao Zian was a little surprised. As a store clerk these days, Yao Zian has deeply understood that Luo Chuan has taken the rules of the store very important, and he has never made an exception once. If it was because she let Luo Chuan break the rules, Yao Zian would feel sorry for herself. Of course. Luo Chuan nodded. When the employee contract was signed previously, it said that the clerk can use the non-consumable goods in the store for free. Yao Zian suddenly realized that she finally thought of it. Well, how do you use the immersive holographic helmet? Yao Zian was already very interested when she watched Luo Chuan playing games just now, and now she sat on a chair beside her with a little excitement and asked with a helmet. This looks quite like a little girl who just got a toy. Bring the helmet to your head and relax your mind. Following Luo Chuan's instructions, Yao Zian took the helmet up and calmed down. After a few breaths, Yao Zian felt a trance in her mind. Yao Zian was a little surprised. She found that she was now in a completely dark space. Now that you have come to the starting space, you first need to register your account. Luo Chuan's voice suddenly sounded, making Yao Zian secretly relieved. The immersive holographic helmet provided by the system not only allows a person to come to the game world immersively, but also has a sense of what is happening outside. Of course, if you don't want to perceive it, you can also actively block it. Next, under the guidance of Luo Chuan, Yao Zian successfully came to the prairie on the first floor of the Tower of Trial. Chapter 53 The Boss is Too Strong. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Is this an immersive holographic game? There is not much difference from reality. Yao Zian looked at the grassland she was in, her pretty face was full of surprise. Be careful, the attack will come soon. Luo Chuan's reminder sounded at the right time, making Yao Zian come back to his senses. Now, Yao Zian naturally has no cultivation base, just an ordinary person. However, unlike the previous Luo Chuan, Yao Zian held a silver-white dagger in his hand. She took it out of the store. The curved blade reflected the dazzling light under the sunlight. Luo Chuan stared closely at the screen on the monitor. Yao Zian stood on the grassland with a dagger in his hand, as if blending with it, drawing a beautiful picture. Coming. Yao Zian's lips lightly opened, and he murmured. At the same time, a wolf howl sounded. A giant wolf more than 3 meters long appeared and jumped up. Yao Zian's complexion remained unchanged, but his figure seemed to have turned into a phantom. The waist was bent at an angle that was impossible for humans to avoid the attack of the giant wolf. At the same time, the figure stroked across the ground. The dagger in his hand slashed, and there was even a sound of breaking through the air. Yao Zian straightened up, her complexion calm, her long purple hair flying in the wind. Thump. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground sounded. At this time, the body of the giant wolf fell to the ground, and the body separated. Yao Zian unexpectedly not only escaped the attack in the previous short moment, but even gave the giant wolf a fatal blow. At this time, 3 giant wolves appeared around. Yao Zian's complexion remained unchanged, and he clenched the dagger in his hand. Elegance is not lost when attacking and avoiding, like an artistic feast. To be honest, when he saw Yao Zian kill the first giant wolf, Luo Chuan's eyes seemed to twitch slightly. The giant wolf that spiked his own was actually spiked by Yao Zian. Is the gap between people so big? For a while, Luo Chuan felt a deep sense of frustration. Uncomfortable, I was beaten by my own clerk. Boss, it's amazing. Is it a real world inside? Yao Zian had already taken off his helmet at this time, her pretty face was full of excitement. System, can this tower of trial be considered a special world? Luo Chuan also asked skeptically in his mind at this time. The picture in the game is too real. It even makes people wonder, is this just a game? From the perspective of the host's current world level, you can think so. The system replied. Luo Chuan. It seems that the system is now taking the cold route. Luo Chuan looked at the demon Xian on the side and nodded, yes, you can think so. After hearing Luo Chuan's answer, Yao Xian looked at Luo Chuan's gaze, and the mountain stopped. How strong is the boss to create a world? I'm going to buy breakfast, you can see the store. Luo Chuan left the store after saying a word. Yao Xian thought for a while, and entered the Tower of Trial again. What she had previously passed was just a simple pattern on the first level. She wanted to see what the normal mode was like. The simple mode is just an ordinary wolf, what would the ordinary mode be? Because the news that the ruins in the Jiuyao Mountains are about to begin has been reported, in recent days, there have been many strangers in Jiuyao City. So many cultivators are concentrated in Jiuyao City, and most of these cultivators are arrogant people, and conflicts will inevitably erupt. Chapter 54 Lingyun Academy. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Regarding this, the Heavenly Star Emperor Ji Wugue had a headache, but there was no way. Can't use secular laws to restrain these cultivators. If he really did this, I am afraid he would not be the great emperor of heaven. Fortunately, those new powerful sects were restrained, and they didn't make the situation worse. The East Gate of the City. In recent days, more and more cultivators have entered the city. But today is different from usual. Recently, more and more cultivators have come to Jiuyao City, and all the monsters, ghosts, and snakes have gathered together. Isn't it? That's an ancient relic. As long as we pick up the residue that the big forces don't want, we might be able to reach the sky in one step. Huh. Look at the sky, is there something coming? Where is there something? Are you dazzled? Really? You look closer and closer. Suyi discovered something. The cultivators at the city gate looked towards the sky, and bursts of exclamation sounded from their mouths. Following the gazes of these cultivators, a small black spot appeared in the distant sky. In just a few breaths, the black spots quickly became larger, and bursts of air bursts were heard in the air. At this time, the appearance of black spots also appeared in front of a crowd of cultivators. It was a scarlet gold demon bird with a size of hundreds of meters. A terrifying red flame lingered all over his body, and the space was distorted under this terrifying temperature. This is the scarlet golden profound bird, an extremely rare monster beast whose adult strength can reach the question, and it is rumored to have phoenix blood. Then this red golden black bird is so big, is it an adult? Of course not. But it looks like it's not far from adulthood. The scarlet golden profound bird is an extremely rare monster. The entire Tianlan continent has never appeared a few times. The only thing I know is that Lingyun Academy got a scarlet golden profound bird egg from the ancient ruins decades ago. Someone seemed to recognize the demon bird, and their faces couldn't hide their shock. Could it be that this is the scarlet golden profound bird? Wait. Look at that monster's back, it seems that someone is standing on it. Are you kidding? How could someone hold the grass? There really is. At this time, the red golden profound bird had flew close to Jiuyao City, and gusts of wind hung on these people's faces like a knife. They can even clearly perceive the enormous pressure emanating from the red golden blackbird, which makes people feel terrified. The city gate guards all clenched their weapons and stared at the red golden black bird that was approaching, but they didn't dare to make any changes, for fear of angering them. But the most eye-catching is the dozen figures on the back of the scarlet golden profound bird. Most of these people are young girls, all dressed in luxurious clothes and exuding a good breath. The weakest have the strength of the pinnacle of good fortune. If one word is used to describe them, there is only one. Domineering. This group of young people seemed to be headed by the previous two. One of them was a man with an extremely cold face and a strong black suit. The other person was a young woman with a soft face and a long purple dress. And they have the same logo on the right chest of their clothes. A white cloud. This is the logo of Lingyun Academy. Lingyun Academy, as the name suggests, is an institution for training young cultivators. Schools are different from sects. Join a sect, then you will be restricted by the sect in everything you do in the future. However, after you graduate, there is no mandatory relationship between the two parties. Having said that, people are not creatures without emotions. In the case of thinking about the old feelings, almost every student who graduated from the university will provide assistance within its capacity when encountering difficulties in the university. When the institution of higher learning has been standing for hundreds or thousands of years, this kind of background is terrifying. Just like Lingyun Academy, it has a strong reputation throughout the Tianlan Continent. Chapter 55 Store Changes. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. In order to prevent the students in the college from being canaries in the cage, every year, teachers in the college will lead the students to various places for experience. The opening of the ancient ruins of the Jiuyao mountain range is an excellent opportunity for trial. The two teachers leading the tour, the man named Ing Wuji, and the woman named Murong Haitang. The strength of the two of them is extremely good, and they have reached the realm of the 9th level of the question. In addition to taking this trip as a trial for students, Lingyun Academy will certainly not let go of the ancient relics in vain. The group of people leaped from the back of the red golden black bird, and entered Jiuyao City in the awe of the cultivators. Those city gate guards didn't dare to stop them and let them go. This is the power brought by strength. The red golden profound bird let out a crisp cry, spread its wings and jumped up, flying towards the Jiuyao mountain range. For it, the Jiuyao mountain range is the best place to go. I didn't expect that Lingyun Academy would also come. This time the ancient ruins must be a storm. Don't sigh here. Line up. I still want to enter the city soon. After entering Jiuyao City, Lingyun Academy and his party moved into the largest inn in the city, Zuyuexuan. Naturally, these students would not stay in the inn all the time. After hearing Ing Wuji and Murong Haitang talked about it, they left Zuyuexuan in 2s and 3s. When Bu Ligu and Bu Poetry came to the alley, the familiar scene did not appear. Strange, where did the boss go? Why didn't you bask in the sun today? Bu Ligay scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. It's so strange that the boss didn't bask in the sun at the door. Maybe there is a new product in the store. Bu Poetic guessed. Step Ligay nodded, with such a look on his face, it must be like this. Sister, hurry up, let's go and see. When the two entered the Origin Mall, the first thing they saw was the huge changes in the store. The first thing that catches the eye is a black panel facing the door. All the shelves on the right side of the shop have disappeared, replaced by a seat. There is a silver-white helmet on the side of the seat, and a smaller black panel is placed in front of it. The boss and Yao Zian are now sitting on a chair alone, wearing helmets. On the panel in front of them, there were two figures. Yao Zian is killing all kinds of monsters in seconds. The boss is being killed by various monsters. Hey! It's not right. Isn't the boss the best master? Why is there such a big gap between the two? It must be the monster that the boss fought very powerfully. Bu Ligu and Bu Poetry thought in my heart. Is this the new product in the store? Bu Ligay looked curious. New stuff. Even the son of Zhenanho had never seen such a peculiar thing. Could it be that some special magic weapon failed? The boss really has great powers. Bu is poetic and different from Bu Ligay, she sees more. Bu Shi frowned slightly, and looked at the store. How do I feel that the space in the store seems to have grown a lot? Step Ligay heard the words, looked around, nodded. It seems to be the case. After all, Bu Ligay quickly walked out of the store. Just when Bu Shi didn't know what Bu Ligay was going to do, the latter returned to the store. Bu Ligay, what are you doing? Bu asked poetically, a little funny. Of course it is to verify what I just said. Bu Ligay's face was taken for granted. Chapter 56. There is such a game. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site: www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Sister, after what I have just observed, the space in this store is definitely much larger than what you see outside. Bu Ligay said confidently. It looks like this is indeed the case. Bu Shi nodded solemnly. Before, she had a bold guess in her mind, but now it seems that she is inseparable. What? Bu Ligay asked suspiciously. The boss's shop definitely has a space formation. Bu said poetically and confidently. If you have it, you can. How good the boss is this something surprising? Bu Ligay curled his lips with a look of disdain. The poetic step couldn't help being taken aback. It seems that this is indeed the truth. The space formation is quite rare in Tianlan Continent. Only those sects with profound background might have spatial formations handed down from ancient times. But it is not surprising that there is a space formation in the owner's shop. You are here. Luo Chuan had already noticed their arrival when the two first arrived. Now that the helmet is taken off, the picture on the screen disappears. Boss, is this something new in the store? Bu asked poetically. Luo Chuan nodded. Yes, this is an immersive holographic game called the Tower of Trials. The siblings looked at each other, and they all saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Game. Is there such a game in the world? At this time, the demon Xian on the side also took off his helmet, with long purple hair draped behind his back. Boss, this game is so real. It is no different from reality. Yao Xian looked at Luo Chuan with some excitement, and couldn't help but say. Luo Chuan nodded, and then asked, how many floors are you hitting now? Still the first level. Yao Xian smiled embarrassedly, but the simple mode of the first level has passed, now it is the normal mode. Boss, how about you? Yao Xian looked at Luo Chuan curiously. Luo Chuan was a little embarrassed to be stared at by the demon Xian. No way. You must not let your image crumble. Luo Chuan made a decision in his heart. With a soft cough, Luo Chuan looked at the two Bu Shi and changed the subject abruptly. Would you like to try it too? Want. The two nodded quickly in response, having forgotten the problem of Yao Xian. Xian, you tell them the specific method of operation, I will go to the sun first. Luo Chuan said. Good boss. Yao Xian nodded, completely familiar with Luo Chuan's practice of throwing away his hand at the shopkeeper. That's right. Luo Chuan suddenly thought of something, and the pace of leaving was stopped. In this regard, Bu Poetic and Bu Ligay suddenly felt a familiar feeling. You need to pay for a new account. Luo Chuan said in a faint voice, 10 lingjing every hour, each person will play for 3 hours a day. I knew. Bu Ligay's mouth twitched. Bu Poetic is also dumbfounding. However, after all these days, they all understand that Luo Chuan is such a pure boss. Luo Chuan was basking in the sun at the door, feeling very comfortable both physically and mentally. What kills and kills, isn't it good to be in the sun? Not long after, the surprised cries of Buligay and Buligay sounded. Is this an immersive holographic game? It's amazing. Curious and wonderful feeling. I feel like I have come to a whole new world. That's right. This body is not the slightest difference in control from the real body. But without the aura, it's a bit uncomfortable. Next, do what I said. Did you see the options in front of you? Both of you are playing this game for the first time. You must create an account first. Chapter 57 Sad Step Away Song. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Luo Chuan at the door listened to the sound coming from the store, and the corner of his mouth was slightly curved. Life is getting better. Could it be that the boss created a world directly for a game? Standing on the endless prairie, Buligay looked at the surrounding scenery without the slightest difference from reality, and couldn't help thinking in his heart. Bu Poetic thought the same way, with shocked expressions on Xiao's face. Immediately, the first wave of attacks is coming. Yao Xian's voice sounded at the right time, letting the two of them understand that this is just a false world. As the sound fell, howling wolves sounded in their ears. A huge grey wolf appeared from not far away and rushed. Damn! Stepligay was suddenly shocked. Even if I know that this is just a game, it is really too real. Buligay wanted to mobilize his spiritual power subconsciously, but his expression couldn't help but change. In this game, his spiritual power has completely disappeared. In other words, he is just an ordinary person now. Maid, isn't it just a game? Young master, can I still be afraid that you won't make it? There was a touch of anger in Buligay's heart, and instead of retreating, he rushed forward. What? A scream sounded. Step away from the song, die. On the other side, it didn't take long for Bu's poetic mouth to hear an exclamation. She killed the first giant wolf that appeared, and was surrounded and killed by 3 giant wolves that appeared later. The two took off their helmets, and their faces were a little pale. Although it was only a game before, the fear of death was real. How do you feel? Yao Xian asked with a smile. It's no different from reality. Buligay exclaimed, Sister Xian, is this really just a game? Yao Xian nodded, of course, this is what the boss said. Besides, after death in the game, it can be resurrected. What is there to be afraid of? A look of helplessness appeared on Buligay's face. What's to be afraid of? It's easy to say, but it can be overcome, but the fear of death. Bu Shi frowned slightly and began to think, I seem to understand the role of this game. Not only will we not encounter life danger, but it can also make us feel our limits again and break them. For a long time, I thought that as long as the realm is high, the strength is high. But when I lost all my spiritual power in the game just now, I realized that I can only play a 12th in control of my own power. A smile appeared on Yao Xian's face, which she had already understood. Ligay, enter the game, I want to see if I can get through the first floor. A strong war spirit appeared in Bu's poetic eyes. Bu Shi is not only top-notch talent, but also has nothing to say, otherwise it is impossible to become a leader among the younger generation of Jiuyao City. Sister, if you want to play, just play by yourself, don't bring me. Bu Ligay couldn't help but cried after hearing Bu's poetic words. You break directly from the 8 levels of sense spirit to the realm of good fortune. Although the realm is up, the foundation is still much weaker than those practitioners who break through to good fortune step by step. It needs to be polished and polished, but now is a good opportunity. A beautiful smile appeared on his face. But to Buligay's eyes, this smile was no less than the devil's smile. No. In the wailing sound of Buligay, the helmet was forcibly carried up by Bu Poetic. Chapter 58 Students of Lingyun College. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. On the street east of Joyao City, two young girls in luxurious clothes were walking side by side. From the temperament that they exude, you can see the difference from ordinary cultivators at a glance. Of course, these two girls walking on the road naturally attracted the attention of many people, and there were also cultivators who were moved with crooked thoughts. But when they saw the white cloud icon on their clothes, they all wisely chose to give way. The people at Lingyan College can't afford to offend. Sheer, it's a bit uncomfortable for us to come out like this. The teacher said that Joyao City is now mixed with dragons and dragons. Some time ago, there was even a trick to kill the mysterious master who asked the peak of the soul projection. What are you afraid of, Wan Chang? The teacher has said that we can do things at will in Joyao City, as long as nothing happens. The days in the academy can be suffocated, and finally there is a chance to come out to play. We must do well relax for a moment. The chattering of the girls laughed. The two girls were named Gu Yunxi and Jiang Ruochang, and their identities were not simple. Gu Yunxi, the little princess of the Longshu Empire. The strength of the Longshu Empire is more than that of the Sky Star Empire. Jiang Ruochang, the youngest girl in the Jiang family, has 9 elder brothers, and she is like a pearl in her palm. The Jiang family inherited it for thousands of years, and it has a not weak reputation in Tianlan Continent. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Ruochang talked and laughed while walking, and all the things they were interested in on the road were bought and put into the space ring. Those vendors all smiled, and it's rare for such a generous customer. Ha! Sheer, do you think there is a store here? Jiang Ruochang found something, his expression surprised. Gu Yunxi followed Jiang Ruochang's gaze, and a smile appeared on her face. I didn't expect someone to open the shop in such a remote place. Is that the owner of this store? Jiang Ruochang said, pointing to Luo Chuan on the couch at the entrance of the store. I think it should be. Gu Yunxi nodded. Go, Wan Chang, let's go and take a look. After that, he pulled Jiang Ruochang and walked over without any explanation. Hey, slow down, Sheer, what are you anxious about? The sunlight in front of him was blocked, and Luo Chuan slowly opened his eyes. Are you the owner of this store? A soft voice sounded. Two extremely beautiful girls came into view. In their bodies, a luxurious atmosphere naturally exudes. However, it is clear that this has not had a slight impact on Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan nodded. Yes, I am the boss. Origin Mall, the name has never been seen before. Boss, you are so bold, you dare to use the word origin. Jiang Ruochang looked at the plaque and couldn't help but sigh. Boss, you are busy first, let's go to the store and see for ourselves. Gu Yunxi pulled Jiang Ruochang into the shop. Busy? This boss is obviously basking in the sun. Where is he busy? Jiang Ruochang couldn't help but vomit in his heart. At this time, the two had entered the shop. Luo Chuan was stunned. This kind of familiar girl is rare. But if that was the case, he was also happy, and lay on the recliner to bask in the sun. Anyway, there is a monster purple smoke watching in the store, plus the security of the system. What can happen? Wow! After entering the store and seeing the decorations in the store, Jiang Ruochang and Gu Yunxi both widened their eyes and their mouths were round. I now take back my previous opinions about this store. Jiang Ruochang recovered his senses, with a solemn expression on his face. Even our Jiang family would not treat so many colored glazes with such wealth and wealth. Furniture. Gu Yunxi nodded in agreement. Chapter 59. How do you feel pitted? For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Welcome. A pleasant voice sounded like a cry from the sky. After Gu Yunxi and Jiang Ruochang saw the master of the voice, they couldn't help but be stunned. With purple hair and purple eyes, her face is exquisite, with no flaws at all, like the most perfect thing in the world. Even if the two are women, they can't help but feel a sense of care. Only a small number of cultivators knew about the monster beast royal family, and most of them held an indifferent attitude. Moreover, places like Lingyun Academy also have members of the monster race. Obviously, the two did not see Yao Xian's identity. What are you going to buy? Yao Xian saw the cute looks of the two girls, stunned and smiled for a while, and then asked. Huh? Keek, we. Looking at the monster Xian with a smile, Gu Yunxi's face turned red for some reason, and her words became stammered, and she didn't say a complete sentence for a long time. On the side, Jiang Wanshang finally recovered, and asked a little surprised, "Are you a clerk in this store? What does the boss think of making such a beautiful woman a clerk?" Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang turned their eyes to Luo Chuan at the door. Luo Chuan sneezed, with some doubts in his heart. "I already have tier 2 strength, can I still catch a cold? It's really strange." Yao Xian nodded and lightly said, "Yes, I am the clerk in the store." "Huh? What are they doing?" Gu Yunxi noticed the two brothers and sisters Buligay, and asked curiously. Now Buligu and Bu Poetic are fighting the monster beasts with all their strength in the Tower of Trial, without even noticing the world happening outside. Of course, it is also possible that they actively chose to block. This is a newly launched game in the store, you can take a look. Yao Xian explained with a smile. The two nodded, and then followed Yao Xian to the back of Buligay and Bushi. Looking at the picture on the monitor, the two were a little surprised. Could it be that what they are experiencing now will be displayed on this thing? Jiang Wanshang asked, pointing to the monitor. Could it be that this is a special magic weapon? Jiang Wanshang couldn't help guessing in his heart. Ah, danger! An exclamation came from Gu Yunxi's mouth. The Buligay on the display had been bitten by the monster and had already died. In the next instant, the screen flashed, and the figure of Step Ligay reappeared. Seeing the surprised expressions of the two, Yao Xian smiled and explained, "Didn't you say it before? This is just a game. You just die in the game, just resurrect. Sierre, do you want to try it?" Jiang Wanshang on the side asked Gu Yunxi's clothes, eager to try. This is like watching other people playing games in an internet cafe, and always feel that someone else is doing a batch of dishes. If you serve it yourself, it might not be that way. Just like the scene where Step Ligay was killed just now, Jiang Wanshang felt that if it were himself, he would be able to dodge the attack and complete the counter-kill. Gu Yunxi smiled and nodded, "Of course, I am already interested in this so-called game. The registered game account is 100 lingjing per person, 10 lingjing per hour, and each person can play up to 3 hours a day." Seeing that the two had made a decision, the voice of Yao Xian sounded. "Gu Yunxi. Jiang Wanshang. Why is there a feeling of being trapped in their hearts now?" However, both of them are the masters of not bad money, and directly and readily delivered the spirit crystal, and then entered the game under the guidance of Yao Xian. Wow! This game is so real, I feel like I am really on the prairie. That's right. But it's a pity that now the body has no spiritual power. Be careful, I see the games they play, but there will be monsters attacking. Chapter 60 Outrageous Weapon Props. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. What? Not long after, 2 exclamations rang out. No need to look, Yao Xian knew that the two of them were killed by the monster beast in the Tower of Trial. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchang appeared on the grassland again, with a look of fear on their faces. Now in my mind, there is still a scene of a grey wolf attacking with a huge mouth. However, both of them are the beauty of the sky, and a hint of reluctance appeared in their hearts. I don't believe it. I can't kill a little monster. Yes. Come again. Today I must pass the first layer. Next, it's time for torture. Well, it was killed by a giant wolf. Ah. After dying dozens of times, Jiang Wansheng finally couldn't stand it anymore. She took off her helmet and screamed frantically, I can't stand it. 50 times. I died 50 times. Why can't I beat the first layer? Yao Ziyan looked calm. But if you look closely, you can see the unconcealable smile in her eyes. Because Luo Chuan once told her in the morning that as a professional clerk, no matter how funny customers are, they must hold back. Unless you can't help it. At this moment, Jiang Wansheng suddenly noticed Gu Yunxi's screen, and suddenly cried out in surprise. Why can she use spiritual power? And there are weapons. On the screen, Gu Yunxi was holding a 3-foot green front, his body leaping and ecstatic. Around her, there are 3 giant wolves besieged. Although Gu Yunxi looked a little strenuous, she was able to block it. Yao Ziyan coughed softly and said with a smile, have you noticed, there is a mall icon in the corner of the information panel in the upper right corner of the game interface. What? Jiang Wanchang was taken aback. She saw the information panel, but she hadn't noticed the icon of the mall before. She had only noticed the collision with the giant wolf. Seeing Jiang Wanchang's expression, Yao Ziyan's heart was already clear. She said, if you can directly pass through the first layer with the body of an ordinary person, even a simple mode is enough to ask questions. Jiang Wanchang smiled awkwardly, huh. Ha ha ha, it turned out to be like this. She had overlooked one thing, if Yao Ziyan was an ordinary clerk, how could she know such information? Asking Dao Realm, in those deep-rooted sects, it is enough to be the peak combat power. Putting on the helmet again to enter the game, Jiang Wanshang immediately opened the mall icon that Yao Ziyan said. Sure enough, a brand new interface appeared in front of her. They are weapons and cultivation bases. From ordinary people to Wen Dao, each realm is divided into 9 ranks. Jiang Wanshang even had some doubts, could he really have the ability to ask questions in the game? The division of weapons is interesting. As we all know, the weapons used by practitioners in Tianlan Continent are called spirit weapons. Like the cultivation realm, there is a hierarchy, divided into heaven, earth, mysterious and yellow. The higher the level, the greater its power. Of course, the premise is to be able to control it. Above these 4 levels, there are holy soldiers, emperor soldiers, and legendary fairy weapons. Of course, on the front panel, the highest rank is only the holy soldier. In addition to these, Jiang Wanshang was a little confused about the rest. What is Gatlin? Why does the description say the attack power of a mysterious weapon? Doesn't even consume aura to use? There is also the Star Destroyer. Listening to this name, can it be that even the stars can be shot down? The rank division is also outrageous, and it is actually the same rank as the Saint Soldier. Chapter 61 Crazy Step Away Song. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. After thinking about it, Jiang Wanshang chose a profound sword and raised his cultivation base to the level of the 5th rank of body forging. If he had to use more power to deal with these grey wolves whose wisdom had not yet been activated, Jiang Wanshang felt that he had spent these years in Lingyan College in vain. To deal with these giant wolves that have not even turned on their spiritual wisdom, just forging the 5th rank is enough. Moreover, each level of the Tower of Trial has restrictions. In the simple mode of the first level, the highest level of cultivation can only be used at the peak realm of forging. Of course, this is only one reason. There is another reason, because the things in the mall are too expensive. A yellow level weapon, a spiritual crystal, a mysterious 10 spiritual crystal, an earth level 100 spiritual crystal. Every additional level is a tenfold increase. Although Jiang Wanshang is rich, it does not mean that she has the methods of those upstarts. If you spend so many spirit crystals for an unknown game, what is the difference from a fool if you really do this? As for the division of realm, as long as it is lower than the original strength level, it is free. However, Jiang Wanshang's strength was already the third rank of soul. After choosing the option to start, Jiang Wanshang clenched the long sword in his hand. Oh! The familiar wolf howl sounded, making her body tense instantly. Coming! Jiang Wanshang took a deep breath, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. In the next instant, the giant wolf appeared and rushed forward. Jiang Wanshang's eyes condensed, and his body moved to the side. The left arm is supporting his body on the ground, the right arm is driven by the waist, and the sword is raised. The blade swept across a cold light, sweeping across the belly of the giant wolf. Jiang Wanshang could even clearly feel the resistance from the long sword. That is the feeling that the blade is submerged in flesh and blood. The giant wolf let out a whine and fell to the ground. However, Jiang Wanshang did not dare to relax at all, because she knew that this was just the first wave of attacks. In the next instant, 3 giant wolves appeared in Jiang Wanshang's sight. Success! Jiang Wanshang has been killed dozens of times in this scene, and he was already full of anger at this time, and he went straight to face him. The figure flashes like a phantom in the attack of a giant wolf, like an elf. The long sword in his hand swept mercilessly over and over again, leaving many hideous wounds on their bodies. After a dozen breaths, with a muffled sound, the body of the last giant wolf also fell to the ground. Jiang Wanshang took a few breaths, and a smile appeared on his reddish cheek. The simple mode of the first level of the Tower of Trial has been passed. Do you challenge the normal mode? Immediately, a message appeared in front of Jiang Wanshang. Jiang Wanshang would naturally not refuse, and now her heart was full of excitement. She nodded, challenge. The game time of the day has reached the upper limit. The game is forced to end. Buligay was covered in wounds, and in front of him, a giant wolf was staring at him. Around, there are 4 corpses of giant wolves. However, the physical condition of the giant wolf was not much better, his body was covered with injuries, and a leg was broken. Ha! Die for me! Buligay roared and rushed forward with a crazy look in his eyes. He has no idea how many times he has died here, and finally there is only the last enemy left. Now that there is finally a chance to clear the customs, we must grasp it. Bu Li Song, in a state of full concentration, did not notice the prompt sound at all. Just as he was about to kill the giant wolf in front of him, his eyes flashed and he immediately returned to the starting space. Buligay looked at the surrounding environment dumbfounded, his face changed, and finally turned into a deep anger. A cry of sad listeners and tears sounded from his mouth. Ah! Only one. I almost passed the first floor. Chapter 62 Learn about games that can improve cultivation. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66. To find your way home. Buligay took off his helmet, his face full of anger. He was going to ask his boss for an explanation. At this time, Buligay noticed the demon Xian's gaze behind the counter. He took a deep breath and understood something. The anger on his face gradually disappeared and calm was restored. Ask for an explanation. Are these 2 big guys in the shop such reasonable people? I can't beat and beat, and I can only sustain my life by swallowing my breath. Buligay wisely stepped on the break on the cliff where he died. Sister Xian, why did my game shut down automatically? Buligay asked suspiciously. Huh? Why did you quit by yourself? At this time, Bushi on the side also made a suspicious cry. She took off her helmet and looked at Yao Zian in confusion. Well, this is the same reason that the computer was suddenly shut down at a critical moment when the game was playing a team. There are rules for guests to play the Tower of Trial. Yao Zian pointed to the small white board hanging on the wall and said. Originally, there were only 3 rules written by Luo Chuan. Just now Yao Zian added the requirements for the Tower of Trial game that Luo Chuan said. Registered account by Ling Jing, playing Shi Ling Jing every hour, each person can play up to 3 hours a day. Is there such a rule? Bu Ligay couldn't smile. When Luo Chuan said just now, he didn't listen to it. Only now is he remembered. Yao Zian also sighed helplessly. She knew that today should not be possible. The rules in the owner's shop have never been broken. Huh? At this moment, Yao Zian seemed to feel something, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on Xiao's face. Sister. What's the matter? Bu Ligay asked in a puzzled manner. Yao Zian replied, you feel the spiritual power in your body. Step Ligay nodded, closed his eyes and felt it. In the next instant, his eyes widened, and an unbelievable exclamation sounded, how is it possible? My spiritual power has actually increased a lot, which is enough to compare with the practice of a day. Bu nodded poetically, because she did the same. Hearing this, Yao Zian couldn't help showing a slightly surprised look on his face. Could it be said that the game in the boss shop can also enhance the cultivation base? The 3 of them cast their eyes on Luo Chuan at the store door. As if sensing the sight of the 3 of them, Luo Chuan's faint voice sounded, the Tower of Trial is more than just a game. A short sentence made the 3 people fall into contemplation. More than just a game. In other words, the experience and cultivation level gained in the game can also be fed back into reality. At this moment of thought, light appeared in their eyes. Boss, so to speak, if you get experience in the game, you can also feed back to yourself? Yao Zian asked. Yes. Hearing Luo Chuan's affirmative reply, their breathing became rapid. The game that can improve cultivation is probably the only one in the entire Tianlan Continent. By the way, the effect of instant noodles to increase the speed of cultivation is also applicable to the Tower of Trial. Luo Chuan's voice continued. Wait. Bu Ligay calculated carefully, instant noodles increase the training speed 10 times in 1 hour, and 3 hours of playing the Tower of Trial is equal to 1 day of training. In other words, the cultivation speed in the Tower of Trial is 8 times faster than in reality. 8 times 10 is equal to 80 times. Snapped. Immediately step away from the song's head was slapped poetically. Chapter 63 Shop Rules. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Sister, why are you hitting me? Bu Ligay cried out with some dissatisfaction, holding his head. Bu poetically raised her forehead and sighed, she felt that her brother seemed to be hopeless. 8 times 10 times. Why do you think so well? That's adding, not multiplying. Bu surely gave a white look at Ligay, and said angrily. The demon Zian on the side could not help covering her mouth and chuckled. She found that the 2 siblings were really interesting. But although it's only an hour, the cultivation speed of 18 times is quite terrifying. Bu Shi took a deep breath and continued. Yao Zian and Bu Ligay nodded in agreement. Buy 2 more buckets of instant noodles. Immediately, Bu Shi made a decision. The things in the owner's shop are really expensive. After paying the Ling Jing, Step Ligay looked at his space ring, feeling a headache. Today this day, he spent a total of 460 spirit crystals. Even if he was the son of Jinan Ho with rich wealth, Ling Jing couldn't help this kind of tricks. Well, I won't buy cola and spicy bars today. A few minutes later, the instant noodles were successfully baked. Bulige ate instant noodles, and the thoughts in his mind had long been thrown out of the sky. What is expensive, practical and delicious is the last word. This instant noodle is so delicious. After eating the instant noodles, the two brothers and sisters greeted Luo Chuan and Yao Ziyan, and then left the shop. Gu Yinshi and Jiang Wanshang, who were immersed in the game, did not notice what was happening in the store. However, it is clear that this immersive game state of the two will not last long. Not long after, two angry shouts rang. "Ah! Almost! Almost I passed the first normal mode. What's the matter? Why did I suddenly withdraw from the game?" What Yao Ziyan saw were two angry faces. The shop rules, everyone can only play for 3 hours a day. Luo Chuan felt that he would get rusty when he lay down. He just stood up and heard the sound in the store. So walked into the store and explained to the two. "There are such rules." Gu Yinshi and Jiang Wanshang were taken aback. Luo Chuan nodded. "Boss, isn't it just a 1 hour 10 ling jing? I will double, no. 10 times the price. Let me play for a while." Gu Yinshi said pitifully. "Yes, boss, rules are dead, people are alive, let us play a little longer." Jiang Wanshang nodded in agreement. Yao Ziyan had already guessed the result, because the boss's rules would not be broken. Without exception. In Luo Chuan's view, the appearance of the two is completely two internet-addicted girls who are addicted to games. In order to save the lost girl, Luo Chuan naturally cannot break the rules. He shook his head, and the words made the two girls' faces appear thickly dissatisfied. "No." Pointing to the small white board on the wall behind them, he said, "There are other rules." The two looked in the direction Luo Chuan pointed and saw a small white board full of handwriting. "These are the rules in the store." "Boss, there are so many rules in your shop." After a moment of silence, Gu Yinshi said somewhat dumbfounded. "Anyway, I have to stay in Jouyao City for a while. It's the same if I come back tomorrow." Seeing that Luo Chuan didn't have the slightest intention of letting go, Jiang Wanshang could only choose to compromise. "But having said that, the charge in your shop, boss, is too expensive." Gu Yinshi couldn't help but sigh when thinking of something. In just a few hours, she spent more than 100 spirit crystals. And this is just because of a game. Chapter 64 Mysterious Shop, Mysterious Owner. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Luo Chuan shook his head, his expression unchanged. "Everything in this store is worth the money. You can feel your own cultivation. Repair base. Is it possible that playing a game can improve cultivation level? There is no such thing as a joke." This was the first thought that came to Gu Yinshi and Jiang Wanshang. However, seeing Luo Chuan's serious expression didn't seem to be joking, so he felt his own cultivation. In the next moment, there were two exclamations. "How is this possible? Is this fake?" In their perception, the cultivation base has actually increased, enough to compare with the results of their daily practice. "Boss, it is incredible that the games in your store can increase the cultivation base." Little stars have appeared in Gu Yinshi's eyes. Jiang Wanshang next to him also looked at Luo Chuan with surprise and disbelief. Mysterious shops, mysterious clerk, and even more mysterious bosses. "There are other products in the store, would you like to take a look?" The demon Ziyan on the side said in due course. "Of course," the two replied. Luo Chuan thought for a while, walked aside and entered the Tower of Trial. He didn't believe that he would not even be able to pass the first layer of the simple model. You know that in the previous life, Luo Chuan was a master of the king level in the game. A small immersive holographic game, can it still be difficult for him? Following Yao Ziyan, Gu Yinshi and Jiang Wanshang came to the front of the merchandise shelf. These are the products. The introduction about them is below. You can take a look first. Yao Ziyan smiled. The two nodded, and then looked at it carefully. They feel that since this store has such a magical game, the goods they sell will definitely not be ordinary goods. The potion in the black bottle, the unknown stuff in the transparent package, and the paper bucket like a bowl. What are these things? It's almost unheard of. Oh, yes, there is also a cold jade bottle over there, and finally there is a normal one. Jiang Wanchang muttered to himself in a low voice. Gu Yinshi waved her hand and said, Wanchang, come here, this thing was originally called instant noodles. Instant noodles? Is it any special noodles? Jiang Wanchang came to be interested and hurriedly came to Gu Yinshi's side. The two looked at the introduction carefully. After eating, increase the training speed 10 times for 1 hour. Gu Yinshi and Jiang Wanchang looked at each other, and both saw the suspicious look in each other's eyes. The cultivator is also a human being. It is impossible to practice 24 hours a day, and there will be time to eat, sleep, and rest. Doesn't this mean that after eating instant noodles, 1 hour of practice is almost equal to the time of a day for others to practice? To be honest, they didn't believe it. The demon Ziyan on the side was naturally aware of the thoughts in the two of them, and smiled. If you don't believe it, you can give it a try. Try it. Gu Yinshi said immediately. Anyway, the price of instant noodles is no more than 10 spirit crystals, which is nothing to them. After the two of them took a bucket of instant noodles, Yao Ziyan pointed to the hot water dispenser in the corner and said, the instant noodles must be soaked in hot water there to be effective. There is such a requirement. Gu Yinshi and Jiang Wanchang were taken aback. However, if you use the hot water here, you can use it. Anyway, it is not a troublesome thing, but it saves a lot of things. The use of the hot water machine costs Bailing Jing each time. Just as the two wanted to study what this thing called a hot water machine was, the voice of Yao Ziyan sounded, causing the movements of their hands to stop. Gu Yinshi and Jiang Wanchang looked back, just in time to see the beautiful smiles of Yao Ziyan. But in the eyes of the two, it was no less than the devil's smile. Chapter 65 Surprising Shop. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. I said your store is too dark, too. 100 spirit crystals for a hot water. Gu Yinshi said kindly and funny. She feels that this store is taking them as a fool. Yao Ziyan was already familiar with this phenomenon, and didn't even mean to arise at all. She chuckled softly, after you have used the hot water, you will know that this lark crystal is worthless. If it feels worthless at that time, you won't take a cent. Yao Ziyan had already said this, and the two of them couldn't refuse any more. Jiang Wanchang nodded, this is pretty much the same. Then, the two turned on the hot water machine under Yao Ziyan's teaching. Watching the gurgling hot water flowing out of it, there was also a curl of steam in the air. However, neither of the two girls had their eyes on this, they were staring at the hot water flowing out. Vitality spring water. This is actually vitality spring water. Finally, the two screamed out. Of course. Yao Ziyan nodded naturally, I've said it before, it's worth the money. Gu Yinshi and Jiang Wanchang looked at each other, and both saw the corners of each other's eyes twitching slightly. Is this value for money? It is clearly value for money. And I still don't know how many times it is over. The vitality spring water is quite a rare thing. Every time it appears in auctions, it is expensive. Even with the identity of two people, it is impossible to use the vitality spring water in such a luxury. How are you feeling now? Yao Ziyan asked with a smile, is the price of 100 spirit crystals reasonable? The two nodded repeatedly. More than just reasonable, now it seems that Bai Ling Jing can have so many vitality springs, it is completely free. Now hot water has been added, just wait 5 minutes. Yao Zian said. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang put down the instant noodles and came to the shelf. The instant noodles in this store have such a terrifying effect, the rest of the products are not much worse, right? The two carefully looked at the introduction of the product. Soon, the sound of inhaling air conditioning sounded. Instantly recovering from injuries and improving realm, there is still something to add vitality. The faces of Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchang were shocked. These things, if you take them out at will, they can all enter the auction house. But here, the cheapest thing is only to sell 10 spirit crystals. As for things that can be restored to life, the two are even more unheard of. They found that this store brought them more and more surprises. Hey, it's a pity, there are rules in the store that you can only buy each item once a day. Thinking of something, a look of regret appeared on Jiang Wanchang's face. As Miss Jiang's family, Jiang Wanshang can be said to be a little rich man, carrying at least tens of thousands of spirit crystals with him. If there are no rules in the store, she even wants to replace all of them with store products. Unfortunately, the owner of the shop is a rigid guy. Gu Yunxi on the side had almost the same thought in her mind. The two of them turned their eyes to Luo Chuan, who was immersed in the Tower of Trial, with resentment in their eyes. In the Tower of Trial, Luo Chuan, who had already shielded the outside world, shuddered involuntarily, which made him very confused. However, he immediately left it behind and returned his attention to the monster in front. I want to buy a pack of spicy strips and a bottle of Coke. Gu Yunxi said. Me too. Jiang Wanshang continued. At the same time, the two reluctantly looked at Qiang Jianglu's position. The price of 100,000 Ling Jing is indeed very expensive, and they can't afford it now with their financial resources. But there are not enough spirit crystals to borrow, those students must have a lot of spirit crystals. Yao Zian nodded, and then the two happily paid Ling Jing. Chapter 66 The Hidden Dangers of Ing Wuji Gongfa. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. However, after buying spicy bars and Coke, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang did not eat them directly. One is because the two did not know the taste of cola and spicy bars. Second, in their view, these things are life-saving things at critical moments, how can they be eaten so easily? A few minutes have passed, and next is the time to eat instant noodles. The two opened the lid, and suddenly, a strong aroma of wheat mixed with a strong spiritual energy hit their faces. Just smelling the smell makes the index finger move. And the two have never eaten this kind of food that only needs hot water to boil, and their hearts are full of novelty. Holding the disposable fork in their hands, the two hadn't adapted to this peculiar tableware for a while. But soon, with the first mouthful of instant noodles, everything was left behind. For a time, only the sound of sucking sounded. Soon, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchang wiped out all the instant noodles, not even the noodle soup. How can there be a waste of the noodle soup made from vital spring water? At this time, they only felt that their bodies were extremely transparent, and their perception of heaven and earth aura was at least several times more sensitive than usual. This is exactly the key to improving the speed of cultivation. After saying hello, the two hurriedly left here. 10 times the training speed of an hour can't be wasted. Yunxi, Wanchang, what happened to you in such a hurry to come back? In Zui Yuexian, Morong Haitang asked with some doubt, seeing the eager expressions of Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchang. Teacher, we're all right, let's go back to the room to practice. Teacher, you are busy, don't worry about us. The two voices sounded indiscriminately, leaving Morong Haitang with two chic backs. Morong Haitang. Morong Haitang was full of doubts. She couldn't be more clear about her students. After hearing that they were coming to Joyao City, all of them were very excited. I am tired of the boring life in the university. But now it seems that the reality is somewhat different. Although Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wansheng said they were noble, they still worked so hard. I didn't expect that Yunxi and Wancheng like to practice so much, and they must talk about the other little guys in a while. Murong Haitang shook his head and smiled. Ing Wuji nodded blankly. Murong Haitang didn't look angry at all with Ing Wuji's attitude, he was obviously used to it. In Lingyan College, Ing Wuji's personality is known to be indifferent. However, few people know the reasons for his personality. All the reasons are the practice of Ing Wuji's own practice. This practice requires the vitality of the body to be consumed. When Ing Wuji discovered the problem with the exercise method, it was too late to abandon the exercise method. Because if you abandon the exercises, then it is equivalent to abolishing your own cultivation base. Naturally, Ing Wuji couldn't accept such a huge price. Therefore, one can only practice the exercises forever. As the cultivation base increases, the vitality contained in the body will increase accordingly. Therefore, Ing Wuji almost turned into a martial idiot, and all his body and mind were devoted to cultivation. There is nothing wrong with being indifferent to the outside world. Don't worry, according to the Academy's news, the ancient ruins opened this time may have something that can add vitality. After a little hesitation, Murong Haitang still spoke. Ing Wuji has no expression on his face, without any excitement or anxiety. He knew in his heart how rare it was to add vitality, and every time it appeared, it would set off a storm. This time the ancient ruins are opened, I don't know how many old monsters will be attracted. Chapter 67 The Boss Who Plays the Game Hard. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. The boss is so powerful, and he is still working hard to break through the tower of trial, I have to cheer. Looking at Luo Chuan's figure, Yao Zian secretly made a decision in his heart. She still remembered what Luo Chuan said earlier, the road of practice, the venerable is just the beginning. Tianlan Continent is just a small star in the vast universe. Now think about it, it is true. How vast is the universe, and how can there be only one world in Tianlan Continent where there are creatures? Coming to the chair next to him, Yao Zian entered the tower of trial. Call. Luo Chuan was panting, his body was full of hideous wounds. However, in his eyes, there was a rare look of excitement. In front of him, there are two eye-catching characters. Bye. Of course, Luo Chuan's current peak strength for body forging and holding a mysterious long spear will not be discussed. After all, just over a month ago, Luo Chuan was just an ordinary college student living in a peaceful era. You have to eat one bite at a time, and you have to go step by step. Luo Chuan naturally knows himself. Although there is a systematically blessed invincible buff within 1 kilometer of Origin Mall, Luo Chuan doesn't need to fear anything at all. But having said that, he couldn't stay in this small place 1 kilometer around his entire life. Luo Chuan, I also want to see the vast world outside. Although Luo Chuan had barely passed the simple mode of the first level of the Tower of Trial. But he knew that he was crushed by his cultivation base and weapons. Luo Chuan felt that he could do better. Again. Luo Chuan's eyes rarely showed a sense of war and made a decision. He lowered his cultivation base by 1 grade, forged a 9th rank, and his weapons remained unchanged. The picture in front of him flashed, the world reset, Luo Chuan's body returned to its previous peak state. The monster reappeared, Luo Chuan held a weapon and rushed up. The best defense is offense. In the next time, Zhou Hu's mercenary team also came to the shop. According to them, several people were preparing to go to the Jiuyao Mountains to perform their missions, so they came to the Origin Mall and prepared to buy some spicy bars and cola in case they need it. They were curious about the new games in the store, and they all tried them. Sure enough, when he knew that the Tower of Trial could improve his cultivation, he was shocked. I really didn't expect that a game can actually improve the cultivation base. Zhou Hu's expression was incredulous. Someone nodded, the boss is indeed supernatural. The rest of the people also agreed, casting their awe at Luo Chuan who was fighting in the game. Luo Chuan remained unmoved. Well, to be precise, I don't know. Everyone talked for a while and said goodbye to Yao Ziyan. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, a day has passed. When Luo Chuan withdrew from the Tower of Trial, the sun was setting outside. This late? Luo Chuan looked at the sky, somewhat surprised. In the Tower of Trial, he threw himself into the battle, unaware of the passing of time. Similarly, perhaps because of talent, in this short span of less than a day, Luo Chuan's combat experience has grown from a rookie who knows nothing to a master of all kinds of battles. After all, he died hundreds of times at least in the Tower of Trials. It's not a problem to say that he has experienced many battles. Chapter 68 Go Eat Out. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the webpage to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. As the store manager, Luo Chuan naturally has no restriction that he can only play for 3 hours a day. Of course, so is Yao Ziyan as a clerk. She also fought in the Tower of Trials when there were no guests. It's just that it doesn't block the perception of the outside world like Luo Chuan. Forget it, go eat out today. Luo Chuan sighed and made a decision. Boss, can I follow you? Yao Ziyan asked. Having stayed in the store for such a long time, to be honest, Yao Ziyan felt a little bored. Luo Chuan didn't think much, nodded, okay, let's go. Later, the two left the Origin Mall side by side and walked out of the alley. In the evening, it is the lively time of Joyao City. So as soon as the two of them walked out of the alley, there was a burst of noise. Luo Chuan took the demon purple smoke and walked towards the shop where he often ate. Luo Chuan didn't change his color, Yao Ziyan didn't care about the eyes of passers-by at all. So the two didn't know how much shock they caused. After all, Yao Ziyan's appearance can be said to be the ultimate human imaginable. This is it. Soon, Luo Chuan stopped. In front of the two, there is a building covering an area of nearly 100 meters. The building is divided into 3 floors, revealing a dignified and gorgeous atmosphere. At the door of the store, you can see many people in luxurious clothes. Above, there are 3 big characters, Feng Xian Lu. This is the #1 restaurant in Joyao City mentioned by Jiang Xingjun. Those who can eat here are either rich or expensive. The store in Luo Chuan is only a few hundred meters away in a straight line. What a beautiful woman, it's like a fairy descending from the earth. Junior sister, you see that girl is so beautiful. Hee, brother, who is more beautiful than me and her? Junior sister, can you change the question? You. Brother, you really don't love me anymore. As Luo Chuan and Yao Ziyan walked into the Fengxian Tower, whispering sounded. Of course, almost everything is related to Yao Ziyan. As for Luo Chuan, it's like the stars in the night sky with the moon, directly hidden. Fortunately, Luo Chuan didn't care about these, and Yao Ziyan, who was the realm of the monk beast royal family, would not care about the words of these cultivators. The two of them were seated, and the sound of eating in the entire Fengxian Tower was lower by 1. It can be seen that almost all the diners turned their eyes to Yao Ziyan. By the way, Luo Chuan's eyes looked at him with a look of jealousy. Why is the woman around this guy so beautiful? Isn't it just looking handsome? Is it handsome? If Luo Chuan knew, he would definitely return to the last sentence indifferently, yes, being handsome is great. Guest, I don't know what you want. After the two of them were seated, soon there was a small second who ran over. What signature dishes are there in the store? Luo Chuan asked. The first time I went out for dinner with my own clerk, I must have something good. This is Luo Chuan's mind. And during this time, the sales of Origin Mall were not small. A week ago, Luo Chuan saved the store owner's share to the system. Anyway, the second level has been reached, and the spiritual crystal split required for the advanced third level is too outrageous, it is better to keep. Just use it when you use it. Now, his assets have reached about 5,000 spirit crystals. Our signature dish in Feng Xianla is called Fengwu Jiutian. The main raw material is the Guiyuan realm monster, Leiying, produced in the Jiuyao Mountains. At the same time Xiao Er introduced, his face was full of pride. Luo Chuan nodded, and didn't even ask the price. Okay, that's it. In addition, look at the other signature dishes in the store. Chapter 69 The Evil Rich Man. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Xiao Er nodded again and again, with a flattering smile on his face. Okay, I will let the cook do it for you right away. He knew that he had met a big boss. So I didn't dare to neglect at the moment, and hurried to the back kitchen. Actually, you don't need to order so many dishes. Yao Ziyan whispered. Luo Chuan shook his head and said seriously, this is the first time I have invited you to dinner, how can I just deal with it casually? Those diners around naturally heard Luo Chuan's order, and then looked at him. In addition to jealousy, there were other emotions. That is strong malice. The evil rich man. For 9 days of Phoenix dance, the price alone requires 3,000 spirit crystals. Plus those signature dishes. In other words, this meal will eat nearly 5,000 spirit crystals. Of course, its effect is worth so much. After all, it uses Guiyuan realm monster beast as its food. After eating it, the perception of heaven and earth aura will increase a lot in a short time. Simply put, it is the weakened version of Origin Mall instant noodles. You should know that the average soul master has almost only so many assets in his entire body. It's a bit scary to think about eating all of the wealth of a master of spirit. Of course, these Luo Chuan didn't know. Father doesn't know what to think, isn't it just some cultivators in the arena? As for treating me so cautiously, he kept me in the palace for such a long time. Far away, there was a voice of dissatisfaction. His Royal Highness, the power of the cultivators in the rivers and lakes should not be underestimated. They are all here for the ancient ruins in the Jiuyao Mountains. At this time, there will be less things. The previous voice snorted disdainfully, obviously not listening. The voice came from far and near, and soon 2 young men in luxurious clothes walked into the Fengxian Tower. In their bodies, exudes a luxurious atmosphere that has been in a high position for a long time. Little heir, hurry up and give this son a private room, shouted one of the young people. Yes, yes, please. Li Gongzi and His Royal Highness please. Soon, a little second bowed and walked over. It can be seen that it is not the first time the two have come to Fengxian Tower, and the Xiao Er here is already familiar. Among the diners around, there were also many cultivators who had just arrived in Jiuyao City, and they all looked at them curiously. Who are these 2 people? It seems that their identities are not simple. You are new to Jiuyao City, don't you know that? The second prince in front is the second prince, and the one in the back is Li Mu, the son of the right. Tsk Tusk, I have to say, things are gathered together in groups, these 2 guys rely on their identities, I don't know how many things they have done in Jiuyao City. What? Doesn't anyone care? Hey, who dares to control? An emperor's son, a righteous son, I'm afraid I don't want to live anymore. Wait. It seems that there will be a good show to watch in a while. Luo Chuan just glanced curiously when the 2 came in. Well, just 2 guys who were hollowed out by alcohol. Not surprising. As for Yao Ziyan, she sat quietly beside Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan and Yao Zian are low-key, which does not mean that others will ignore them, but because Yao Zian has attracted the attention of countless people. Ji Tianhao looked at the diners around and snorted in disdain. He has always looked down upon these casual cultivators in the arena. It's nothing more than some people in the market, how can it be compared with the Star Empire? Glancing around, he suddenly noticed something and stopped involuntarily. Li Mu next to him was similar, his eyes straightened. Ji Tianhao swore that he had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Just looking at it seems to make people lose heart. Chapter 70A Scene of Déjà Vu. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66. To find your way home. The purple eyes seemed to sparkle with stars, and the long purple hair added a touch of charm to them. This is a woman who shouldn't appear in the mortal world. This woman, I must get it. In Ji Tianhao's heart, there was only this thought at this time. Li Mu next to him was not much better, so he just stared at it. Ji Tianhao tidied his clothes and walked over to Luo Chuan. Li Mu also recovered at this time and quickly followed. Although he is also a dude, but he has self-knowledge. He understood that this woman was not something he could miss. Seeing the two of Ji Tianhao coming, Yao Zian's brows couldn't help but frown slightly. Although she is now a clerk in Luochuan's shop, she is actually still the #1 venerable master in the movie killing list. If you treat Yao Zian as a vase that doesn't know anything just because of your appearance, I'm afraid you won't know how to die by then. But obviously, Ji Tianhao didn't understand this truth. Looking at Demon Zian, Ji Tianhao squeezed a smile that he thought was very chic. This beautiful lady, can you invite you upstairs for a drink? As for Luo Chuan next to him, he subconsciously ignored it. Luo Chuan is a big customer of Feng Xianla, and Ji Tianhao is here to look for things. If there is a conflict, in the end, it will be Feng Xianla that will suffer. His Royal Highness, do you want to sit in the private room upstairs first? Xiao Er swallowed and stammered. Luo Chuan is a big-ticket tyrant, and Xiao Er feels that neither side can afford it. Go away. Ji Tianhao drank it impatiently, and kicked Xiao Er out. Li Mu knew that it was time to play by himself. Yao Zian's face was cold, and she said nothing. Li Mu cleared his throat, pointed at Ji Tianhao next to him, and said, but Ji Tianhao, the second prince of the Star Empire, if you follow him, you will be able to reach the sky in one step. If you refuse, you may not want to know the end. As for you Guy. Li Mu looked at Luo Chuan, His Royal Highness is in a good mood today, spare your life, you can get out of here. Li Mu played the role of a dog leg well, and his words were both good and threatening. It can be seen that it is not the first time that they have done this kind of thing. If it is a woman with no background and strength, the end can be imagined. But unfortunately, the two met Luo Chuan and Yao Zian. This is doomed to their tragedy. The diners around also stopped eating unconsciously, watching this scene curiously, wanting to know what would happen next. One is the well-known dude of Joyao City, and the other is the mysterious local tyrant. When the two meet, what kind of spark will burst out? Luo Chuan was in a bad mood. Now Ji Tianhao's approach has allowed Luo Chuan to see that no matter where he is, there will be so many brain deads. At the same time, there is a feeling of déjà vu. It seems that Chu Yunfei, who came to his shop a few days ago, also relied on his identity and wanted to do whatever he wanted. Of course, the end is not so good, even the ashes are not left. Do you know what it means to die if you don't die? Luo Chuan spoke, his voice indifferent, like a cold winter. Unconsciously, Ji Tianhao and Li Mu shivered. But Ji Tianhao didn't take it to heart at all, just treated it as a gust of wind blowing the temperature down. Strange, why did the surroundings suddenly become cold? The surrounding diners were all confused. Death? Ji Tianhao laughed loudly, my father is the heavenly star, who can kill me in this Joyao city? Yao Xian's anger disappeared when she saw Luo Chuan speaking for her, but instead she felt a little more inexplicable. It turned out to be protected by someone like this. Chapter 71. The second prince was beaten. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Luo Chuan even felt a little funny when he heard Ji Tianhao's words. I have seen a cheating, and I have never seen such a cheating. Luo Chuan believed that with Ji Tianhao's character, coupled with the current mixed environment of Jiuyao City, even if you don't provoke yourself, you will eventually provoke other cultivators. Kneel down. One arm at your own expense. This prince can spare you not to die. Ji Tianhao looked at Luo Chuan with a lofty gaze, as if he was in control of life and death. Yao Xian didn't mean to worry at all, and even a playful look appeared on his face. For this kind of guy, there is no difference between the boss's shot and the death of an ant. Luo Chuan's complexion remained unchanged, only a faint sigh sounded. I originally opened a shop in this Jiuyao city. I didn't want to care about your royal affairs. But if you don't have a long eye to provoke me, I don't mind giving you a lesson. Li Mu, show him some color. Ji Tianhao's complexion turned gloomy and said coldly. Yes. Your Highness. Li Mu grinned and walked towards Luo Chuan. At the same time, he kept squeezing his fists, making bursts of clicks. In his opinion, Luo Chuan was just creating momentum before. In this Jiuyao city, who would dare to do something with them? If you really do something against them, it would be an enemy of Jiuyao city. Enemy with the Star Empire. It is precisely because of this that Li Mu and Ji Tianhao act so unscrupulously. Snapped. A crisp sound rang. Then, a figure flew out like a phantom. Accompanied by a muffled sound of boom, it hit the wall fiercely. After seeing the identity of the person flying out, all the diners present couldn't help taking a breath. That was Li Mu, the son of the right-hand man. Li Mu was quite miserable at this time, and a striking palm print appeared on his white face. And the palm prints began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ahem. Li Mu coughed twice unconsciously, and dots of white objects were spit out from his mouth. If it is correct, it should be a broken tooth. After seeing this scene, the diners around couldn't help grinning, feeling some toothache. What a cruel move. If there is no good elixir for treatment, it can be said that Li Mu has lost his appearance. Fortunately, he had completely passed out in a coma, but he did not feel physical pain. By the way, do you see how that person did it? I didn't pay attention. What do you care about these? But the strength of the third rank of the soul, I have not noticed the slightest trace of the shot. Hey! Doesn't that mean that this guy is at least the strength of the Guiyuan realm? The diners around turned their eyes to Luo Chuan, with a strong sense of horror in their eyes. The two big realms of bodybuilding, sense spirit, and almost occupy the vast majority of cultivators in the cultivation world. As for the Guiyuan realm, he was already considered a master. Asking the realm is enough to start a sect, and you can also serve as an offering among the big forces. After seeing Li Mu's miserable appearance, to be honest, Ji Tianhao panicked. He never thought that Luo Chuan really dared to make a move. You, don't come over. My father is the Heavenly Star Emperor. Seeing Luo Chuan cast his gaze on him, Ji Tianhao suddenly stepped back a few steps in horror, his eyes full of horror. Never see the arrogance and domineering before. Now in his heart, there is no more thoughts on Yao Xian. No matter how beautiful a beauty is, her life is not as important. Chapter 72. The boss is doing things again. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Jiang Xingjun, why didn't you go to the boss shop today? Walking on the road, Buligay asked curiously. Beside him, followed Jiang Xingjun. It's not because of my father that Jouyao City is now mixed with dragons and fish, and he has directly restrained me. I just let me out just now. Jiang Xingjun said with a disgusting expression. The direction the two of them are heading is the Fengxian Tower. Here, it is very close to the Origin Mall in Luochuan, but neither of them thought about the past. Because Luochuan closes every day at a fixed time. At sunset, never delay even 1 minute. Perhaps because of the frequent encounters in the Luochuan store, the previous relationship between the two has changed from the previous hostility to the present sympathy. That's a shame. Buligay shook his head, tisk tisk tsk, his face was full of cheap expressions. You haven't seen the new things in the boss shop. What's new? Jiang Xingjun was taken aback, his eyes were full of surprise and curiosity after he recovered. The boss has a new product. What is it? A game. Buligay replied mysteriously. Jiang Xingjun. After all, Buligay ignored Jiang Xingjun who was there, and walked towards Fengxian Tower. Jiang Xingjun recovered and hurriedly followed. Game. You didn't tease me to play, did you? Jiang Xingjun speeded up and came to Buligay's side, his face full of suspiciousness. What did I lie to you for? Buligay shrugged. Can the things in the owner's shop be the same? Jiang Xingjun nodded. Well, this is also true. Buligay went on to say, the games in the boss shop are not ordinary games. Playing games can improve cultivation. Jiang Xingjun was shocked, his eyes widened involuntarily. Is there such a thing? Can you become stronger by playing games? When is it so easy to become stronger? This game is like a real world, where we can kill enemies and improve our experience. But I can't tell you clearly. Tomorrow you can go and see it by yourself. Jiang Xingjun's heart was already flooded with curiosity, and he wished that now is tomorrow so he can play that magical game quickly. Huh. Something seems to have happened in Fengxian Tower, let's go and take a look. Buligay saw the commotion coming from the Fengxian Tower in front. A curious look appeared on his face. As the most well-known and largest hotel in the entire Jouyao city, Fengxianla has a strong background. The people who make trouble in it are either fools or have absolute confidence in their own strength. When Jiang Xingjun and Buligay had just walked into the Fengxian Tower, they saw a figure flying upside down. The previous one, was it Li Mu? Jiang Xingjun asked with straight eyes. Buligay also nodded in a daze, and looked at the person Li Mu had followed. As expected, it was the second prince Ji Tianhao. Dare to do something with the second prince's person, is this person afraid of not wanting to live? This was the first thought that Jiang Xingjun and Buligay thought. But after seeing the person who shot, the two looked at each other and silently retracted their previous thoughts. How dare you let the boss take action? The second prince is afraid that he is impatient. The two didn't think about the identity of Ji Tianhao. Talk about identity? Under the boss's absolute strength, even if the heavenly star Great Emperor comes personally, it is of no use. Chapter 73 Ji Wuhui's Anger. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Obviously, not everyone is thinking about watching the excitement. Someone sneaked out after seeing Luo Chuan doing it, and he could imagine what he wanted to do. It is nothing more than to spread the news here. After all, the Sky Star Empire was an unshakable behemoth for most practitioners. To be able to take this opportunity to win the favor of the Star Empire is equivalent to boarding this big ship. What shall we do? Jiang Xingjun whispered. What else? Look. Buligay rolled his eyes to himself and whispered back. Although the identities of the two of them are also very high, they are still not enough here. The most correct thing to do now is not to get involved. But having said that, if this person does something to Ji Tianhao, there is really no room for recovery. If anyone dares to beat my woman's idea, I won't let him go anyway. Tusk, you are a scum in the realm of good fortune, I am afraid that you will kneel when you see Ji Tianhao. Damn, don't you believe it, do you? Go. The grove in the Jiuyao mountain range outside the city is a showdown. Just go. Who is afraid of who? The melon-eating crowds around watched this scene, and whispering sounded. Countless people looked at Luo Chuan, wanting to see if he would do anything to Ji Tianhao. When Ji Tianhao saw Luo Chuan hear his words, his expression still indifferent, finally panicked. If you dare to do something to me, you are an enemy of the Star Empire. Until now, Ji Tianhao still did not forget to threaten Luo Chuan. Have you not seen the situation clearly yet? Luo Chuan still has the indifferent expression that has remained unchanged for thousands of years, making it impossible to guess his inner thoughts. Ji Tianhao gritted his teeth, a look of resentment flashed in his eyes, and slammed a jade pendant hanging from his waist to the ground. Luo Chuan watched this scene indifferently, without any intention of stopping it. In the face of absolute strength, any bells and whistles are useless. As the jade pendant fell on the ground and shattered, in an instant, an invisible wave escaped from the surroundings. Suddenly, the entire Jiuyao city exudes a terrifying aura. The defensive formation was actually turned on. Imperial City. Ji Wuhui, who was reviewing the memorial, shook his palms suddenly, leaving an ink mark. However, he didn't care at all, his eyes were fixed in the direction of Fengxian Tower, and the aura that belonged to the inquiring master radiated uncontrollably. Your Majesty, what happened? The figure of Lao Bai appeared behind Ji Wuhui. There was some confusion in his eyes as to why His Majesty, who is usually incapable of anger, would be so gaff. He couldn't even control his breath. The Jiuyao city formation is activated. Ji Wuhui took a deep breath, suppressed the waves in his heart, and said. As the sound fell, a vision suddenly appeared in Jiuyao city. A faint golden light enveloped the entire Jiuyao city. This is the precursor to the start of the defensive formation. Mr. Bai was naturally surprised when he saw this scene. You must know that the Jade Seal of the Chuan Kingdom can activate the defensive formation of Jiuyao city, and the Jade Seal of the Chuan Kingdom is now at Ji Wuhui's hand. And many more. Mr. Bai suddenly thought of another possibility. Ji Wuhui values his bloodline very much, and everyone has a jade pendant to save his life. Today, the second prince left the imperial city. Could it be that the opening of the great defense formation was due to some danger that broke the jade pendant? Chapter 74 Shirao appears. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials +66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Lao Bai, I will trouble you to take a trip. Ji Wuhui had recovered his calm at this time, and said lightly. Lao Bai asked about the strength of the 8th rank. Even if there are countless cultivators gathered in Jiuyao city now, it is still at the peak of existence. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will bring your highness safely. Before Bai Lao's voice fell, his figure disappeared. Dare to shoot my son, no matter who you are, you will definitely pay the corresponding price. Ji Wuhui looked at the Jiuyao city in the distance, with an extremely cold voice. As an emperor, he didn't know how much blood was stained in his hands. The speed of asking the realm is indeed extremely fast. However, in just a few dozen breaths, Mr. Bai had already arrived at Fengxian Tower. After feeling the breath of Ji Tianhao, Mr. Bai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you are still alive, everything is easy. A cold expression appeared on old Bai's face, and his figure swept into Fengxian Tower. He wanted to see who was so bold and dared to deal with the royal family in Joyao City. The people on the road only felt a phantom passing by, and didn't know what happened. At this time, Ji Tianhao was surrounded by a faint golden light, looking like a descending to the earth. With the blessing of the city guard formation, Ji Tianhao also had confidence in his heart. Even if the powerhouse at the pinnacle of Qiaodao shot him, he could resist dozens of breaths. But what he didn't know was that if Luo Chuan wanted to kill him, even if the defense power of the formation was increased dozens of times, it would not be of any use. Luo Chuan is not a bloodthirsty person, nor a virgin. If someone who does not have eyesight provokes him. At this time, Mr. Bai had already entered Fengxian Tower. When all the diners saw this, their expressions changed even more, and whispers rang out. Lao Bai has been by the side of Emperor Tianqing since decades ago, and his strength has long been the realm of asking Dao. Now that Mr. Bai has appeared, it can be seen that your majesty is already angry. If Mr. Bai makes a move, the fate of this person can be imagined. Hey, what a pity. The eyes of the diners looking at Luo Chuan have turned into expressions of regret. Lao Bai is a master of the realm of asking Dao, and Luo Chuan doesn't seem to be at most 20 years old, so how strong can he be? So in their view, the result is obvious. Old Bai, save me. Ji Tianhao looked overjoyed when he saw Mr. Bai appear. For Luo Chuan, Ji Tianhao was terrified. With a slap, Li Mu's life and death are unknown, if it falls on himself. Hiss. Think about it, it makes the scalp numb. Although he had the blessing of the city guard formation, it did not bring Ji Tianhao the slightest sense of security. Because he found that Luo Chuan was too calm. Calmly made Ji Tianhao feel scared. Ji Tianhao's dandy character has never paid attention to the matter of cultivation, so he has never really understood the power of the defense formation. But what he knows is that Mr. Bai is very strong, and one person is enough to match the 10,000 army. So seeing Mr. Bai arrive, Ji Tianhao seems to have caught the straw. But the facts were a bit beyond Ji Tianhao's expectations. And he also found that Mr. Bai's expression seemed a bit wrong. But Ji Tianhao didn't take it to heart, because he had a deep trust in Bai Lao's strength. Old Bai, this guy actually wants to shoot me, I want his life. Ji Tianhao pointed to Luo Chuan with a sullen expression, wishing to directly kill the guy in front of him who dared to threaten him. Chapter 75. What is death? For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. By the way, Mr. Bai, don't hurt the beauty beside you. Ji Tianhao suddenly thought of something, cast his gaze at the demon purple smoke that had been sitting still, and an obscene look flashed in his eyes. After seeing who he was talking about, Mr. Bai suddenly stiffened and screamed badly in his heart. How did the second prince provoke this great god? Bai Lao naturally knew exactly what Ji Tianhao was. Doing evil in Joyao City on weekdays can be described as popular grievances. However, due to his identity, he can't say anything. But in one sentence, how can you not wet your shoes when you often walk by the river? This is the situation now. Ji Tianhao usually relied on his identity to do whatever he wanted in Joyao City, and now he finally provokes a great god. Just as Mr. Bai was thinking about how to let Luo Chuan spare his life, Ji Tianhao said this again. The corners of Bai Lao's eyes twitched slightly. What is meant to be death, he saw it with his own eyes today. Actually dare to hit the idea of a woman around him, I am afraid that I don't know how the dead word is written. Snapped. There was a crisp sound. The crowd of people eating melons couldn't help but their eyes widened. When Mr. Bai appeared, they almost thought that the chaos was over. But it seemed that the result seemed unexpected. What did they see? Mr. Bai actually slapped Ji Tianhao. Isn't Mr. Bai a member of the royal family? Didn't he come here to help the second prince? Why did the second prince get a slap? Suddenly, doubts and curiosity appeared in the hearts of everyone present. Of course, except for those who know the identity of Luo Chuan. I have to say that the strength of this slap of the old man is not light. Although not as hated by Luo Chuan for fanning Li Mu before, Ji Tianhao's face also swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, several teeth flew out of his mouth. Ji Tianhao didn't seem to react yet, so he touched his face in a daze. Then, there was a heart-piercing scream. Mr. Bai can't wait to beat Ji Tianhao directly. I haven't seen the situation clearly yet, and you can live to the present because of your identity. The entire Fengxian Tower was extremely silent, echoing the screams of the second prince. Enduring. Luo Chuan looked indifferent, watching this scene quietly. The cold sweat on Bai Lao's forehead instantly shed. When he saw Luo Chuan make a move a few days ago, it was a killing and decisiveness. Now it seems that this grade is not satisfied with the results of his handling. Kneel down. Old Bai shouted in a deep voice. Lao Bai had almost guessed the cause of the incident when he first arrived at Fengxian Tower. It must have been Ji Tianhao who was guilty of being upset again. But who is Luo Chuan? Can he afford it? So Mr. Bai made a decisive decision and asked Ji Tianhao to confess his punishment and save his life. But obviously, Ji Tianhao did not understand the current situation. You. Not only did you beat me, you actually made me kneel down for this guy. Ji Tianhao's eyes widened, staring at old Bai in disbelief. Didn't Mr. Bai come to help him? Now, for such a guy who doesn't know the details, let him kneel down for the second prince of the Star Empire? Bai Hong. You eat something inside and out. Our Ji family has been like you for decades, so you treat the master. Ji Tianhao shouted sharply. Old Bai opened his eyes slightly in disbelief. He really didn't expect Ji Tianhao to say such a thing. Chapter 76 Ji Wuhui comes. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. All the diners watched this scene with some excitement. The second prince and Bai Lao actually stood up straight, fame. Bai Lao's lips trembled a little, which was angry. As a super master of the 8th rank of Inquiring Dao, he can be a guest of honor no matter in any force. Staying by the side of the Heavenly Star Emperor is a kind of repayment. Decades ago, the Heavenly Star Emperor Layer accidentally rescued the seriously injured Bai Lao. The life expectancy of a cultivator is much longer than that of ordinary people, so once this kindness is repaid, it will take decades. However, the difference in strength between the Heavenly Star Emperor and Bai Lao is not that big, and Bai Lao is not a member of the Heavenly Star Empire. Therefore, there is no talk of master and servant between the two. Ji Tianhao's words slapped old Bai in the face severely. Mr. Bai stayed at Ji's house and thought he was repaying his favor. But in the eyes of the younger generation like Ji Tianhao, what is the difference from servants? Old Bai took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, and reason still prevailed. Senior, the second prince is stubborn. Any compensation to the Star Empire must be done with all my strength. I only hope that you can save his life. Until now, Mr. Bai still remembers what Ji Wuhui explained. At the same time, he kicked Ji Tianhao on the knee. With a click, Ji Tianhao directly knelt to the ground. It seemed that old Bai was angry, and Ji Tianhao's mouth screamed. Don't look at it, the knee should be dead. Luo Chuan's complexion was as light as water, without saying a word. Yao Zian sat quietly beside him. The diners around did not dare to speak out. However, they all had expressions of horror in their eyes, and the sight of Luo Chuan was thick and unbelievable. What did they hear before? Senior. Mr. Bai actually called this young senior. Doesn't this mean that his strength surpasses the old white who is in the realm of asking Dao? And Bai Lao's posture is so low, how terrifying is the strength of this young man. The diners did not dare to make the slightest movement, trying to reduce their sense of existence, for fear of attracting Luo Chuan's attention. Ji Tianhao is not a fool, but the intense pain on his face and knees stimulated his nerves. At this time, he also realized that something was wrong. It seems that things have not changed because he is the prince. He closed his mouth and swallowed. He felt that he seemed to have caused a big deal. Luo Chuan didn't speak, and Mr. Bai didn't dare to change at all. Everyone present was also trembling in silence. Time slowly passed. Luo Chuan finally spoke, and a faint voice sounded, "Let Ji Wuhui come over." "Yes." Elder Bai quickly responded, and then crushed a jade charm. Suddenly, a wave of divine consciousness swept towards the direction of the imperial city. In one sentence, the master asked. The master bowed his head. "Peerless powerhouse, as it should be." Huangcheng, when Ji Wuhui sensed that a divine message suddenly appeared, his face changed drastically. In the divine mind, Mr. Bai has already explained the cause of the matter. Ji Wuhui knew that he had no choice. He took a deep breath and flew out. He didn't want to offend the mysterious powerhouse who opened a shop in Jiuyao City. Chu Yongping of Yingyue Mansion a few days ago was a lesson from the past. After dozens of breaths, a figure volleyed over and landed in front of Fengxian Tower. The identity of the veteran and the dragon robe on his body is not difficult to guess. "Have seen your majesty." All the voices sounded, and everyone bowed to salute. In the Star Empire, there is no so-called bowing ceremony. If you really kneel down and worship, there are only heaven and earth, gods, and parents. Chapter 77 Ji Wugui's Decision. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Ji Wuhui took a deep breath and walked into the Fengxian Tower. In fact, the background of Fengxian Tower has always been a mystery in Jiuyao City. Everyone only knows that its background is very large, otherwise it would not become the largest restaurant in Jiuyao City. What no one knows is that the royal family is the real boss behind Feng Xianla. Why did your majesty come to Fengxian Tower himself? Previously, Mr. Bai came to this, and then his majesty. Can it be said that Mr. Bai couldn't solve this matter? I'm really curious, what happened in Feng Xianla? Then go in and take a look. Hehe, you are not afraid of death, you go. At this time, Fengxian Tower seemed to have become a forbidden place. People inside dare not come out, people outside dare not go in. Silence is the only atmosphere in Fengxian Tower. Everyone dared not gasp, staring at the young man sitting on the chair. Luo Chuan's face was indifferent, making it impossible to guess his inner thoughts. The demon Xian next to him did not say anything, but kept his eyes on Luo Chuan, not knowing what he was thinking. Da-da-da. The sound of footsteps sounded. The visitor was dressed in dragon robes, not angry and majestic, and exuded a kind of imperial air. Even if you haven't seen it, everyone can see the identity of this person at a glance. Emperor Tianqing, Ji Wuhui. But here, no one said anything. Because the protagonist at this time is Luo Chuan. As soon as Ji Wuhui entered the Fengxian Tower, he saw Luo Chuan. Although he knew from the mouth of the old man, that mysterious strong man looked very young. But seeing it with his own eyes, Ji Wuhui was still a bit surprised. At this age, it looks like a young adult at most. Taking it for granted, Ji Wuhui has already regarded Luo Chuan as a rejuvenating old monster. Luo Chuan didn't speak, but Ji Wuhui knew that this was the choice Luo Chuan gave him. Ji Wuhui took a deep breath, apparently made a decision. He walked to Ji Tianhao's body and slapped his face with a palm. Adverse. Ji Tianhao was a little confused, but he dared not say a word. He knew that he really caused a disaster. The last time Ji Wuhui was so angry was when the enemy troops of the Yunshao Empire invaded. Luo Chuan still did not speak. Ji Wuhui gritted his teeth, and a resolute look appeared in his eyes. Old Bai, stripped off the status of Prince Ji Tianhao, abolished the cultivation base, and assigned to southern Xinjiang. You will never return to Jiuyao City. Yes, Your Majesty. Old Bai answered in a deep voice. A look of defeat appeared on Ji Tianhao's face. Southern Xinjiang, but the most desolate area of the Star Empire. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a wild area. People who don't have a cultivation base can basically not live long there. Ji Wuhui's order can be said to directly cut off Ji Tianhao's future. Senior, I wonder if you are satisfied with this decision. Ji Wuhui looked at Luo Chuan cautiously and asked. Although Luo Chuan didn't know what kind of place Nanjiang was, judging from the expressions of the diners around, it was definitely not a good place to go. Luo Chuan nodded, and said faintly, yes. For Ji Tianhao, this ending might as well kill him directly. However, Luo Chuan is not a murderous person after all. It feels like leaving Ji Tianhao's life to let him enjoy life in southern Xinjiang as an ordinary person is also a pretty good thing. Ji Wuhui breathed a sigh of relief. Bloodline, after all, is inferior to the safety of the Star Empire. Now that Luo Chuan spoke, it showed that he was in favor of this decision. But Ji Wuhui didn't think that this incident would pass like this. He went on to say, later, I will let Mr. Bai use 50,000 spirit crystals as compensation, and all your future consumption in Fengxian Tower will be free. Chapter 78 The Legend of the Boss in the Arena. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Hearing Ji Wuhui's words, the diners around couldn't help but stare. To be honest, when they first saw Ji Wuhui come here, they thought there would be some conflict between the two sides. After all, Ji Wuhui, as the Heavenly Star Emperor, must have his emperor dignity. But the reality is beyond their expectations. The dignified Emperor Tianqing actually gave himself up when he showed up, and his posture was so low. Because of this, they became more curious about Luo Chuan. Who is this person? At this time, someone had already thought of the battle in Jiuyao City a few days ago. Could it be that this young man is the mysterious strong man? Their gazes toward Luo Chuan have changed. That is the awe of the strong. After Bu Ligei and Jiang Xingjun saw this result, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing the strength of Luo Chuan, they don't want to see any conflict between the two sides. If the two sides really make a move, they will be the ones in Jiuyao City in the end. This is the so-called, the strong shot the weak suffer. Ji Wuhui and Bai Lao took Ji Tianhao away, and all the diners quietly enjoyed the food that had been cold before them. Those foods that have been eaten long ago are sitting dry. If Luo Chuan doesn't leave, they don't dare to leave. But when he looked at the two figures in the corner, his eyes were full of awe. That is the awe of the strong. The next time was spent in an extremely quiet range. As for Li Mu, he has been forgotten in the corner. Soon, steaming food was delivered by the nervous little heir. I have to say that as the largest restaurant in Jiuyao City, Feng Xianla has nothing to say about its taste. Both Luo Chuan and Yao Zian were satisfied with this meal. Of course, the rest of the diners don't know if this is the case. After eating, the two tore apart the space and returned to the shop in the alley. That's right, tearing the space. Because Luo Chuan knew that if he left by normal means, he didn't know how many cultivators were watching outside. For Luo Chuan, tearing up space is as simple as drinking water. As everyone knows, a storm about them is brewing in Jiuyao City. What happened in the Fengxian Tower tonight has spread throughout Jiuyao City in less than a day. It is different from the previous mysterious master volley. This time, hundreds of cultivators witnessed it. Do you know? Last night, a big event happened in Fengxian Tower. What's the big deal? Come and listen. Hold the grass. Are you kidding? The mysterious master appeared in the Fengxian Tower, and the heavenly star Great Emperor even appeared. He didn't fight and he was soft. I suspect you are fooling me, but I have no evidence. Why there is no evidence? I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, ask this guy, he was right next to me at the time. Yes, yes. I can testify. But it's a pity that the senior directly tore the space and left, and no one knows where he went. In short, the things that cultivators talk about have almost become like this. Having said that, one more thing must be mentioned. You must know that when Luo Chuan had never made a move, he looked like a harmless young man. In addition, there was such a beautiful and unspeakable woman as Yao Zian, so Ji Tianhao would attack him. Because of this, the children of the big families or officials in Jouyao City were ordered to stay at home. Now, unlike in the past, Jouyao City is a mixed bag, and the unevenness will cause people who can't afford it. The second prince, now it's just Ji Tianhao, it's a lesson from the past. Perhaps because of the unintentional insertion of willows, the public security environment in Jouyao City has also become much better. After all, no one knows whether the ordinary person around him is a big boss with hidden cultivation base. Chapter 79. The boss is getting stronger. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66. To find your way home. The next day, Luo Chuan got up, washed and ate as usual. But instead of going out to bask in the sun, he entered the Tower of Trial. The same goes for Yao Zian. Practice is that simple. The two of them didn't care about what happened last night. Luo Chuan doesn't care about these things. Yao Zian, as the venerable of the monster royal family, was even less concerned about these rumors among humans. Luo Chuan's goal today is to pass the normal mode on the first floor of the Tower of Trial. Different from the simple mode, in the normal mode, the realm cannot be chosen independently. Here, every challenger is the pinnacle of forging strength. In other words, it can only rely on real strength to pass, it is impossible for any realm to crush the customs clearance. Luo Chuan took a deep breath and adjusted his state. Although death can be resurrected infinitely in the Tower of Trial, the fear of death is real. The space fluctuates slightly, and many phantoms are outlined in the air. But in just a few breaths, two weird-looking giant wolves appeared out of thin air. The body of the giant wolf is covered with crystals emitting purple light. It looks like an amethyst demon wolf from the Jouyao Mountains. On the body of the amethyst demon wolf, there are still spiritual fluctuations, which is not weaker than Luo Chuan. This is actually two amethyst demon wolves in the pinnacle state of forging bodies. The so-called bodybuilding state, as the name implies, is to guide the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body and strengthen the body. At this stage, there is not much difference in strength between almost all cultivators. Of course, this is on the premise of not considering combat experience. Combat experience can often determine the outcome of a battle. Just like a killer who has no cultivation base fighting against a cultivator who has no combat experience and the realm of forging, the killer will definitely win in the end. Compared with humans, monsters have a unique advantage in physical strength. Normal mode is so difficult, so what about the latter four modes? The battle is already on. After hundreds of deaths in the Tower of Trial yesterday, Luo Chuan's control of his own strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. However, that's all. Facing the attack of two amethyst demon wolves in the same realm as him, there was no need to think about the result. After a few breaths, Luo Chuan was torn his neck and died. Resurrection, fight. After several breaths, Luo Chuan died. Resurrection, death, resurrection, death. Luo Chuan repeated this over and over again. For him, the most important thing is time. As a shop owner, he has time to hone himself. If you observe carefully, in every new battle, Luo Chuan will last a lot longer than before. This kind of talent is really scary. As time goes by, Luo Chuan's strength is also growing. These people outside, what are they discussing? After returning to Zuyuexuan after breakfast outside, Gu Yunxi asked curiously. After returning to Zuyuexuan yesterday, she had been practicing, and only walked out of the room while eating. You don't know this? Jiang Wanshang's eyes widened in surprise, his face full of disbelief. This matter is almost spreading throughout Jouyao City, okay? Stop selling it, can you tell me? Gu Yunxi was very dissatisfied with Jiang Wanshang's answer, and stretched out her hands with a smirk. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, don't, stop making trouble, I said it can't work. Finally freed from Gu Yunxi's claws, Jiang Wanshang gave her a white look, and then slowly said what he had heard. Chapter 80. The second floor of the Tower of Trial. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. There are such powerful people in Jouyao City. After listening to Jiang Wanchang's account, Gu Yunxi's face was full of surprise. If the heavenly star great emperor at the pinnacle of Wendao was able to treat him like this, wouldn't it be said that the strength of that mysterious powerhouse was at least the realm of the noble? But it's a pity that the person finally tore the space and left, not knowing where he went. Jiang Wanchang sighed, his face full of regret. Why, isn't it because the spring heart is sprouted by Miss Jiang? Gu Yunxi smiled narrowly. You said earlier that the strong man doesn't seem to be much older than us. Yunizi, beg for. Suyi was said to have been on her mind. Jiang Wanshang's face flushed suddenly, and then she was so angry that she launched an attack on Gu Yunxi. However, Gu Yunxi was unwilling to show weakness and fought back angrily. After fighting for a while, the two left Zuyuexuan. They did not forget to go to the owner's shop. Mysterious commodities and games that can improve cultivation are all tempting. Soon, the two came to the familiar alley. Unlike last time, today, I did not see the boss in front of the store. They didn't think much, entered the alley and came to Origin Mall. Unexpectedly, the boss and his clerk brought a helmet together, and they were obviously playing the Tower of Trial. Just when Gu Yunxi was about to call Yao Ziyan, Jiang Wanshang interrupted her. Wait first, let's see where the boss and sister Ziyan hit. I overheard Buligay what they called Yao Ziyan, so Jiang Wanchang called it that way. Gu Yunxi's eyes lit up and nodded. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang are very curious about the mysterious boss and the beautiful and insulting monster Ziyan. It's not easy to look at. Is this the second level of the Tower of Trial? The opponent is actually the golden-crowned snake in the Jouyao Mountains. After seeing the screen in front of Yao Ziyan, the two suddenly exclaimed. The golden-crowned snake, a snake-like monster, can reach several meters in adult size, and is strong enough to rival the strong Guiyuan. And the most terrifying thing is that golden-crowned snakes are gregarious monsters, at least dozens of them each time they appear. Its characteristic is the golden crown on the forehead. This is also its only weakness. The demon Ziyan on the screen was caught in the siege of more than a dozen golden-crowned snakes. It can't be beaten, what? In the Tower of Trial, although the strength of the opponent's golden snake is suppressed, it is definitely not comparable to ordinary monsters. And the two didn't know Yao Ziyan's true identity and strength, so they thought that she would never pass this level. But then I saw the picture, which severely refreshed their worldview. The sword seems to be Yao Ziyan's favorite weapon. In her hand, she was holding a snow-white sharp sword lingering in the cold. Facing the surrounding of the golden-crowned snake, Yao Ziyan did not see the slightest panic on his face. It is not difficult to guess that she wants to use various methods of defeating. However, these golden-crowned snakes seem to have not weak intelligence, and they know how to collaborate in groups. Several attacks, several involvements, several defenses. Clear division of labor, retreat in one blow, never greedy swords. It looks like it is preparing to adopt the method of will warfare. Yao Ziyan knew that if this continues, she must be the loser in the end. Even if her true strength is that the Venerable will not change the result. So Yao Ziyan made a decisive decision and chose to take the initiative. Chapter 81 Taunt from Buligay. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Surrounded by the golden-crowned snake, Yao Ziyan's figure leaped like an elf. In addition to its physical strength, the golden-crowned snake is like a weapon of magical weapons, and the venom in its mouth also has terrifying power. It's no exaggeration to say that you die when you see blood. But Yao Ziyan's face was calm, and every time she avoided it, it was just right. There is no extra movement at all. It can be called the ultimate of Shen Fa. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang have been dumbfounded. In their view, when there was no room to hide, Yao Ziyan was able to find the only way out. Make the impossible possible. Is there such an operation? This is the only thought in their hearts. He looked at Yao Ziyan with deep admiration. Unexpectedly, the clerk in the owner's shop is actually a hidden master. I'm afraid our instructor can't do this kind of thing, right? Gu Yunxi sighed. Jiang Wanshang nodded in agreement. At this time, the realm of Demon Ziyan was the first grade of sense spirit, as were the dozens of golden-crowned snakes. To be able to achieve this level of Yao Ziyan, it can be said that the body style has at least reached the realm of the master. I'm a little bit enthusiastic about it. Jiang Wanshang's eyes showed a strong sense of war. You are here. A flat voice sounded. The two discovered that Luo Chuan did not know when to withdraw from the Tower of Trial. Boss, we want to play the Tower of Trials. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang said in unison. Luo Chuan nodded, and after collecting the spirit crystals, the two entered the game. Of course, before that, I hadn't forgotten that one person came to a bucket of instant noodles. The tenfold increase in training speed is also effective in the Tower of Trial. Standing behind the counter, Luo Chuan seemed to have remembered his responsibilities as a store manager. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. As for another reason, Luo Chuan still clearly remembered that last night, the Heavenly Star Great Emperor wanted to give himself 50,000 spiritual crystals as compensation. Luo Chuan said that he was not interested in Ling Jing. Just to avoid Ji Wuhui thinking too much, he accepted the spirit crystal. If he didn't accept it, how could Ji Wuhui feel at ease? The heart of the emperor is suspicious. Looking at it now, the time is not too early, I don't know when to send the Ling Jing. Luo Chuan looked outside the store and thought in his heart. Not long after, footsteps sounded. After seeing the figure of the visitor, Luo Chuan had no expression on his face, and the trace of joy in his heart disappeared. Entering the shop, it was Buxi's sister and brother and Jiang Xingjun. Really? When Jiang Xingjun entered the shop, he noticed the changes in the shop. He looked at the 10 newly added seats with a deep curiosity in his eyes. Is this a spiritual weapon that can improve cultivation? It is indeed a novelty. Boss, come 2 buckets of instant noodles, I want to play the Tower of Trial. Bu Ligay shouted. Luo Chuan nodded, go get it yourself, Ling Jing pays me. Jiang Xingjun was a little curious, is there any relationship between instant noodles and this game? Bu Ligay said mysteriously, you should know that instant noodles can increase the speed of cultivation 10 times in 1 hour, and every hour in the Tower of Trial is equivalent to 8 hours of training. This superposition. Then 1 hour in the Tower of Trial is equivalent to 80 hours of training. Jiang Xingjun was shocked. Luo Chuan Habu was poetic for a while. It seems that Jiang Xingjun and Bu Ligay have stayed for a long time, and they seem to have been assimilated. This is addition, not multiplication. Buligay said with a disdainful expression, 80 times the cultivation speed, you are afraid that you are thinking of eating farts. I completely forgot that the protagonist of yesterday's scene was himself. Jiang Xingjun coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. His great talent in Jouyao City was actually taunted by Jiang Xingjun. It's really good luck. Chapter 82 Compensation comes. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. At this time, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang who were playing in the Tower of Trial attracted the attention of the three. These two people are students of Lingyun Academy. Seeing the clouds on the clothes of Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang, Jiang Xingjun asked in surprise. It should be. Buligay was a little uncertain. Although they met in the shop yesterday, they didn't say much. Because at that time the attention was all attracted by the Tower of Trial. But having said that, it seems that no cultivator dared to pretend to be a member of Lingyun Academy, right? Luo Chuan nodded, they are from Lingyun Academy. The Lingyun Academy is here. It seems that the calm of Jouyao City will not last for too long. Bu Shi couldn't help sighing. Next is the time to eat instant noodles. After eating the instant noodles, feeling the active spiritual power in the body, the three of them eagerly entered the Tower of Trial and started a new round of battle. As time passed by, Luo Chuan sat behind the counter and wandered away. Training emphasizes relaxation, and so is playing games. After playing the game for a day yesterday, and another early morning today, Luo Chuan's spirit is indeed a bit tired. Although he seemed to be in a daze, he was actually digesting the experience gained in the battle. If you don't master it, it won't have any effect even if you continue to fight. Time flies. Not long after, Luo Chuan seemed to have noticed something and turned his attention outside the store. An old man with white beard and hair appeared from the alley. It is the old man. Lao Bai naturally saw Luo Chuan behind the counter at a glance, hurriedly entered the store, and said respectfully, I have seen seniors. I said, just call my boss. Luo Chuan said lightly. Yes. Bai Lao replied repeatedly. Then stepped forward and placed a spatial ring in front of Luo Chuan. This is the 50,000 spirit crystals that your majesty asked me to transfer to you. Luo Chuan took it and put it away. As for the space ring, Luo Chuan did not intend to return it, and Mr. Bai did not say anything. In addition, Ji Tianhao was abolished last night and was sent to southern Xinjiang. Old Bai continued. Luo Chuan nodded, meaning he already knew. This is the mission of Mr. Bai. Now that the task is completed, his attention has fallen on the shop. Looking at the almost completely changed Origin Mall, Bai Lao had a look of surprise in his eyes. Compared with before, there are many new things that have never been seen before. It looks like a special magic weapon. But why can't I feel the slightest aura fluctuation? What? At this time, Mr. Bai suddenly noticed something wrong. He found that the space in the store seemed a bit weird. Compared with normal conditions, it is much bigger. Is there still room in the store to make a formation? Old Bai was full of surprise in his heart. He really couldn't imagine that the mysterious boss would use the extremely precious space formation in such a small shop. He feels a little distressed. Of course, Bai Lao naturally saw Buligay and others who were breaking through in the Tower of Trial at a glance, and a deep doubt appeared in his heart. They all wore a silver white thing on their heads, and there was still a picture on a board in front of them. Each picture has their body shape, and they are still fighting with monsters. Could it be that they are experiencing what is in the picture? Mr. Bai guessed in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly saw three familiar figures. Jiang Xingjun, the son of Zhuxiang, is the song of Beauty and poetry of Hofu in Jinan. Boss, what are they doing? Old Bai asked curiously. Playing games. Luo Chuan replied casually. Playing games? Is there such a game? Old Bai looked dazed and didn't react. Chapter 83 Getting Acquainted. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66. To find your way home. What the screen shows is the game they are playing. Luo Chuan said. Old Bai's eyes widened, his expression a little incredulous. Listening to the boss, doesn't it mean that you can really fight monsters in the game? And looking at the picture, there is no difference at all from the real world. Boss, can I take a look first? Old Bai asked. Luo Chuan nodded. With Luo Chuan's permission, Mr. Bai came behind them at Buligay, who were playing the game and watched seriously. The small shop has once again restored its tranquility. However, in the heart of Old Bai, there was a stormy sea. While watching, Bai always looked more and more frightened. He understood what Luo Chuan said about the game. During watching, when they all made mistakes in step ligay, they were killed by the monster. But in the next instant, he was resurrected unscathed, and he went back to the battle. If these things can be used in the army, the soldiers' combat effectiveness will at least be increased several times. Cultivators can use this to hone their combat experience in this game without worrying about physical injuries. There are such artifacts in the world. Such an idea appeared in Bai Lao's heart involuntarily. Because in constant battles, you can gain valuable combat experience without worrying about your own safety. Such good things, if someone told Mr. Bai, he would never believe it. How can combat experience be improved in addition to real combat? But now, this idea has changed completely. 3 hours passed so quickly. A sigh suddenly sounded, recalling Old Bai's thoughts. Gu Yinshi and Jiang Wanchang took off their helmets almost at the same time and exhaled deeply. The two shook their heads, throwing away the trace of trance in their minds. The game in the Tower of Trials is so real. There is no way to tell the difference with the real world. Who are you? The two noticed Mr. Bai behind them, and Gu Yinshi asked. Bai Hong. Old Bai replied. He naturally saw the cloud-shaped mark and knew the identities of the students of Lingyun College. Bai Hong. You are the asking expert next to the heavenly star, Old Bai. Jiang Wanshang was a little surprised. Old Bai. Gu Yinshi's face was also full of surprise. Obviously, she had heard of Bai Lao. Afterwards, the two also briefly introduced their identities. Aren't you two students of Lingyun Academy? Why did you come here? Old Bai asked curiously. Wan Chang and I saw people opening shops in such a remote alley, so we came in because of curiosity. Gu Yinshi smiled lightly, and the things in the owner's shop are not ordinary things. I came to Jiuyao City on this trip. The harvest is to come to Origin Mall. Jiang Wanshang nodded in agreement. She thought so too. The two turned their eyes to Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan's expression was indifferent and unmoved. They almost understood Luo Chuan's character, and their reaction to him was expected. At this time, Bushi noticed the movement in the store, exited the game and took off his helmet. I have seen Mr. Bai. Bushi said after seeing Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai nodded and said with a smile, little girl of Bu's family, when I saw you last time, you were a little baby. After so many years, you are all so beautiful. Chapter 84 Are the staff so strong now? Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Bushi smiled embarrassedly. At the same time, he called out Buligay and Jiang Xingjun. Originally, both of them were at the critical moment of the battle, and they were naturally a little angry when they were called by Bu's poetry. But after seeing Mr. Bai, everything died down. Both of them knew about Mr. Bai. I have seen Mr. Bai. Bu Ligay and Jiang Xingjun said respectfully. At the same time, there was some curiosity in my heart. Why did Mr. Bai come to the boss's shop? Bu Ligay suddenly thought that Mr. Bai seemed to have been to the boss' shop before. The coke given by Emperor Tianxing was bought by Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai nodded. Afterwards, Bu Shi and Gu Yunxi also briefly introduced their identities to each other. They are all customers in the owner's shop, and it's normal to get familiar with them. Yao Zian also retreated from the game at this time. After she saw Bai Lao, her eyes narrowed slightly. Ask the 8th rank human beings, the strength is still reasonable. Bai Lao's body suddenly stiffened. When being looked at by Yao Zian, he only felt as if he was being stared at by something terrifying, and his muscles couldn't help tightening. He did not expect that the girl who used to be next to Luo Chuan was so powerful. It was so powerful that he couldn't even think of resistance at all. But now, Yao Zian has completely replaced himself as a clerk. She nodded, and a faint smile appeared on her beautiful face. I am the clerk of Origin Mall, Yao Zian. Elder Bai didn't dare to neglect, and repeatedly replied, I have seen seniors. Just call me Bai Hong. In the previous moment, he already knew that Yao Zian's strength far surpassed him. If Bai Lao's spiritual power is a rushing river, Yao Zian is a vast ocean. There is no comparability between the two. The gap between the realm of questioning and the venerable is like a gap. At the same time, old Bai's heart was also full of shock. A clerk has such strength, what about the strength of the boss? I dare not think about it anymore. In addition, Mr. Bai was still a little curious in his heart. With Yao Zian's strength, the boss actually treats him as a clerk, which is really violent. Is this the habit of the boss? Having said that, yesterday Ji Tianhao didn't even dare to fight against such a strong idea. It's really dead to a certain level. On the other side, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang both looked a little weird after hearing what Bai Lao said. What did they hear before? Mr. Bai actually called Senior Demon Zian. Is there an auditory hallucination? Yao Zian is just a clerk, isn't it even stronger than Elder Bai in the questioning realm? The three of Bu Ligay knew the identity of the Demon Zian Demon Beast royal family, but they did not expect her strength to be so powerful. Mr. Bai even had to respect her as a senior. For a while, the three of them also became cautious. I am just a clerk in the owner's shop. Yao Zian smiled lightly. After all, he glanced at Luo Chuan behind the counter. Well, the latter remains unmoved as always. Soon, the attention of several people shifted away from Yao Zian's body. Old Bai, did you come here because of something? Bu Shi asked curiously. Mr. Bai nodded, Your Majesty's promised compensation, I need to pass it on to the boss. Make up. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang were a little confused. Isn't Mr. Bai the person next to Emperor Tianqing? Why should I compensate the boss? The rest of them had such expressions. They were all witnesses to what happened in Fengxianla last night. Bu's poetic flavor is told after listening to Bu Ligay's return to Jinan Hofu. At that time, Ji Wuhui once said that he would give his boss 50,000 lingjing as compensation, but he didn't expect it to be delivered today. Chapter 85. It turns out that the boss is the deepest hidden master. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. And many more. At this time, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang finally thought of something. The news that spread throughout Jouyao City in less than a day. Could it be said that the boss is the protagonist in the rumors? Yes, it must be so. First, there was compensation from Mr. Bai to send the Heavenly Star Emperor, as well as the power of Yao Zian, plus the mysterious shop. It turns out that the boss is the most hidden mysterious master. There is also Xian's sister, who is obviously also a super strong, but she did not show the slightest. Their eyes changed when they saw Luo Chuan and Yao Xian. The thick shock was mixed with a little unbelievable. If you look closely, there is still a touch of worship for the strong. As the saying goes, gossip knows no boundaries, even in a different world. When I came here yesterday, I knew the boss must not be easy. Gu Yunxi said with a certain face. Yes, that's right. Jiang Wanshang nodded repeatedly. To be honest, I didn't realize that Sister Xian and the boss are actually hidden super masters. Indeed, if you only look at the appearance, you can't see the cultivation level of the two at all. One is because the two of them look so young. Second, for the two of them, there is no difficulty at all to converge their breath. Hearing these words of worship, although Luo Chuan's expression was indifferent, there was still a trace of comfort in his heart. Yao Xian's complexion remained unchanged, and he even wanted to yawn a little. By the way, what game did you play earlier? Old Bai's voice sounded at the right time, distracting everyone's attention. Tower of Trial. Jiang Xingjun added. It turned out to be called the Tower of Trials. Old Bai continued to ask, is this game really as shown on the screen? Of course. Gu Yinshi said with a look of excitement, the Tower of Trial is like a brand new world. In it, there is no difference between it and the real world. The others nodded in agreement. Hearing them say this, it also aroused the curiosity of Old Bai. He looked at Luo Chuan and asked, Boss, I wonder if I can try it too. Luo Chuan nodded, of course it is possible. All the rules about the owner's shop are written on it. Mr. Bai, you can take a look first and be mentally prepared. Bu Ligay pointed to a small white board hanging on the wall and kindly reminded him. After seeing the small white board, Mr. Bai felt a little bit dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, there are so many rules in such a small store. But since it's the owner's shop, just follow the rules. Lao Bai, before playing the Tower of Trial, it is best to eat a bowl of instant noodles. Jiang Xingjun said. Instant noodles? What is that? Old Bai was puzzled. The unfamiliar name seems to be a new product made by the boss, but I don't know what it does. After thinking about it, Mr. Bai walked to the shelf and began to browse the introduction. Hi. 10 times the training speed. It lasts for a full hour. The price is only 10 spirit crystals. Old Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. There are also many things that can increase the speed of cultivation. Most of them are similar to elixir, blessed land, formation, or food cooked with high-level monsters as ingredients. These things, in addition to the fact that the blessed land is not available, the formation requires a lot of resources to build, and only those organizations with huge financial resources and deep background can have it. Similar to Lingyun College. Although elixir or ingredients are common, the price is not affordable for ordinary practitioners. At least, hundreds of Lingjing are needed to get started. Like the instant noodles in the owner's shop, the price of Shi Lingjing is almost the same as that of free delivery in the eyes of Mr. Bai. Chapter 86 Shocked Old Man. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Instant noodles are only effective if you use the hot water in the store. Yao Xian reminded him timely. After a while, as expected, Mr. Bai's exclamation sounded again. Vitality spring water, this is actually Vitality spring water. Ahem, old man, there are more surprises in the owner's shop. You have to be a little prepared. Bu Ligay noticed that Mr. Bai did not seem to be a rigid person, and reminded him with a smile. Joke. The old man has traveled the Tianlan Continent for nearly 100 years, and he has never seen anything weird. Old Bai opened his eyes slightly, a little dissatisfied. Your surprise just now is not a lot at all. Bu Shi whispered. Mr. Bai couldn't help his old face flushing, and coughed softly to cover up his embarrassment. The things in the owner's shop are shocking and normal. Then Mr. Bai, eat first, we'll go to play games first. Bu Ligay said. Previously, he was fighting at a critical moment of the battle, but fortunately, the Tower of Trial had an active pause function. Otherwise, there is nowhere to cry. Okay, you go to play games, I will go over after eating the instant noodles. Old Bai nodded. As for Gu Yinshi and Jiang Wanshang, their game time has reached 3 hours today, so after greeting everyone, they left the shop. Bai Lao was also surprised by the taste of instant noodles. It's just incredible that food that is simply brewed with hot water can be so delicious. Although the hot water is a vital spring, the spiritual power in the body was nearly 10 times more active than usual, and the speed of cultivation naturally increased 10 times. Mr. Bai took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and prepared to play the Tower of Trial. At this moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the only cold jade bottle on a shelf not far away. Unlike instant noodles, there is only one cold jade bottle. This also highlights its special features. Demon Girl, is this also a product in the store? Old Bai hesitated and asked. Originally, he wanted to be called Senior Demon, but after thinking about it, he changed to Demon Girl. Yao Xian's ability to be a clerk in this store shows that she does not want to rely too much on her own strength. Yao Xian nodded, that's right, this is ginger jelly. The store sells a bottle every 7 days. It's another name I haven't heard of. With curiosity, Mr. Bai came to Qianjielu and began to browse its introduction. Gradually, Bai Lao's breathing became a little quicker. Vitality. This thing can add vitality. Although Bai always asks the strong, his life is much more than that of ordinary cultivators. But now, Mr. Bai has almost gone downhill in his life. In other words, if he can't break through, he won't be able to avoid the result of exhaustion of vitality and lifespan disappearance. Seeing something that can replenish vitality now is no less than that a lost person in the desert has encountered an oasis. Although the previous vitality spring water had the word vitality in its name, it did not have the ability to supplement vitality. At most, it only has the effect of activating body functions. However, in the introduction of Qiangjianglu, it is written literally that it can add vitality. It is no exaggeration to say that something that can replenish vitality is against the sky. Every time it appears in Tianlan Continent, it will cause a storm. Must buy it. Bai Lao's eyes were shining, and a decision had already been made in his heart. Chapter 87 Arena Mode. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. 100,000 spirit crystals. After seeing the price of Qianjielu, Mr. Bai couldn't believe it for a while. Not because it is too expensive, but because it is too cheap. For him, such a powerful person, although it is painful to take out 100,000 spiritual crystals at one time, it is completely affordable. Demon Girl, boss, I bought this jelly lotion. Old Bai took a deep breath and said decisively. After all, Elder Bai put a space ring in front of Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan nodded and picked up the space ring. In the perception of his mind, the spirit crystals piled up like small hills were stored inside. In the next instant, the spirit crystal disappeared directly. Give it back to you. Luo Chuan threw the space ring to the old man again. Unlike the previous compensation of the Heavenly Star Emperor, this spatial ring is Bai Lao's personal property. As the owner of Origin Mall, Luo Chuan will not do anything to encroach on guests' property. Mr. Bai was a little busy catching the space ring, and at the same time he was a little bit dumbfounded. This space ring contains tens of cubic meters of space and is worth tens of thousands of spiritual crystals. Bai Lao naturally has his own careful thinking. He wanted to use this spatial ring to win the good destiny of Luo Chuan. The cost of tens of thousands of Lingjing to get the good fate of the boss, such a peerless master, is really insignificant. But obviously, Luo Chuan is not the kind of person who can be bought. But this is also good, it means that the boss will not be bought by others. Carefully collected the jelly dew, Bai Lao didn't want to drink it now. Be sure to adjust your state to the best, and find the safest place, and then drink the jelly. This is what Bai Lao thought. Later, Mr. Bai sat on the seat and put on his helmet. Then under the guidance of Yao Zian, I started to create a new account, the first game. The scenes in the Tower of Trial that are indistinguishable from reality, all kinds of novel weapons, and real combat experience all shocked Mr. Bai. Soon, he was immersed in it. Luo Chuan looked at his small treasury and was in a good mood. In just one day today, including the 50,000 spirit crystals that Ji Wuhui paid for, he earned more than 60,000 spirit crystals. Of course, this is before the division. But as far as the speed of making money is concerned, it is enough to make 90% of the merchants in Tianlan Continent feel ashamed. System: can these spirit crystals that I obtained by my own ability be directly converted into cultivation base? At this time, Luo Chuan suddenly thought of a vital thing. That is, the system once said that the spirit crystals divided into after the completion of the transaction can be converted into cultivation bases, but it did not say that the spirit crystals obtained from other channels. No. The system replied simply and neatly. I knew it. Luo Chuan also guessed the result, a little bit lost in his heart. If it is true that all spirit crystals can be directly converted into cultivation bases, there are more ways to earn spirit crystals than opening a shop. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, there are more than 10 players in the Tower of Trial. The system's prompt sound suddenly sounded in his mind, making Luo Chuan stunned. Hidden task. Is there such an operation? The loss in my heart disappeared, and there was even a touch of joy. Luo Chuan's expression remained unchanged and asked in his mind, what's the reward? The completion of any task is imaginary, what Luo Chuan wants is a real reward. System: Tower of Trial Arena mode will start tomorrow. A message about the arena appeared in Luo Chuan's mind. Chapter 88: Where is the system teacher? For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site: www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Arena mode, as the name suggests, is where players can play against each other. Of course, the battle also needs to pay the spirit crystal. Different realms require different number of spirit crystals. Here, both sides of the battle can choose their weapons independently. And there are not only one-on-one combat modes, but also many modes such as confrontation and melee. There is also a winning points ranking system, which allows you to get corresponding rewards by virtue of ranking. The current reward is only the game time of the Tower of Trials. But it seems that because there are too few players, the winning points ranking system cannot be opened. Luo Chuan was silent slightly. He found that the method of earning spirit crystals by the system seemed a bit familiar. Could it be that a certain teacher Ma and Ji teacher failed? Hey, time flies so fast. Bu Ligay took off his helmet and couldn't help but sigh. Bu Shi and Jiang Xingjun took off their helmets in no particular order. The three of them spent 3 hours in the Tower of Trial today. Looking at the familiar environment in the store, I felt a little dazed. Go, drink a bottle of Coke. I'll treat you. Bu Ligay waved a big hand. The temperament of the rich is so bold. Not long after, the sound of opening a Coke bottle rang. Woo, cool. After the cool Coke, Jiang Xingjun and Bu Ligay sighed. Compared with Bu's poetry, he is much more reserved, at least he didn't say such a thing. Lao Bai is also playing the Tower of Trial. Bu Ligay said in surprise. Go, let's see what progress Bai Lao has achieved. A curious look appeared on Jiang Xingjuan's face. The three came behind Bai Lao and watched the screen on the screen. Mr. Bai was holding a spear, fighting with a dozen golden-crowned snakes around him. The golden-crowned snake is the monster beast on the second floor of the Tower of Trial. How long has it been for Mr. Bai to reach the second floor? Jiang Xingjun said in surprise. Today is also the first time he has played the Tower of Trial. After just 3 hours of fighting, he only passed the simple mode of the first layer. After passing the simple mode of the first layer, the normal mode can be turned on. After passing it, you can enter the normal mode of the second floor of the Tower of Trial. Of course, the simple mode of the second layer will also be open at this time. No, I have been severely hit. Jiang Xingjun clutched his chest, his face looked unlovable. The two brothers and sisters Bushi watched Jiang Xingjuan's performance somewhat speechlessly. The two found that Jiang Xingjun seemed to be walking further and further on the road of amusement. The three people left the store one after another, and Bai Lao's 3-hour game time quickly ended. Before you know it, it's noon. Has this point been reached? After Mr. Bai quit the game, he looked at the sun hanging directly above, somewhat surprised. He felt that only a short while passed. Indulging in the Tower of Trial can make people ignore the passage of time. Luo Chuan said. Mr. Bai nodded in agreement, and then said goodbye to Luo Chuan when he returned to Yaoxian. He wants to return to Jiwugue. Let's go to Feng Xianla for dinner today. Luo Chuan made a decision. Anyway, Ji Wuhui said that the two will eat for free in Feng Xianla forever, so why not go to Bai? When they arrived at Fengxian Tower, Luo Chuan and Yao Zian received an extremely warm welcome. Even the host of Feng Xianla, a fat man who seemed to weigh 300 to 400 jin, came out to greet the two. When the fat man came, Luo Chuan even felt the ground trembling slightly. The demon Xian's eyes widened slightly, with a rare expression of surprise on his face. This time, Luo Chuan asked for a single room. He felt a little weird to be stared at by so many people after eating. Chapter 89 Shirayoi Resurrection. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials +66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Who is that person who actually lets Wo Wanjin, the host of Feng Xianla, come out to meet him in person? But the girl next to him is so beautiful, she is like a fairy. This is the new diners. Many people have heard of what Luo Chuan did yesterday. But most importantly, they didn't know the faces of Luo Chuan and Yao Zian as the protagonists. Hee, you dare to hit that girl's idea, I'm afraid you don't want to live anymore, someone sneered. Why did you say this? Yesterday, because of this, the second prince ended up in Nanjiang. Do you think your identity is more honorable than him? As soon as I said this, the room was silent and the needle dropped. At this moment, they suddenly thought of a rumor that had spread throughout Jiuyao City in a short time today. The girl with purple hair and purple eyes, the mysterious powerhouse that made the heavenly star emperor bow his head, are they? It seems to be right. I didn't expect this senior to come here again. Countless people looked at the room Luo Chuan entered, their eyes flickering. Some cultivators are planning in their hearts whether they should go to win a wave. After a while, these people didn't see Luo Chuan and Yao Zian coming out, they were very puzzled. Someone boldly pushed open the door, and the two of them had long since disappeared. After eating in Feng Xianla, Luo Chuan and Yao Zian tore the space directly and returned to Origin Mall. Now relying on tearing space instead of walking, Luo Chuan is becoming more and more proficient. Of course, not all cultivators can do it by relying on their bodies to shuttle through space. The questioning realm can barely resist the various spatial turbulence and spatial cracks in the space. At the same time, avoid accidentally getting lost in the endless gap of space. Only the realm of the venerable can move freely in the space channel. However, there is no venerable person who will be idle and do nothing by tearing apart space instead of walking. Back in the shop, there were no customers anyway, and both of them entered the Tower of Trial. Without the system task, Luo Chuan also became Buddhist. What kind of advertising? Is it not good to play games in the store with peace of mind every day? At the same time, Luo Chuan's heart also has expectations for the so-called arena mode. A fair decisive battle between various cultivators, and there is no need to worry about injury, it is exciting to imagine. After returning to the imperial city, Mr. Bai came to Ji Wuhui for the first time. Originally, Ji Wuhui was a little irritable. Old Bai had not come back all morning, making Ji Wuhui worry that the mysterious senior was dissatisfied with what he did. Could it be that I am going to visit in person? Ji Wuhui couldn't help thinking in his heart. This matter was originally Ji Tianhao's fault. Now thinking about it, Ji Wuhui feels that Ji Tianhao came to the sky to cheat his father. The emperor has no relatives. After experiencing the events of last night, Ji Wuhui had no feelings for Ji Tianhao long ago. Now that Mr. Bai returned safely, he suddenly sighed in relief. Old Bai, how? Ji Wuhui still asked. A smile appeared on Mr. Bai's face. You can't insult your life. Ji Wuhui took a deep breath. That's good. Lao Bai has been with Ji Wuhui for decades, and the latter can naturally see the change in his mood at a glance. Lao Bai, you look very happy. Ji Wuhui asked with a smile, could it be that something good happened? Can you tell me about it? I bought something that can replenish my life in the boss's shop. After that, the veteran Bai took out Qianjielu and held it carefully in his hand. Adding vitality? That mysterious strong man actually has something like this. Staring at Qianjielu, Ji Wuhui couldn't keep calm either. This kind of thing is completely a fetish that can be met but not sought. Then I would like to congratulate Bai Lao first. It seems that the breakthrough to ask the 9th grade is hopeful. After calming down, Ji Wuhui said with a smile. He didn't have any idea of taking it as his own. Because he has enough lifespan, he does not have to consider the issue of lack of vitality. Mr. Bai said, with your majesty auspicious words. That's right. Ji Wuhui suddenly thought of something and asked, Lao Bai, I am afraid it will be expensive to get this jelly lotus. When Mr. Bai heard this, his face became a little weird. Ji Wuhui was a little puzzled. What's the matter? Old Bai, but it doesn't matter. Your Majesty is afraid that you guessed it wrong. Old Bai shook his head. Qianjielu, like other goods sold by the boss, has a clear price. In Ji Wuhui's curious gaze, Mr. Bai said a price that made him completely unresponsive. 100,000 spirit crystals. Chapter 90 Bai Lao's decision. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. 100,000 spirit crystals. Old Bai, are you kidding me? Ji Wuhui's expression was indifferent and couldn't help exclaiming. 100,000 spirit crystals can buy strange things that replenish vitality. What is the difference between this and the white pick? Of course I'm not kidding. Old Bai said seriously, I don't believe that a strong boss like the boss will be so boring to do such a thing. Ji Wuhui was lost in thought. He began to think carefully about what Luo Chuan did in Jiuyao City these days. Thinking about it carefully, Ji Wuhui suddenly felt a little bit dumbfounded in his heart. From that day Inua Palace Lord Chu Yongping shot to what happened yesterday. Ji Wuhui discovered that the strong man seemed to be the owner of a store in peace. Is it really impossible to put yourself in the role of the boss? Ji Wuhui couldn't help thinking in his heart. Your Majesty, I'm going to drink the jelly tonight. Asking the 8th rank realm, it has restrained me for too long, said the old man. Since being rescued by Ji Wuhui decades ago, Bai Lao's strength could not be saved. If it were not for the elixir provided by Ji Wuhui, I am afraid that the realm of the old man would even fall. The reason for all this is due to the lack of vitality. Now that he had the ample dew that could replenish his vitality, Mr. Bai couldn't bear it anymore. In his silent heart for a long time, a blazing flame appeared again. That is the desire for greater strength. Okay. Ji Wuhui didn't hesitate, and directly responded, "Open the tomb tonight and I will protect the law for you." The imperial tomb is the sleeping place of the emperors of the heavenly star empire, protected by countless powerful formations. It can be said that the imperial tomb is the safest place in the entire star empire. Ji Wuhui's ability to open the imperial tomb for Old Bai was enough to show his attention. "Thank you, your majesty," Old Bai said solemnly. As an old friend who has been with him for decades, everything is not in the words. "By the way, your majesty, there are more new products in the owner's shop." Old Bai thought of something, and then said, "Oh. Let's talk about it." Ji Wuhui was also interested. Ji Wuhui was surprised by the cola and spicy bars in the previous store. "However, it is a pity that I failed to reach the cooperation with the boss, and there are too many rules in the store. Now that there are new products, Ji Wuhui feels that it must be nothing simple." Then, the white veteran instant noodles and the Tower of Trial told Ji Wuhui. Ji Wuhui didn't pay much attention to the increase in cultivation speed of instant noodles. There are many things in the treasury that can increase the speed of cultivation. What really interests him is this game called the Tower of Trials. Ji Wuhui murmured, "Maybe I also need some time to visit that strong man's shop." One day passed quietly. In a blink of an eye, it was night. Lao Bai and Ji Wuhui had already arrived at the location of the imperial tomb. The imperial mausoleum is located in a mountain range where the Jiuyao mountain range and Jiuyao city meet. This place can be said to be a forbidden zone for countless cultivators, and it is impossible to approach it on weekdays. Only on the annual ancestor worship day, the imperial tomb will be opened. Looking at it from a distance, a light cover with a radius of 1,000 feet was enveloped. Ji Wuhui took out Yushi and instilled his spiritual power into it. Suddenly, a misty light radiated from the jade seal, echoing the imperial mausoleum ahead. With a fingertip, a drop of red blood popped out and landed on the formation ahead. A portal slowly opened from the formation. The two walked in and passed through a stone gate more than 10 meters high. Suddenly, the scene before him suddenly became clear. An extremely wide hall appeared in front of him, which seemed to hollow out the entire mountain range. Around the main hall, there are many stone statues. They are the emperors of the Star Empire. The surrounding space was filled with extremely rich spiritual energy, and even a hint of white mist. This is exactly a manifestation of strong spiritual power to the extreme. At the same time, in the hall, there is an inexplicable charm lingering, revealing a kind of grandeur. If unsurprisingly, this should be the power of the Star Empire's national destiny. National luck is also a kind of air luck. The word qiyun is illusory. But the prosperity and decline of a country as small as a person's fate are all closely related to luck. Because of this, it was possible to see the importance of the imperial tombs to the Star Empire. Chapter 91. It is worthy of the name of Cheongye Yulu. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Your Majesty Lao protects the law. After Mr. Bai said, he solemnly took out the jelly lotion. Ji Wuhui stood not far away, watching with some curiosity. It was the first time he saw something that could add vitality. At the same time, Ji Wuhui's divine consciousness has spread to the surroundings. The surrounding wind and grass couldn't escape his perception. Although in this imperial tomb, the possibility of encountering any danger is almost zero. However, Ji Wuhui didn't dare to be careless, because it was about the safety of Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and slowly opened the lid of Qianjielu. A scent of cold fragrance rushed over his face, lingering in the entire hall. This is actually the fragrance of wine. The aroma of the wine is mixed with hundreds of fruity aromas, which is intoxicating. Old Bai and Ji Wuhui smelled the scent in intoxication, as if they were in a vast jungle. Just smelling the aroma of wine can be intoxicating. What a charming wine! Lao Bai and Ji Wuhui exclaimed at the same time. Qianjielu really deserves the name of Qianjielu. This kind of wine, I am afraid that only the immortals in the sky can enjoy it. Ji Wuhui couldn't help but exclaimed. I almost can't help but want to taste it. How noble is Ji Wuhui's status! The Emperor of the Star Empire. Similarly, he is also a wine lover. With such an identity, I have already tasted all kinds of fine wines. Can it be compared with the aroma of wine exuded by ginger jelly? Is it called wine before? Calling dross is almost the same. After smelling the aroma of this wine, Ji Wuhui felt that she could never drink any other wine. Be sure to find a chance to taste the jelly lotion sold by that mysterious powerhouse. Ji Wuhui's eyes were burning, and he had already made a decision in his heart. The jelly lotion in the owner's shop sells a bottle every 7 days. Old Bai said. 1 bottle in 7 days. Ji Wuhui's heart was full of shock. According to Mr. Bai, are there many failures in this kind of jelly lotion? When did these gods that can replenish vitality become so common? Mr. Bai was also ready at this time. He took a deep breath, then drank the jelly. Good wine. Old Bai's eyes widened and he couldn't help sighing. The syrup penetrated into the throat, and the cool feeling went straight to the lungs, which was extremely comfortable. A strong fruity fragrance swept across, making Bai Lao's pores seem to be opened. Not waiting for Bai Lao to take a closer look, a huge vitality suddenly emerged. Old Bai's eyes condensed and he began to absorb it. At the same time, his body is also changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, Old Bai slowly opened his eyes, and a glimmer of light flashed away. Compared with before, Bai Lao looks at least a dozen years younger. If you were an ancient and rare person before, then now is the year of fate. Bai Lao's hair, at this time, also turned black again. This power. Mr. Bai looked at his palm with deep emotion. How long? How long have you not felt such vitality in your body? Now, Mr. Bai just wanted to look up to the sky with a long roar. Congratulations on being old. Ji Wuhui smiled on the side. He had been waiting silently before, but now seeing the changes in Old Bai, he couldn't help but feel a little frightened. The jelly lotion that can replenish vitality really has the effect of rejuvenating. If it is known by those old monsters who are about to die, I am afraid that even if they break their scalp, they will get it, right? At that time, what would happen to Joyao City? Will it take this to leap into a larger city, or will it become an extremely chaotic place? Ji Wuhui thought of many things instantly. Lao Bai, about Qianjielu. Ji Wuhui frowned slightly and said. Old Bai shook his head, he had obviously guessed what Ji Wuhui was thinking. He said, Your Majesty, I am not the only customer in the owner's shop. When I went there earlier, I also saw students from Lingyun Academy. Chapter 92 Thunder Tribulation. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. So. Ji Wuhui sighed helplessly. In this way, it would be very difficult to block news related to Qianjielu. At this moment, his eyes suddenly fell on the surrounding statues. Ji Wuhui seemed to have thought of something, and was stunned there for a while. Slowly, a touch of arrogance appeared in Ji Wuhui's eyes. Even if the strong come together to Joyo City. Here, everything needs to abide by the laws I set. Well, not weaker than the successive emperors of the Sky Star Empire. Well, it's the Emperor Tianqing. As if to prove something, Ji Wuhui said every word. Why block the news from Origin Mall? Only in chaos can the Star Empire have a chance to rise. Mr. Bai watched this scene with a smile on his face. How long had it been, this feeling of blood reappeared on Ji Wuhui's body. Since following Ji Wuhui decades ago, Mr. Bai has witnessed his transformation from arrogant and unruly to steady. Ji Wuhui now truly faced his heart. Are you here? Mr. Bai seemed to have sensed something and looked upward. His gaze seemed to penetrate the roof of the hall and into the sky. Lei Jie, here comes. Ji Wuhui naturally sensed this fluctuation and said slowly. Thunder tribulation is a calamity that cultivators must go through to break through. Of course, not all practitioners' breakthroughs will experience thunder. At least it must be above the realm of asking Tao. The power of thunder tribulation is also different. Generally speaking, the higher the realm, the stronger the power of thunder tribulation. Demon beast crossing the catastrophe is much more dangerous than human cultivators. At the same time, the outside world. Although it is already evening, there is still a sunset in the distant sky. The orange sunlight fell on, covering all things with a hazy gauze. The mutation happened suddenly. Dense dark clouds filled the sky at some unknown time, like a dark curtain with no wind. From the sound of dull roars, through the occasional light, you can see the thunder snakes surging in the dark clouds. The monster beasts in the Joyo mountain range shivered under the brilliance of the sky, and they dared not move the slightest. The vision was hanging in the sky, and the practitioners in Joyo City naturally noticed the vision in the sky. For ordinary people, Lei Jie has no influence at all. But for the cultivator, the coercion generated by the thunder robbery is real. The stronger the strength, the stronger the impact. Huh? Why is the sky suddenly dark? Where do these dark clouds come from? This is thunder tribulation. Is there any supermaster who can't advance from nearby? Such a terrifying thunder robbery, I am afraid it is already in the late stage of the realm of asking Tao, it is not far from the venerable. Countless people looked at the sky with dark clouds shining with thunder, with different ideas. In Zuyuexuan, the students of Lingyun College looked solemn. Ing Wuji and Murong Haitang also looked at the distant sky in surprise. If the thunder tribulation of asking the 9th rank is successfully passed, there will be another pinnacle master who asks the 9th rank. Murong Haitang exclaimed. From the direction of Lei Jie, it should not be far from Joyo City. I plan to go and take a look. Ing Wuji said blankly. Murong Haitang nodded, I'll go too, and see if it is the strong man who is here. Afterwards, Murong Haitang set his sights on the students and said seriously, as for you, let me stay honestly in Zuyuexuan. If we come back, if we find someone out privately. Murong Haitang scanned the students, squinted his eyes slightly, and exuded a dangerous aura, which was self-evident. Seeing this, these students shuddered all at once. Don't worry, Teacher Haitang, we will definitely not go out. At a critical moment, it was Jiang Wanshang who stood up and said seriously. Murong Haitang nodded in satisfaction, and then left Zuyuexuan with Ing Wuji. These students immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Of the two teachers, Murong Haitang is gentle and pleasant, although he should be indifferent and indifferent. But these students are most afraid of Murong Haitang. The latter way of punishing people is unforgettable for a lifetime just by experiencing it once. Ha, Wan Chang, thanks to you, otherwise Teacher Haitang doesn't know what else to say. Gu Yunshi said with a grin. The rest of the students also nodded repeatedly. Chapter 93 It's just a catastrophe, what's the point? For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Origin Mall. Luo Chuan and Yao Zian also saw the vision of the sky. Dark clouds gather, and thunder comes to the world. Is it possible that someone is unable to overcome the catastrophe here? Yao Zian said with some surprise. Luo Chuan nodded, it should be. Judging from the intensity of the thunder tribulation, Nai asked the 9-rank thunder tribulation, and the old man is ready to overcome the tribulation. In the morning, Mr. Bai bought the jelly lotion. Luo Chuan knew that he should use this to replenish his vitality, thus making a breakthrough in one fell swoop. But what Luo Chuan didn't expect was that Mr. Bai would be so impatient. Boss, are you going to see it? Yao Zian was excited. She is quite curious about the catastrophe of the human powerhouse. Luo Chuan thought for a while and shook his head, it's just a small catastrophe, nothing good. Luo Chuan's strength is only 10 kilometers away from the shop, and the place where Bai Lao crosses the robbery is farther than 10 kilometers. For the safety of his life, Luo Chuan decided to suppress his curiosity. But the words fell in Yao Zian's ears, and the latter made up for it by himself. Yes, for a powerful man like the boss, a Lei Jie who asks the realm of Tao is indeed nothing good. Yao Zian nodded, then don't go. Boss, I will continue to challenge the Tower of Trial. There are countless cultivators gathered in Jouyao City, and their reactions to thunder tribulation are not the same. The strong men who were confident enough in their own strength flew towards the place where Lei Jie appeared. These cultivators were a little surprised when they came to the place where Lei Jie was. Isn't this the imperial tomb of the Sky Star Empire? Could it be that the Sky Star Empire has an extra master who asks the 9th rank? At this point, almost everyone couldn't believe it. The Heavenly Star Emperor Ji Wuhui is already a peerless master of the 9th rank of Inquiring Tao. If one more master of the 9th rank of Inquiring Tao, the deterrent power of the Heavenly Star Empire can be directly increased by a few. At this time, Mr. Bai had already stepped out of the protection of the Imperial Tomb formation. Under the thunder robbery, the formation can't stop the slightest. Old Bai's clothes were flying in the violent wind, and he stared at the dark clouds above, his eyes full of warfare. After seeing these cultivators who arrived, they suddenly heard whispers. That person, is it Mr. Bai? Isn't it possible? Isn't Mr. Bai's longevity almost exhausted? This person clearly looks like he's in his 50s. Hey! Could it be that Mr. Bai has gotten a fetish that can replenish life? But having said that, have you ever felt a faint aroma of wine in the air? It seems to be a bit similar to the aroma that appeared in Jouyao City some time ago. Hey, there seems to be such a faint fragrance. With Bai Lao's strength, he has a reputation for being not weak in the Star Empire and the surrounding forces. But now, compared with the white old man in their impression, this person who is crossing the catastrophe is the youngest teenager. But the aura that exudes can't be faked. They know that this person is the old man. Could it be that Mr. Bai got what can replenish his vitality? For a time, everyone's eyes flickered. But no one dared to step forward blindly. At this time, it is the time when the old man crosses the robbery. If a practitioner enters the range of the thunder robbery, he will also encounter an indiscriminate attack from the thunder robbery. The stronger the strength, the greater the attack power. No cultivator would go to bear the baptism of thunder for nothing, and the most important thing was that he did not improve his own strength. Something like using the thunder power of thunder tribulation to temper the body only appears in rumors or ancient legends. Only in the ancient years can there be the kind of fierce man who can temper his body with the help of various forces of heaven and earth. In the face of the destructive power of the world like thunder, ordinary cultivators can't avoid it in time, and where is it possible to take the initiative to incorporate it into the body? Chapter 94 Shireo Iwataru. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, www.bxwx66.com, to find your way home. The dark clouds became thicker and heavier, and it looked like a black curtain covering the sky. As if within reach. The flashing thunder filled it, and the thunder snake danced. Coming. A whisper sounded, as if the prelude of thunder robbery had been opened. Click. A thunder as thick as an arm appeared from the dark clouds, and fell towards the old man Bai. The thunder was shining with silver light, exuding an aura of destruction. This thunderbolt alone is comparable to the full blow of an ordinary asking master. Mr. Bai did not dare to neglect. He took a deep breath and mobilized all his spiritual power. I don't know when, a black spear has been held by Mr. Bai. At the position of the gun handle, the black scales are spreading. Black Dragon Spear. Such power, worthy of the name of the White Spear God. Someone exclaimed. The Black Dragon Spear is exactly Bai Lao's famous weapon. But when he was young, he obtained it from ancient ruins. Rumor has it that the remnant soul of a black dragon is sealed in the Black Dragon Spear. Decades ago, it was with a Black Dragon Spear that Bai Lao made his reputation. The White Spear is a recognized title. However, after following the Heavenly Star Emperor Ji Wugui, the Black Dragon Spear was sealed in dust. Now that the Black Dragon Spear reappears in the world, everyone seems to think of the fearful figure that the forces killed by a single shot decades ago. Break it for me. The old man roared, his eyes cracking. The veins of the arm violently, and a shot was pierced at the falling thunder. In an instant, it seemed as if a dragon chant sounded. A dragon-shaped phantom appeared from the Black Dragon Spear, and then collided with thunder. Boom! With the bursting sound, Bai Lao's figure involuntarily flew upside down by dozens of feet. The dragon-shaped phantom shattered, and the thunder also disappeared. There are 8 more. Old Bai took a deep breath and whispered to himself. The thunder tribulation of the question realm, generally speaking, every increase of a rank, there will be an extra thunder. Of course, except for those enchanting powerhouses crossing the robbery. For them, Lei Jia was born for destruction. A thunder catastrophe, experiencing dozens of thunder baptisms are common things. It is said that in the ancient times, those wonderful cultivators crossed the robbery, and thunder could even evolve into a human form to confront them. Before Bai Lao gasped, the dark clouds in the sky surged violently. A thunder that was more violent than before slashed fiercely. Under this violent pressure, some cultivators with weaker cultivation bases only felt that their chests became stuffy for a while, almost vomiting blood. Ha ha ha, good coming. Old White laughed wildly, his clothes flying. With the Black Dragon Spear in his hand waving, many dragon-shaped phantoms are swimming around him. Facing thunder tribulation, Old Bai did not have the slightest sense of fear in his heart. Only a strong fighting spirit. Decades of dormancy, only for the present. Lei Jia is nothing to Old Bai. Decades of precipitation, it is inevitable for Bai Lao to break through to ask the 9th grade. Looking at this scene, many people have such thoughts in their hearts. One person, one shot, smashed the thunder. The roars continued to sound, and the dazzling lights flickered. It's already 8 times, it's still the last one. After blocking 8 thunders, Mr. Bai also panted a little. There are still many injuries on him. At this time, countless dark clouds began to flow and converge continuously. Finally, a vortex with a radius of nearly 100 meters in size gradually formed. He watched this scene, narrowing his eyes slightly. In the whirlpool, he felt a hint of danger. Click. In the next instant, a thunder with a thickness of several feet condensed from the whirlpool and attacked Old Bai. Spiritual power surged, and there were even subtle black cracks in the space where thunder passed. Chapter 95 Incomprehensible Operation. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials +66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. I saw a touch of the palm of old Bai's hand on the space ring, a bag of spicy strips and a bottle of Coke appeared out of thin air, and he directly gobbled them up. In order to survive the thunder catastrophe safely, Bai Lao naturally bought spicy bars and cola in the Origin Mall for emergency needs. At this moment, the cultivators around were a little dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Ordinary cultivators will prepare some elixir or pill to recover their injuries and spiritual energy at critical moments. But why did Mr. Bai take out something wrong? Why does it look like drinks and food? The bursts of pungent aroma in the air made these cultivators dumbfounded, and they couldn't help swallowing saliva. Because of the taste, it's so tempting. Wait, look at Mr. Bai. At this moment, someone suddenly noticed the changes in old Bai's body and couldn't help but exclaim. I saw the injury on old Bai's body recovered in a short blink of an eye, and even the aura on his body increased at a terrifying speed. In an instant, he surpassed the previous one and directly reached the peak of Wendao. The faces of the practitioners were shocked. They really couldn't imagine, what did Bai Lao ate before, why is there such an effect? Mr. Bai took a deep breath, feeling the unprecedented perfection of his body, and his eyes were full of excitement. The spiritual power of the whole body was fully mobilized and gathered on the black dragon spear. A tangible dragon chant sounded, and a vast expanse of breath lingered on old Bai's body, unparalleled in power. A clan of dragons, a great fortune, has a prestigious name in the ancient times. Even if there is only one remnant soul of the black dragon in the black dragon spear, it has its own uniqueness. Mr. Bai is holding the black dragon spear, and instead of retreating, he advances directly. In the next moment, the two collided. In an instant, the positive world was shrouded in extreme light. Under the extreme sound, countless people seemed to be deaf in both ears instantly, and could not hear anything. After a few breaths, the light gradually dimmed, and dull roars sounded one after another. But these cultivators didn't care. Even if the light was still dazzling, they still stared at the place where the old man was originally, wanting to see what the result was. The dust gradually dissipated, and a figure slowly appeared. It is the old man. At this time, old Bai's appearance was a little miserable, his beard was scorched, his clothes tattered, and a dazzling electric arc faintly flashed on his body. The breath was also very sluggish, and it was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries during the battle against Thunder Tribulation. But even so, the aura exuding from Elder Bai's body should not be underestimated, and it is even constantly improving. Ask the realm of the 9 products, has successfully stepped into it. What Bai Lao needs to do now is to absorb the aura of heaven and earth and completely stabilize it. Many cultivators watched this scene, their eyes flickering. Mr. Bai is at his weakest time at this time. In other words, now is the best opportunity to kill Mr. Bai. The absence of a pinnacle master who asked the 9th rank is enough to bring a heavy blow to the Star Empire. Humph! A cold snort suddenly sounded, and Ji Wuhui's figure flew out from the tomb. The coercion that belongs to the peak master of Wendao spreads to the surroundings, shocking the cultivators. Everyone was surprised to find that Ji Wuhui had always been nearby silently protecting the FA. If there is any change among these people, he will definitely take the shot immediately. Congratulations to the old white realm asking the 9th rank, the Sky Star Empire has one more super expert. Murong Haitang said with a smile. For her, it doesn't matter whether the Star Empire is strong or not. Because behind her, there is a superpower like Lingyun Academy standing on the top of Tianlan Continent. Even if Ji Wuhui, as the Heavenly Star Emperor, dare not neglect the slightest, thank you for your kind words. Ing Wuji also nodded slightly to Ji Wuhui. When the rest of the cultivators saw this, they all knew that it would be impossible for Mr. Bai to act. At the same time, they didn't know whether old Bai had anything that could instantly recover his injuries and improve his strength. It would be better to congratulate and get a good destiny. At the same time, they also have a question in their hearts. Bai Lao's previous strength suddenly increased, thinking it was because the things he ate had the effect of improving his realm in a short time. But now that the tribulation is over, why can't I see the slightest side effect on old Bai? Unscientific. Chapter 96. Thank you for your kindness. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Congratulations kept ringing, and Ji Wuhui responded one by one. But none of these powerhouses left. Because next is the real opportunity. The vortex formed by the previous thunder robbery did not dissipate, on the contrary, it became more solid. Endless spiritual power gathered in the vortex, forming a spiritual storm. The center of the spiritual storm is the old man. Bai Lao's body is like a black hole, and the spiritual storm of nearly 1,000 meters in size is constantly being swallowed. At the same time, his breath is also rising. The injuries suffered during the last thunder tribulation on his body are also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The aura around the world almost reached its peak. The cultivators around also seized the opportunity and quickly absorbed it. This is where the opportunity lies. After the cultivator has passed the thunder tribulation, there will be backfeeding from heaven and earth spiritual energy. The area around it will also be affected, full of pure heaven and earth spiritual power. These heaven and earth spiritual powers can be absorbed directly without refining. When the powerhouses of the big powers pass thunder and catastrophe, they will let the juniors watch and observe, and at the same time seize this hard-won opportunity. After a while, it seemed that the spiritual storm that connected the world gradually dissipated. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing twinkling stars. At this time, it was late at night. Mr. Bai opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed away. In an instant, a terrifying breath emerged from his body, and then gradually disappeared. Mr. Bai took a deep breath and stood up. He turned to the direction where Luo Chuan was, with a solemn expression, and bowed far away. A loud voice resounded throughout the world, "Thank you seniors for your good luck. If it weren't for Luo Chuan Qianjielu, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to replenish his vitality, let alone advance the 9th rank." Hearing what Bai Lao said, apart from curiosity, the cultivators around were shocked. Could it be said that Elder Bai was able to break through to the 9th grade of inquiring Tao? Is it a good fortune given by a certain strong person? What kind of strength would that mysterious powerhouse be able to make Wendao 8 rank master's good fortune? Lord? Or is it a legendary saint? Wait, the direction that Mr. Bai used to worship before seems to be Jiuyao City. In the city of Jiuyao, there are such strong people hidden. And it is said that a few days ago, a mysterious powerhouse in Jiuyao City shattered and asked Chu Yangping's soul projection. Yesterday, the second prince provoked a mysterious master, and Mr. Bai and His Majesty personally came forward, and the second prince was sent to southern Xinjiang. Plus what Mr. Bai said just now. The water in Jiuyao City is so deep. It seems that after returning to Jiuyao City, he has to restrain the guys under his men. I just don't know if these mysterious powerhouses are also attracted by the ancient ruins. If that is the case, this time the ancient ruins of the Jiuyao mountain range, I am afraid it will really be a storm. But if these people know that these things are all done by Luo Chuan, how should you think about it? Congratulations, Bai Lao, for successfully advancing to the 9th stage of asking Tao. Ji Wuhui smiled and congratulated. His Majesty Lao was protecting the law before. Old White replied. Because of the breakthrough, Bai Lao looked a lot younger again. The hair that was originally gray has completely turned into a jet black color. Ha ha ha. Where are the words of Mr. Bai? Ji Wuhui patted Mr. Bai on the shoulder, and there was an eager look in his eyes. Turn a blind eye. Mr. Bai nodded, with a touch of remembrance on his face. I haven't done anything for decades. I don't know how many people still remember the name of the White Spear God. After everyone returned to Jiuyao City, even late at night, there were still many practitioners who left Joyao City in a hurry. They want to send out the recent events and related guesses in Joyao City. Of course, Luo Chuan, who is the behind the scenes of all this, has already fallen asleep at this time. Chapter 97 should promise decision. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Brother Wuji, are you okay? Back in Zueyuexian, Morong Haitang was a little worried looking at Ing Wuji who was silent beside him. Women's minds are always delicate. Although Ing Wuji is usually so dull, Morong Haitang keenly perceives that he should have something on his mind. Ing Wuji shook his head and signaled that he was okay. My time is running out. He stretched out his palm and whispered. Look carefully, the death spirit lingers on it. Seeing this, Morong Haitang sighed. Ing Wuji technique will consume the vitality in the body, but he can't abolish it, it will only have this consequence. Looking at Bai Lao's appearance, it should be a strange thing that replenishes vitality. Ing Wuji squinted slightly and said. Don't you think? Morong Haitang widened his eyes slightly, guessing something. Ing Wuji nodded slightly. I am going to enter the imperial city tomorrow and ask where Bai Lao got the vitality items. I am willing to pay all costs for this. There was a rare eagerness in Ing Wuji's eyes. Seeing Ing Wuji's expression, Morong Haitang couldn't help sighing in his heart. Although she also hoped that Ing Wuji would get a way to replenish vitality from Mr. Bai, but Morong Haitang knew that this possibility was too small. Mo said that strange things that can replenish vitality are extremely rare, even if Bai Lao still has those things or knows the way to obtain them, it may not be able to tell Ing Wuji. Because it can replenish vitality, it is completely linked to extending life. And no one will share their secrets with irrelevant people. But Morong Haitang couldn't advise, Ing Wuji's character was known throughout Lingyun Academy. As long as a decision is made, there is absolutely no intention to go back. It is just like the exercises he practiced. Then I wish you good luck. Morong Haitang blessed. The next day. As usual, after Luo Chuan got up to wash, he was ready to go out to buy breakfast. But when he just opened the door and saw the scene outside, he couldn't help but stunned. Lao Bai and Ji Wuhui stood in front of the store. Although Mr. Bai had changed so much now, Luo Chuan recognized him at a glance. Seeing Luo Chuan finally opened the door, Old Bai smiled and said, "Good morning, boss." Ji Wuhui also smiled and said hello. "How long have you been here?" Luo Chuan was slightly silent, and then asked. "It didn't take long, just arrived." Ji Wuhui smiled. Facing a mysterious powerhouse like Luo Chuan, Ji Wuhui dare not say that they have been waiting here for a full hour. That's it. Luo Chuan nodded. When the two were about to enter the store, Luo Chuan's next words made them a little bit dumbfounded. In that case, wait a while. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. After that, Luo Chuan ignored the two and walked towards the alley. Ji Wuhui's eyes widened slightly, his expression a little bit of joy. He never expected that a strong man like the boss would say such things. And what is his identity? The Great Star, the Emperor of the Star Empire. Ordinary cultivators have to be respectful regardless of their strengths. But when he arrived in Luo Chuan, his identity seemed useless. However, it is normal for such a strong person to have a weird character. Not angry. Not angry. Ji Wuhui continued to comfort himself in his heart. Chapter 98 Ji Wuhui enters the store. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Since Mr. Bai has been to Origin Mall twice, he has a little understanding of Luochuan's character. He couldn't help but laugh and cry when he saw Ji Wuhui's constantly changing complexion next to him. Old Bai coughed softly, "Your Majesty, the boss's personality is like this, you don't need to take it to heart." Ji Wuhui took a deep breath, and a smile appeared on his face. "Old Bai, don't worry, I'm not someone with a small belly." Then, the two waited quietly at the door of the store. If Mr. Bai and the great Emperor Qianqing can wait at the door, I am afraid that Luochuan will be the only one. After dozens of minutes, Luochuan finally appeared in front of the two. However, the way Luochuan came, made the corners of Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui's eyes twitch slightly. What did they see? A spatial channel appeared in the alley out of thin air, and then Luochuan walked out of it unhurriedly. Tearing the space and hurrying, only masters like the boss can do it. The two thoughts almost coincidentally. They also found that Luochuan still had a breakfast in his hands. The boss has been away for so long, hasn't it finished breakfast yet? Ji Wuhui guessed in his heart with some doubts. Luochuan didn't know what Ji Wuhui was thinking. He opened the store door. Ji Wuhui and Bai Lao breathed a sigh of relief and followed Luochuan into the Origin Mall. I stood outside for more than 2 hours. Fortunately, both of them were experts in asking questions, otherwise they would not be able to persist. Curious shop. Entering the Origin Mall, looking at the surrounding decorations, Ji Wuhui couldn't help but sigh. Although Mr. Bai had briefly introduced the things in the Luochuan store before, there was a huge gap between what he saw and what he heard. The store in Luochuan is like a combination of modern science fiction style and Western magic style. It is indeed the only one on the Tianlan Continent, which is generally the style of the Chinese feudal period. Moreover, Ji Wuhui felt a little distressed by the large number of liuli items in the store. This is too luxurious. The emperor's bedroom is not so proud. There really is a space formation in this store. After carefully checking the size of the space in the store, Ji Wuhui was a little surprised. But immediately, the surprise became relief. It's all so extravagant, it seems that having a space formation is not a big deal. At this time, bursts of da-da-da footsteps sounded. Yao Zian, who had finished washing, walked down the stairs. Monster Beast Royal Family. After seeing Yao Zian, even if he was mentally prepared, Ji Wuhui's body couldn't help subconsciously tightening. Jiuyao City is adjacent to the Jiuyao Mountains. Many cultivators live by hunting monsters in the mountains. Because of this, the monster beasts in the Jiuyao Mountains are very hostile to the cultivators in Jiuyao City. 100 years ago, a half-step venerable monarch royal family appeared from the Jiuyao mountain range and led a tide of monsters to attack Jiuyao City. According to the rumors of ordinary cultivators, the monster royal family finally retreated because they had no choice but to use the defense formation of Jiuyao City. But only Ji Wuhui knew how much power the royal family expended in order to block the monster royal family. That generation of the Star Empire emperors damaged the foundation for this, and their lifespan was only 40 years before they died early. In Tianlan Continent, where cultivators generally have at least 100 years of life, it is a pity that these years have fallen. Chapter 99 Maka. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials plus 66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Yao Zian nodded faintly when he saw Ji Wuhui and Bai Lao Ho, saying hello. Then his gaze fell on Luochuan, and when he saw what was in his hand, his eyes suddenly lit up. Your breakfast. Luochuan said blankly. Thank you, boss. Yao Zian quickly walked down the stairs to Luochuan and ended up having breakfast. He smiled, touching. Luochuan remained unmoved. Maybe it's because of watching for a long time, so immunity. After working as a clerk in Origin Mall, Yao Zian felt that her life was too comfortable. There is no need to worry about any human cultivator's conspiracy and tricks. She can wake up naturally every day, and even the boss brings her breakfast. After eating warm and delicious food, and eating with spicy strips, Yao Zian's eyes narrowed slightly into crescents. What a pleasant life! Seeing Yao Zian ignored what he meant, Ji Wugue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although I had met yesterday, Ji Wugue did not see Yao Zian's true identity at the time. His attention was focused on how to calm the boss' anger. As a venerable Yao Zian, it was naturally not something Ji Wugue at the pinnacle could see through. And when Mr. Bai bought Qianjielu in the Origin Mall and returned to life, he only mentioned that there was a female clerk in Luochuan's store. In the eyes of Mr. Bai, Yao Zian's strength and identity are indeed not worth mentioning compared to the boss. This created this scene. Of course, Ji Wugue is still curious about Yao Zian in this store. The dignified monster royal family is a clerk in a shop. No matter how simple the shop is, it also reveals a strong sense of violation. What about the dignity of being a monster royal family? After thinking about it, Ji Wugue felt that he shouldn't think about it anymore. He followed Mr. Bai and came to the shelf. Mr. Bai introduced, "Your Majesty, these things are the things sold in the owner's shop, such as cola, spicy noodles, instant noodles, and jelly." Bai Lao turned his gaze, and then looked at the place where the Qianjielu was originally placed. Sure enough, a small white board was placed there at this time. On the whiteboard is a clear line of black words, "Sold out, in stock." Mr. Bai paused, and then said, "There are the rules of the shop, Your Majesty, you have to take a look." Looking in the direction of old Baiji, Ji Wugue saw a small white board hanging on the wall. There are rules written on it. There are so many rules. Ji Wugue couldn't help but have such thoughts in his heart. Then, each of them took a bucket of instant noodles. "Demon girl, my Majesty and I have a bucket of instant noodles, and then each play in the Tower of Trial for 3 hours." The two came to Yao Zian and said with a smile. Yao Zian nodded, a total of 380 spirit crystals. Because Ji Wugue played the Tower of Trial for the first time, he had to spend by Lingjing to register an account. Hearing the price, Ji Wugue was a little surprised. The things in this store are not cheap. If it is an ordinary cultivator, I am afraid that it may not be affordable. A few minutes later, Bai Lao and Ji Wugue squatted by the wall with a bucket of instant noodles. The food was red. It smells so good. At this moment, Ji Wugue still seemed half unhappy in his heart. This kind of deliciousness, even if it is a few hundred or 1,000 lingjing, is worth it. This is like a person who is tired of the delicacies of the mountains and the sea, and suddenly tastes the special folk snacks, and it will definitely feel delicious. This price, worth it. Chapter 100. Good morning, Your Majesty. For some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please remember the domain name of this site www.bxwx66.com, literary initials +66.com, bxwx66.com, to find your way home. Lao Bai and Ji Wugue ate the instant noodles cleanly, feeling the active spiritual power in their bodies, and belched with satisfaction. How? Luo Chuan said at the right time. Ji Wugue took a deep breath and said seriously, "The things in the owner's shop are really extraordinary. The effect is as stated in the introduction, and my perception of heaven and earth aura has increased by about 10 times. Everything in the store is worth the money." Luo Chuan said lightly. "It's not just value for money, it's totally value for money." Upon hearing Luo Chuan's words, Ji Wugue and Bai Lao couldn't help slandering in their hearts. "Thank you for the good luck of the boss." Old Bai suddenly said solemnly. Luo Chuan understood what Mr. Bai meant. It is precisely because of the jelly lotion sold in the store that Mr. Bai has the opportunity to replenish his vitality. So as to accumulate, make a breakthrough and ask the 9 products in one fell swoop. Luo Chuan shook his head. "This is your own chance, it has nothing to do with me." The old man smiled bitterly, and the boss's character was still the same as before. "Ha! Your Majesty." At this time, a sound of surprise sounded. Looking in the direction of the sound, the two brothers and sisters Bushi and Jiang Xingjun were standing at the door. The three of them looked at Ji Wuhui in the store. In addition to being surprised, there was also a strong unbelievable. "Even your Majesty came here in person, the boss is awesome." Of course, these words can only be thought of in my heart. "Good morning, your Majesty." The three looked at each other and then said in unison. When Ji Wuhui saw the three of them, he couldn't help but stunned. He didn't expect to meet them here. But who is Ji Wuhui? The Heavenly Star Emperor of the Heavenly Star Empire has mastered his emotions to the point of superb control. He nodded and smiled lightly. "The boy from Zhuxiang's family, and the son and daughter of Zenenhao, why come to the boss shop so early?" "Okay." The three of them glanced at each other, and then stepped Ligay and said, 3 hours of playing in the Tower of Trial can be worth a day of training, your Majesty should know. Ji Wuhui nodded. Old Bai had already told him these things. Because of this, and there are only these 10 machines in the owner's shop, what if they are all occupied if they come late? Bu Ligay continued. It seems to be the reason. Ji Wuhui nodded in agreement. If this is the case, I will first try to see if the Tower of Trial is as magical as you said, and it can actually increase the cultivation base. Ji Wuhui smiled. Lao Bai. Hearing Ji Wuhui's call, the three looked at Lao Bai with some doubts. As for Mr. Bai, the three did not recognize it at all. After all, Mr. Bai has changed too much now. Yesterday, he was an old man with white beard and hair. Now he looks dozens of years younger and his hair has turned black. I met yesterday, don't you recognize me today? Old Bai said with a smile. This tone, as well as a familiar face, is that Old Bai is right. Old Bai, why do you look so young? Jiang Xingjun couldn't help asking. Yesterday, I was fortunate enough to advance to the 9th grade. Old Bai smiled. Ask about 9th rank. Did you break through yesterday by Mr. Bai? The three couldn't help but exclaimed. At this time, they also understood the reason for yesterday's vision. It was actually caused by Bai Lao advanced. The news about the advancement of Bai Lao asking the 9th rank was only known to the big forces who went there, and it did not circulate in Jiuyao City. Mr. Bai nodded. Thanks to the glutinous rice due in the owner's shop for replenishing my life, I can make a breakthrough in one fell swoop. The three looked at Luo Chuan, the latter's expression indifferent. The boss is awesome. Congratulations, Mr. Bai, the three said seriously. After that, Ji Wuhui and Bai Lao put on their helmets and entered the Tower of Trial. I saw myself suddenly appear in a completely dark space, and the spiritual power of the body disappeared inexplicably. To be honest, Ji Wuhui panicked for a moment. After realizing that he could still perceive his real body and the external environment, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Here is the starting space. There was pitch black all around, as if nothingness. Ji Wuhui looked curious. At the same time, the option to create an account appeared in front of him. Ji Wuhui did not hesitate and chose to create it directly. Then, in the starting space, 2 different small buildings are generated. One is a mini tower, and the other is a circular platform. Seeing this scene, Ji Wuhui was a little stunned. What's happening here? Mr. Bai did not tell him that these 2 things would appear. Little did he know that Mr. Bai was also stunned at this time. Why is the starting space different from before? What is the platform that appears?